Hello everyone and welcome to 2022 and VCO Esports after a blockbuster 2021, which of course culminated not just in another edition of the VCO Pro Sim series, but our VCO Simmy Awards celebrating the community in 2021. To kick things off though in 2022, we've decided to do something big. A vision for VCO from its inception back in 2020 has been an Esports Racing World Cup, and we are here over 3 days to crown a champion across 3 different platforms. $50,000 is on the line, and we're going to require teams and drivers to be versatile across the platforms to determine who is the best. It's an experiment. We're delighted you're along for the ride, and we know our big boss man, our CEO Florian Hasper, is watching on, very nervous but excited about this first edition of the Esports Racing World Cup. My name is Arjuna Kenkipati, delighted to be joined for this 3-day action by VCO Simi winner in 2020, Lewis McLeod, as well as a new face in the VCO booth. Actual Vision, aka Luke Crane, joins us today. And Lewis, let's start with you here. I mean, this has been the vision for VCO. Try new things, and indeed this tournament has been one that we've been talking about over the last 12 months or so, but it's here now, and how excited are you about it?
I mean, I remember when this was first announced, when we did it in the VCO Pro Sim back at the start of 2021, end of 2020, when we first found out that this was going to be a thing. Feels like forever ago when that was, but now it is finally here. A competition across all of the platforms, bringing the entirety of the sim racing community together. This is going to be a competition to remember, and I definitely think it's going to be a staple for the future.
And Luke, you've commentated on basically every platform there is, but we start today with ACC, Assetto Corsa Competizione. We'll move to rFactor 2 tomorrow, and we'll finish with iRacing. But the fascinating thing is, 3 different cars, and very different cars, will challenge our competitors.
Absolutely, that is the big challenge in itself. But I think the big factor here is, normally when you look at a sim racing competition, you have some sort of idea of who the top 5, 6, maybe 10 drivers are, and they're going to be near the front. But the format here is the kicker. The format is so different to what we've had before, and that's going to be a challenge in itself. So super excited to see how the drivers really deal with those different circumstances that they're used to.
And we've got some big teams as well, the likes of Redline joined by, of course, Redline have dominated across multiple platforms, but we'll get platform-specific teams as well. Let's talk a little bit then about the format. And Lewis, talk to us about this 3-day format, which is rather interesting, and for someone new, might be something more difficult to understand.
Yeah, it does seem like an awful lot to take in. We begin at the heats, where we start with the 22 teams. And when we simplify things down, we are getting rid of 10 teams across the heats. It's 4 from each of the heats, and then we're getting rid of the rest from the second chance. And then 12 will progress through into the quarterfinal. It is all about the lowest points scored, and those points are built up based on your position. You finish first, you get 1 point. You finish second, you get 2, and it's the lowest points that move you through. Then we get rid of 6, then we get rid of 4, and we go down to just 2 teams in the final. We can discuss how that's going to go with a best of 3 race, and a little bit more on that later on. But our focus at the moment is basically getting rid of 10 teams, and I think that's going to be a bit of a feisty duel.
And in each of those rankings as well, for each of the stages, you'll score points at the end of the day, depending on where you play. So the winner of day 1, not only will they win $10,000, per day we're paying out $10,000, but you put yourself in the position for the big prize money, $20,000 to be paid out. Let's talk then, Luke, about the teams. Of course, I mentioned Redline, one of the strong ones, but like you said, because of this format and the way that we're switching across simulators and cars, there's no way to know who's really going to be at the forefront when we're finishing things up.
Yeah, if you had some money to put on who wins this, you're pretty much going to be burning that money, because any one of these teams could go out there and win this. It's the biggest names there are. As simple as that. And across 3 different disciplines. Again, you know, I mentioned earlier on that normally at the start of a sim racing competition where it's maybe on 1 game, you're thinking, yeah, I'm kind of pretty sure who's going to come out on top of this, or who's going to be there or thereabouts. This is as wide open as it comes. So yeah, super exciting to be here, and I just really cannot wait for it to just get on with it and kick off with some racing action.
And here's how things will split up. Of course, 2 heats. We'll split the 22 down into 11 car heats, or 11 team heats. Redline, Williams, Butler Pal, Arnage, Unicorns of Love, Team Fordzilla Rocket, Jean Alacy, Esports Academy, Ballast, Carbon, and Yassi make up heat number 1. Remember, out of the 5-driver roster that we'll see for these teams, a maximum of 3 compete in each of the platforms here. One thing that we should note as well, Patrick Long Esports, they're not going to be racing under that banner today. They'll be STR Esports, just one thing to note. But Lewis, what are your expectations? We had a track vote to build this one up. The public got to decide where we raced. It was between Paul Ricard and Bathurst. Somewhat unsurprisingly, we're racing in Mount Panorama.
Yeah, Paul Ricard, I think we all know, especially in ACC with the enormous back straight down towards that fast right-hander, is actually a great racetrack for this. It will be a fantastic race, but you can't get rid of the classics, and Bathurst is one of those. Greatest racetrack on the planet, Arjuna. I'm not having any of this Nordschleifer nonsense. It is number one. Basically, with it being 3 cars a team, though, we'd expect to see 33 cars. We are down, though, to at least a maximum of 32, because we know that Yaz Heat are only bringing in 2 cars today, courtesy of Yaroslav Honzik, unfortunately, catching the coronavirus. But either way, 32 fantastic races. I don't know who's coming out on top in this one. You got to lean towards more red line, but I don't know.
Yeah, our thoughts are with the 2 Yassi drivers that did catch the coronavirus, hoping for a speedy recovery. They won't be racing in this Esports Racing World Cup. We may see them in the Esports Racing League, because this will continue over 2022, not just this 3-day showcase. It's going to be a year-long competition after this first edition. With that said, though, we are ready to go to the heat in a couple of moments' time. It's going to be fun. It's not going to be myself commentating. Instead, it will be Luke and Lewis. We'll get to that in a couple of moments, of course. Let's quickly talk then about Mount Panorama, Luke, and the Mercedes AMG GT3. We've got partnerships with the Mercedes esports team. Of course, they're taking steps into esports a lot more significantly in 2022. It's a very stable car, one that's popular with amateur drivers, but we're not talking about amateur drivers. We're talking about the best of the best in sim racing.
Yeah, I think this brings the absolute best of the driver themselves, because the strengths and weaknesses of each car are exactly the same, right? You know, the top speed's going to be exactly the same, minus a touch of a change in terms of the setup. This is the only game where they can kind of tweak it in our 3 series. But again, you've got to bring it back to the format. They're such short, sharp races. These drivers on ACC are known for endurance races. It's an endurance racing-based game. So around Mount Panorama, you're going to be pushing to the limit. It's qualifying lap after qualifying lap. One mistake, it is game over. You are not recovering in this field over a 10-15 minute race. So that's really going to be the most important factor.
One thing that I think, Lewis, we will see is, you know, Mount Panorama, the mountain, maybe not necessarily associated with so much passing, but given how crazy these races are going to be, we're going to see passes up and down through the mountain.
Well, especially with it being a sprint race, you know, typically when we race around here, it's normally, to be perfectly honest, for a 12-hour race towards the start of the year. But this is something different. The heats are 15 minutes long. It is going to be frantic. It's going to be just 6 laps over the top time and again. It is not going to be easy. Hell Corner, T1's going to cause problems. Griffin's Bend, they're going to be trying it 2 and 3 wide. And when it comes down in towards the cutting at turn 3 and 4, things are going to tighten up massively. Now, normally in an endurance race, you back out of things. You think, I've got plenty of time to go. In this, you need to move quickly. You need to get on with it. This could be good for those starting towards the back for building up progress. It could be great for those at the front that drop off a few from behind after a little bit of contact from those backwards.
You can say it would be good for those behind, but if there's a track blocker, there's not really much that you could do. One thing that I want to pick up that, Luke, you did point out, tomorrow and the day after on rFactor 2 and on iRacing, it is fixed setup. There are maybe a couple of driver things that you can change. Brake bias, for example, might be one. But here, drivers were given a base setup, courtesy of our partners at Coach Dave Academy. But this is where we may see teams with a lot more Assetto Corsa Competizione experience being able to make those last-second adjustments to get their car dialed in for Bathurst.
Yeah, every single team has effectively got kind of 2 specialists for 2 of our disciplines or 2 of our games, and then 1 specialist for like the 3rd title. So just as an example, Unicorns of Love will have like 2 for ACC, for instance, then 2 for rFactor, and then maybe only 1 for iRacing. Again, this is, you know, not exactly how it will be for them. It's just an example. And for me, you know, today is a big opportunity for the ACC specific teams to go out there and just get a really good points lead going into the second 2 days, because again, there's a little bit more you can tinker with today. There's a little bit more outside of the driver ability that can indeed gain you some performance. But when it comes to tomorrow and indeed Sunday, that really is going to be, you know, driver versus driver. Every single driver is going to have the same machinery, same setup underneath them, and it's all about taking chances when they come. I will just point out what we were talking about in terms of, you know, people from further back maybe gaining some positions if there's some sort of incidents earlier on here. qualifying is massive. In every single race, qualifying is absolutely everything. So you've got to nail it in that qualifying period.
It was 10 minutes of qualifying, but that's done. We're ready to go racing for Heat 1 in this inaugural Esports Racing World Cup. Lewis and Luke will take it away. Let's go racing in Mount Panorama.
Well, one of the greatest racetracks then awaits us on the grid. We can see our drivers, where they've qualified, the first time we get to see our grid. And I know a fan favourite, Tobias Grunewald. I was going to say he was going to go well in this Merc. Fantastic driver, had pole position in the SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa in this Mercedes, and does so once again in the partnership between Unicorns of Love and Netrex. Rocket SimSports' Ferris Stanley starts alongside on the front row. Fantastic qualifying from the Indonesian driver with George Boothby and Tauscher. Unicorns of Love looking really strong here, running around in first and fourth. An all red line third row of the grid, Enzo Benito and Kevin Siggy, before we find the Williams Esports driver of Jakub Kuba Brzezinski, of course we know him as that. Then Luca Lozio in the Jean Lacey Esports Academy. Then we've got our first, the Fordzilla drivers, Piffet on there, and then Romanenko on the left side of the grid before another red line car of Rietveld. The rest of the grid will be running down, but we're about to get ready and going in this race. This is going to be intense.
It is going to be incredible here, and actually it's an easy mistake to make. Boothby and Tauscher race against each other pretty much week in, week out at this point, but it is 5 different teams in the top 5. So Boothby representing Yaz Heat being in P3. So yeah, that's a massive plus there. But look at Benito and Siggy, P5 and P6 for the same team. That is huge for them here, Lewis.
Yeah, it's honestly red line. We know they were coming into this as looking like one of the favourites, and now this is very much hammering that one home, that they're potentially going to be in that spot. But a reminder from this, we are looking for the top 5 teams. It'll come down to points, which we will go over after this, but we're looking for the first 5 teams on points that will then progress their way straight through into the quarterfinals, which does mean if you're sat there up in, for example, the positions that Enzo Benito and Kevin Siggy are, stay out of trouble. The formation app here begins, and you can see them there, running around in 5th and 6th. If I'm them, I'm taking no risks right now. 5th and 6th will be enough to get them through, because remember, it is only the top 2 drivers from each team that score points for that respective team. So in that sense, just stay out of trouble.
Yeah, and that's the interesting factor of this format, right? You know, they could effectively go out there around Bathurst and make a roadblock and go, look, we're very content with 5th and 6th. Everybody else, you could fight around us. If you want to make a pass, you've really got to take a chance. And ultimately, taking chances around someone like Mount Panorama doesn't tend to go favourably, right? So yeah, they're in a really good spot, and this is kind of what I would expect as well. You've got very much ACC specialist teams in the top 4. Redline not known too much for ACC, but their drivers have got such quality that you expect them to be in and amongst it. And playing the team game, you expect them to be in at least a couple of drivers in that top 10, and that'll be the way that they can push forward today. If Team Redline get a huge day today and manage to make it to the semi-final stage of today's competition, they, for me, are huge favourites for the rest of this competition to take the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's start speaking about some of the teams that we have up there. Of course, Tobias Grunewald said that his teammates aren't exactly up there in 4th with him, but Tauscher running in 4th is plenty good enough for Unicorns of Love. They're in a really strong position. We know about Redline. A couple of other teams, obviously, we see Ferris Stanley there in 2nd position for Rocket SimSports. His closest teammate is Luca Burke. Down the grid in 16th position, so maybe not the ideal scenario for them. Fordzilla, they are split up quite a big style on this grid, of course. Got one fairly high up the order with Piffet inside the top 10. The next one, though, is quite a bit further down. I'm not even sure who is the next one. I think Sean Arnold, who's down in 24th position, is their next one, with Gianmarco Fiducci in 27. So some teams are in a little bit of a sensitive position when it comes to that building themselves up into the top 5 teams.
Yeah, but the nature of the beast around this circuit is there's more than likely going to be incidents. So again, I'll talk about that money, the money we had to go and bet on who's going to win this race. Put that on the fact that there's probably going to be an incident here at Bathurst, especially with it being a 15-minute race. Like, you've got no time. If you get an opportunity to make an overtake, it's absolutely going to be sent, right? There's no second chances effectively. You can't just go, oh yeah, I'll wait a couple of laps. Maybe you've worked hard for a lap and a half to get a run, because it's not easy to overtake on ACC. It's an endurance-based game, as we know. It's normally done via strategy in terms of overtaking. So yeah, if you do get yourself presented with an opportunity, you absolutely have to take it. But the drivers behind, like you've just mentioned, they have to be wary of that as well. And, you know, there's going to be drivers out there that will take a chance to make an overtake. It's not going to work out, but it's going to lose them a substantial amount of time. So you've got to be wary in behind that maybe you picking your opportunity when other drivers fail to move forward during the whole race.
Now, do you think we're going to get any major risks inside this top 10, top 15, or are they going to play it fairly safe and just rescue some points?
Depends if they've got any other drivers around them from their team. So you're looking at Team Fordzilla, absolutely have to. Team Redline, they don't need to. Again, my mistake wasn't the top 5 that had different teams as well, because Grunewald is Unicorns of Love as well, so my apologies on that. They're not going to be taking any risks. If you can get a P1 and a P4, or a P1 and a P5, you know, if Tauscher loses one position, it is absolutely not the end of the world. Boothby, does he have to go out there and try and win this race because he doesn't have anyone too close to him from his team? I think he absolutely has to. So there are going to be chances taken, and ultimately, if you've got a driver in front of you that isn't willing to take chances, that's where incidents can happen.
Well, here we go then. The mountain awaits as we get ready to go in the VCO Esports Racing World Cup for the very first time. Heat number 1 ahead of us here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Grunewald with Ferris Stanley as they'll run this short little dart down to turn 1 at Hell Corner, and obviously it's going to be nicely covered off by Tobias Grunewald. There's already Carbon SimSport filling out one of the Ballas Esports racing cars in the back as BPM just sit off everyone, just allowing all of that contact. Already a little bit at turn 1, another driver off as we rise up the hill towards Griffin's Bend. It is all about Tobias Grunewald leading, but dropping down. George Boothby's got up into second position. Ferris Stanley is dropping down the order as going around the outside. Enzo Benito trying to pick up the position on Tauscher. Unicorns of Love run first and third as we start to tighten up into the cutting. Ferris Stanley trying to stick around the outside of Jakub Brzezinski, not being able to do so. Brzezinski up a position, and Rocket SimSports are going backwards. That was a feisty start, but I think we can all say maybe a bit cleaner than expected.
Yeah, we saw the the absolute pull shot there from the Carbon SimSports, and expected that to be more of a Skittles scene at the end of that turn in towards turn number 1. But yeah, ultimately it was just one team, Team Ballas, that lost a driver. It's not pretty. People have got to take chances early. 3 wide into turn 1, lap 1 around Bathurst. It just doesn't work, ultimately. It's as simple as that. The big winners here, it is Unicorns of Love, right? Of course, Mitchy Tauscher has moved up now into a top 3 there, P1 and P3. Like, that is almost as good as it gets, which takes a lot of pressure off of Grunewald, because if it does come down to a case of, you know, maybe he's under a lot of pressure for winning this race, he can just give up the P1. There's no trophies for winning the race right now, but if you are under pressure and get spun out from P1 and you end up at the back of the train, you're in trouble. Would you take a P2 and P3 before the race is run? If it was offered to you, you absolutely would. Enzo Benito, by the way, absolutely showing his class here as well. Up into P4, great stuff then for Team Redline. They've gained, well, a position each for both their drivers, 4th and 5th, which is, you know, almost job done here with only a 15-minute race.
Yeah, a couple of teams going really well at the opening stage. We look back towards Martin Stefanko, whose teammate Nikodem Vishnevsky's got all the way up into 15th, by the way. So things are actually looking slightly better for Williams Esports than they were in what was previously expected. He's going to try and battle this one out with Nicholas Hillebrand driving for BPM. Not looking super strong. Pivot though for Fordzilla's off the road. Oh, is that? No, it's Carbon SimSport into the barrier. I didn't know if that was Jeffrey Rietveld, but either way, the Carbon SimSport car of Lukacek is into the barrier hard. Bit of a flash of the lights there from Fabian Piffet. 2 drivers, his teammates Sean Arnold and Gianmarco Fiducci. We did catch the onboard from Fiducci as they run outside of the top 20, so things not looking so hot for Fordzilla, and they may need to go through the last chance qualifier. But it's Luca Burke who's picked up a few positions in that for Rocket SimSport as things start to look even better for them. A bit of a pinch there from Jeffrey Rietveld, just trying to hold off the Yazheat car.
Yeah, and this is a really good thing to look at in terms of strategy, because Rietveld knows that his 2 other drivers are in P4 and P5, and if they're in a chat together, it's a kind of a case of, well, who's around you? Who is it that we can maybe slow down a touch so they're maybe not pushing to get through to our quarterfinals initially? Who can we send potentially down into the second chance race that we have here, which is more of a lottery, right? So, yeah, as much as it's all about the front 2 drivers, you can, if you're in a very good position. That is a big old tank slapper, by the way. Great save. That is an unbelievable save. Should not be in the race still. That is brilliant. But yeah, can you get your third driver into a position to potentially slow other people down? Like, it's a game of chess here at the moment with the way the format's run, and we are seeing teams really use that, so it's good stuff.
This is absolutely fascinating. Pivot is under a lot of pressure from the Carbon SimSport of Machevsky directly behind. We look back to Nikodem Vishnevsky, another few positions. Carbon SimSport straight down the inside of Fordzilla, going to pick up that spot as Pivot moves backwards. Now Nikodem Vishnevsky straight around the outside. More progress being made by the pole, straight out towards the barrier. Oh, and there's contact as coming through in the middle. Alexander Vermont misjudged that. Nikodem Vishnevsky is going to drag it back onto the racetrack. You've got Unicorns of Love in the middle. You've got Rocket SimSport as well. That was very, very chaotic indeed. Vishnevsky, thumbs up, not happy with that one bit that you runner-up in the Le Mans Virtual Series. There's 3 wide behind. A little bit of defence from the Jean Lacey Esports Academy car. That was chaotic.
That was spectacular, wasn't it? Wisniewski, it was weird. He didn't get pushed off onto the grass there. He just overextended. He's on the power too early, and he ran onto the curb, and the curb's dragged him into the grass. And then it's almost his rejoin there, as he didn't expect it to be 3 wide on the rejoin, that's caused that. So he can be unhappy about it, but ultimately for me, and again, we need to see it again, I think he's at fault for that. He was trying to be opportunistic, and rightly so. In a 15-minute race, you've got to take your opportunities, right? But I feel like that was his fault in terms of he made a mistake, run off circuit, and then it was 3 wide because of that. Ultimately, it was like the end scene of Endgame. By the end, there's cars facing the wrong way everywhere, ultimately. But unfortunately, we can't click our fingers and go back. That is how it will end, so not ideal.
Yeah, so I think Ferris Stanley's dropped out of being inside the top log. That was one of the Rocket SimSport cars that was up the grid. He's dropped back and is now behind. That's why there was 2 Rocket SimSports cars. I was looking out for where he was. So their highest driver is 8th place with Luca Burke. It was the other team that I was going to pick up on here was, for one, Unicorns of Love, Tauscher, right on the attack of George Boothby. How cool is this? That it might be a Unicorns of Love 1-2. How hard do you fight if you're George Boothby? You'd have to say fairly, considering Yaz Heat are the only 2-car team on this grid, courtesy of them dropping a driver coming into this, which, you know, is unfortunate. Fair enough. They were the one that we were looking at thinking they might be in a little bit of a troubled scenario, considering it's the top 2 points. They've only got 2 bullets in the gun. Everyone else has got 3. They are running 2nd and 10th. Now, I don't know about your maths, but my maths tells me that that will be good enough to find them a little arc through. Obviously, Race Control Live looking at things, and they found that Lukacek is at fault for the issues down at turn 1. He will receive a 2-point penalty, so that is 2 points added to what was going on. That's what happened at Ferris Stanley down at turn 1 as he ran wide, so 2 points will be added to Lukacek, meaning it's essentially he's finished 2 positions behind where he was, if you really want to think about it as simple as that. Tauscher's on the attack, though, not thinking right now, though.
Yeah, it's a really interesting situation for Tauscher to be in here, because you can absolutely go and attack Boothby, and you're not really going to lose too much to Enzo Benito just in behind you, because he's not right up behind you. It's as simple as that. So it's a case of, yeah, you could go out there and attack, but is it worth it? Is that what, -1 point? You lose 1 point, right, for the overtake. So I'm not sure it's that worth it, to be honest.
Let's see what happened to Lukacek. So I think Race Control have deemed that he maybe... Lukacek was the one on the inside, and that's why Ballas went off. Ignore me. Lukacek's the one that's been found at fault for that, so or for a different incident either way. Lukacek would be the one on the exit of Hell Corner a few laps later. Sorry, I'm going off on a complete tangent. Either way, the battle of the fight at the front is really, really fascinating. It's how much pressure do you apply if you're Tauscher. Enzo Benito, the experience that he's got in sim racing, same with Kevin Siggy. I think, they want to win. Of course they do. Racing drivers. But they'll be more than happy. Not only are they running 4th and 5th, but they have a 3.6 second back to Jakub Brzezinski, who's coming under a lot of pressure from the Jean Lacey Esports Academy car of Luca Lozio. Things nice and tight at the front, but it's those further back where it's a bit more of a question mark. I mean, these drivers, they're not going to have live points going through their ear every single lap, which means that they're kind of sat there being like, I don't know if we're qualifying right now. So in that sense, you have to attack. You have to always be trying to find another position.
Yeah, you're looking at Arnage is probably the team that need to push the most here in that respect, because where's Adam Pinches? Pinches is 13th, and then you've got Roman, who is currently in 10th position, is it? I think he's around 10th, 11th spot. So those drivers, that's going to be a net, 24 points? That's a big score. It's not probably going to be enough, so they need to kind of push up the order here and hope for maybe some incidents here. I will throw something out there. Boothby being in P2, we expected that. Malinovsky qualified P18. He is very much one of the very best in the world on ACC right now. So he had a poor qualifying session, so expect him to get better and better. He's actually a bit of a qualifying specialist as well. So if they can get through at the first time of asking, those two are going to become faster and faster as this goes on. And I do want to just add, in terms of what we saw with the Carbon Esports, in other news, water is wet.
Yeah,
that was definitely their fault, wasn't it? We could see that from a mile away.
Yeah, their day, at least in Heat 1, does seem to be coming to an end, running way down the order now with the issues that we saw from Marish, the other one of the other Carbon SimSports cars. So not ideal for Carbon SimSports running down towards the end. They will definitely have to go through the last chance qualifier to get through into the quarterfinals, as Tauscher has set another fastest lap and is going even faster still on the attack of George Boothby. It's just a question of how much risk does he apply in this scenario. I did see a little bit of a nice little three-way fight there, by the way, between all three of the BPM cars. There's another Carbon SimSports car into the barrier. There's Machevsky in the number 1 car. So things go from bad to worse as Cantaneo is under a lot of pressure here from Gianmarco Fiducci, who's desperate to make a bit of progress just to score some decent points for his team right now.
Yeah, especially with his car being taken out, one of the cars being taken out in lap number 1. That's never an ideal start, right? And I'm not sure there's going to be any carbon left on the Carbon Esports, not even the name of the car going into the end of this race. It's been a very interesting start. Of course, they do indeed have their last chance attempt as well, but you just don't want to leave it down to that, because it does become a bit of a lottery. Looks like we've got a Rocket Sim Sports car making a move on the Williams Esports there, just up ahead, down in towards the chase, and well, here we go, down in towards that final corner we go.
Yes, Nikodem Vishnevsky now being pushed off just a little bit by the Balas Esports car of Romanenko, I believe it is, that's on the inside of him now, looking for that move to be completed down at turn 1. Should be able to do so. So for Nikodem Vishnevsky, definitely the one of the highest climbers in the early stage of this race, but now dropping backwards into the clutch of everyone else. And it's not tyres, this is just rhythm. It is 100% not getting back into the rhythm, and constantly having to fight it. That fight, the attempt that he made on handover, just drops him back into this pack where we've got another one of the Balas Esports cars getting down the inside of Leon Otoki, who's got plenty of damage on the front end of his Unicorns of Love car. You've got Stefanko as well for Williams Esports, another one of their drivers. It is definite madness and carnage back here, but to be honest, that's how it's always going to be around a racetrack like this.
Yeah, especially with the format. Again, the format's going to be something I'm going to continuously mention. Again, you're doing a fantastic job here of explaining what's going down, Lewis, because I'm listening to you like people at home trying to understand myself here, so this is great for me. But if you're Wisniewski, you've got to try and hold position here. You're just dropping positions just too quickly. Ultimately, he's got the added bit of insurance to the fact that Brzezinski is in P6. So P6 is a good result. If you can hold on to P18, you may put yourself in a good spot to be in that top 5. It's going to be close, but you could be in that position. Again, there's only really 2 teams, Unicorns of Love and indeed Team Redline, that have got 2 drivers in a really, strong position they're not going to be able to be touched. So right now, if you're Wisniewski, you've got to be that wingman. You've got to try and indeed hold on to this 17th position as Catania in the Balas Esports car tries to make a move.
Yeah, looks straight to the inside, going for the chase. And Gianmarco Fiducci goes for the apex and makes contact with the Balas Esports car. That might have been misjudged. Straight down the inside, though, of Nikodem Vishnevsky. And the feisty Italian gains a couple of positions in the 1 corner. Might well be classified as pinching the Balas Esports car a little bit too much, as Vishnevsky's going to hand over to Stefanko and let him pass, and then squeezes Leon Otoki off the road as well. That could be classified as not ideal. Straight ahead of Antunes in the Arnage competition car. This is madness. I did have the point at the very second they were sent from Arjuna Kankapati, but it was Unicorns of Love first, Team Redline, then Williams, then Yaz Heat, then John Lacey Esports Academy, and then Rocket Sim Sports. Those final 2, by the way, are tied on points for the all-important 5th team. Those points are already completely irrelevant. That's how fast these races change.
Yeah, it has changed ever so slightly, but the common factor is that Williams have just swapped drivers effectively. So Stefanko now has taken Wisniewski's position. It looks like Wisniewski's got damage. That's why he's so slow in a straight line. But now, this is the thing here. Can you get a 3rd driver in the mixy part of this race to indeed slow other teams around you down. So that's what's happening now. Stefanko's been given the whole, you go, you take position, I'm now going to hold some drivers up here. They're in a comfortable, and again, you know, if we're getting points here, these teams are all going to have their team managers or coaches. They're going to be telling them exactly what they need to do or what position they're in. They know the format. They would have studied that. You know, that's part of the parcel of being at the top end of the sim racing spectrum, right? You know, you have to know the rules and regulations. You have to know exactly what you need to get through. So the preparation would have been done by these drivers as we see the battle for P2 again. Do you try and take this on? I think if Tauscher wanted to make the overtake for P2, he would have done it by now, if I'm completely honest here. With 1 lap to go, I don't think you put yourself under that pressure. You guys right now, if you're P1 and P3, you get to relax, right? You're good. You're moving on to the quarterfinals. Like, thank you. You know, off we go. Let's go and try and win some big prize money today. We don't have to worry about any lottery races or anything like that. But ultimately, the last thing you want right now is to have a big bit of contact there. Something where you just misjudge an overtake. And ultimately, both of you end up into the barrier, and then you lose 10, 12 positions, and you have to go through that second chance qualifier.
Would be a quality message, though, to send off to everyone. Jordi Sveers, by the way, the causer of the yellow flag. I think might have been an incident with Piffet, who started up inside the top 10, but Piffet for Fordzilla way outside of it now. But what a message it would be for Unicorns of Love to start off the Esports Racing World Cup with a 1-2. Definitely puts the pressure on NetRex tomorrow, and themselves for later on across the day, of course. So Stefanko defending from Gianmarco Fiducci, and Tunes close in tow as well, but not quite close enough to make any positions up. I think right now, like I say, a lot of these teams, they don't know the points paying positions right now as to where their teammates are and all this. They just need to go on the attack, and right now I'm seeing that from some, not so much from others, and people are taking advantage of that.
Well, Stefanko, as soon as he's been given a bit of clear air from the back of Wisniewski, has absolutely done his job here. He's currently in P17, as there's 2 penalty points then for Alexandre Vraman, who has caused a collision. So what the 2 penalty points means is basically when the top 2 drivers of that team are added up, the 2 penalty points are also added as positions. So if a driver was to finish in 1st and 24th, that's 25 points. If one of those drivers has 2 penalty points, it would go up to 26. So yeah, that's just a little bit of an explanation. As we come around the final couple of corners here, Lewis, and it's been an absolute stellar performance for the Unicorns of Love Sim Racing.
Their fans will be in chat, and very, very loud indeed. What a way to start the season. A nice little look for the final moments from Tauscher. But First Blood is going to go the way of the Bias Grunewald and Unicorns of Love with NetRex as well. Fantastic stuff from them. Boothby, excellent into second for Yaz Heat, and Tauscher in third. Definitely confirms that we are going to see more of Unicorns of Love NetRex this evening. Fantastic stuff for them. Malinovsky also looking good for Yaz Heat on the point structure as well. But the racing is not over, and every position matters. Every position is a point as Aidan Brown makes a complete hash of that one. Getting down the inside of Wisniewski. He's going to give up the position to Nico Hillebrand, although they're going to go side by side off the corner. Unicorns of Love, Leon Atoki, their third car, is also coming through, and same with Carbon Simsport. There might be contact between the 2 BPM cars. It is just chaos, and again, every position matters. Another penalty for our Nage competition, though, as Jimmy Antunes gets a 5-point penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Some teams will be very, very happy with that, Luke. Some teams will most certainly not, because that, I think that was about as chaotic and as frantic as it needed to be.
That was one of the craziest races I think I've ever seen. Again, the format lends itself to that. And we did speak earlier about how some ACC-specific teams, such as Unicorns of Love Sim Racing, they have to take advantage of this. And boy, did they deliver.
One question I do have for you, Luke, though, as we now reflect on what we saw in Race 1 while the points totals do get totted up, we'll get confirmation of who's going to advance from that first heat. We were talking about the fact that if there was an incident, we might see a number of cars make their way through the field. I don't think we really saw that. There were a couple of drivers that were able to pick their way through the chaos, but once you got embroiled in a fight, it seems like you were stuck together with a magnet to those you were fighting with.
This is as close to 1v1 me at Rust as it gets in sim racing, I think. It is everyone for themselves, but especially in the first couple of laps, right? Because you don't really have time to be thinking, oh, what's going on around me? Where are my teammates? What do I need to do? And also, you don't want someone in your ear either telling you this. You don't want someone to go, right, you know, your teammate's P6, the other one's P27, you're in P14. You need to gain 2 spots here. Like, you just want to make sure that you get through the first couple of laps, which, you know, for some drivers, it was their own fault that they didn't get through the the first couple of laps, and for some drivers it wasn't their own fault, which again, that's why we have penalty points. But it's just so unique, the format, and it just lends itself to what we just saw, which Lewis did a really good job of explaining, but I'm still struggling to understand it myself.
It's a lot going on.
Yeah, and Lewis, I'll come to you with the question about the penalty points. Because these races are so short and we want to keep the tempo going, we want to keep the action fast and frenetic, this is a great way of being able to put blame on the driver, put responsibility on the driver, without then having to go through the fuss of, oh, they're going to get X amount of positions dropped or whatever. Just give some penalty points, because remember, kind of counter to what you'd think in most other sports, more points equals better. In this case, more points equals worse.
Yeah, you want the lowest points. So in that sense, Unicorns of Love have just 4 points from that race, and that is about as good as it gets. 3 points would be ideal. But you're absolutely right. Essentially, each penalty point which is added, you can think of it as simple as it's a position added. You get 5 penalty points. Essentially, it's you being dropped back 5 positions. For me, in this kind of stuff, like you say, where it needs to be snappy, it needs to be on point, it needs to be quick, especially with the amount of races, race control's under an awful lot of pressure to get that right every single time. I mean, for me, I think it's absolutely the right thing to do, and all of those calls in that race, at least from what I saw, I would agree with. The one from Vermont, actually saying that, Vermont, all 3 of the Arnage competition drivers got a penalty there, I think. No, I don't think Adam did.
Well, the pink cars definitely do have to watch out. Race Control will be keeping an eye on them. 2 reports are still open. We're getting the word from Race Control and our partners at P1 Gaming, so we give them a big thank you. Really having to scramble behind the scenes. We do have unofficial points, I think. They're still working on confirming them, but as it stands right now, the top 4, they're clear. Unicorns of Love, Team Redline, Williams Esports, and Yes Heat. A tie for 5th between John Alesi Esports Academy and Rocket Simsport, Luke.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. And the best thing about that is we didn't actually, apart from right at the start where Ferris Stanley dropped back early on, neither of those teams really set the world alight in terms of being up in the top 5, top 10. So it really does show how important those midfield battles are, which again seems like a war film at times. It's that crazy in there. But you know what Williams Esport did with changing their drivers over, when one of their drivers had damage, it's like, Stefo, you go and gain those points for us. And what was it, 4 positions? They are effectively ahead of being outside of that top 5, so it really worked for them. But yeah, for me, you know, obviously the best thing, be Unicorns of Love, be Team Redline, get yourself massive, well, not massive points, small points by being right at the front, but it is just a massive slog and a massive fight in that mid-pack, and every single position counts.
And you can't really stay out of it either, right, Lewis? You know, they say discretion is the better part of valor, but when you're going 3 wide down into the final corner here at Bathurst, there's nowhere to go. You have to get involved and get your elbows out as well.
I mean, it's the nature of this style of racing. This is the ultimate form of sprint racing. We're going to see plenty of this in Heat 2 as well coming up, and potentially even more so in the last chance race, where things are potentially going to get very elbows out in that one, as all the teams fight over just 2 positions to transfer. It's always going to be a little bit feisty out there. Towards the top, it was kind of expected that, you know, the Tauscher wasn't really going to attack Boothby with his fullest intent. I agree with Luke, you know, earlier in that race, that if he really wanted to attack, if he really wanted to go for that position, he could have sent it in at Griffin's Bend, sent it in the final corner, made the position up somewhere. Didn't need to take that risk. Same with the red line.
Well, we're ready to go for Heat 2. 11 teams have already raced once. We'll get another sprint of chaos here at Mount Panorama. Lewis and Luke are ready to take us away. We're ready to race once more in Mount Panorama.
Well, another thrilling race down, and another one to go as well. And you can see already in this, we've got some fantastic names. You can see Dennis Schoeniger alongside on the front row, on the pole position this time for RHG Esports. James Baldwin, one of the world's fastest gamers, starts from 2nd position. Axel Smoljar starts from 3rd with one of BS Competition's latest signings. Niels Nyox takes to 4th position. Then we've got an all Triton doing exactly what Redline did in the previous race. Triton looking very strong here, running 5th, 6th and 8th. Matusz Tuszkiewicz going alongside Gregor Schill in the other BS Competition car. Fantastic stuff from them. Pajic, that's Baldwin's teammate, starts from 9th. And then I know another fan favourite for those out there, Yiga Ogorognikov, starts from just inside the top 10, where Heat 1 was maybe a little bit feisty, a little bit elbows out. I don't think Heat 2 is going to be calming it down anyway.
No, absolutely not. Most hated man in esports, Eamon Murphy in P11. I think he's a key factor in this because his two teammates are ahead of him and he's P11. That is so strong for the Veloce esports team, and he can indeed hold drivers up. You know, Erhan Yovsky, one of the most famous names in sim racing, right? He's behind Murphy. Can he indeed slow him up enough? We know drivers are going to take chances here, but this is so different to what we saw from the qualifying in race number 1, where it was so many different teams in and amongst it. Yeah, we've got like 3 genuine strong qualifying outfits for this race, and this is going to be super exciting.
And another one of our young guns, our ACC specialists, starting from pole position. James Baldwin will have to do a lot of work to try and get around the outside of Dennis Schoeniger. We focus on the Veloce esports man as for the second time in the VCO ERWC, we will be back underway at Bathurst as we try and settle 5 more teams to get through into the quarterfinal. Green flag is out. Are we going to see contact down into turn 1 once again to the outside? James Baldwin is going to go all the way around Dennis Schoeniger and show the young man that is how it is done. Veloce esports then lead on the run all the way up the hill, but watch out for Smolja, watch out for Niels Nyox. He is not going to sit there in 4th position. The BS competition man already going to the outside. Top Racing trying to pick up 2nd position, heavy on the brakes, picked them out in the white car. He nearly went to take the lead as well, but he's out way too wide, and we ride on board with Charcot, and this is Niels Nyox's invitation. Little tap on the brakes telling the Triton racing car behind, I do not want to go side by side here.
No, absolutely not. And why would you? You know, P4 is a good spot to be in, and you're not expecting P5 to really dive one up your inside there either, because again, it's a phenomenal spot to be in. We see the all-white car there, Veloce, a big moment in the background there as well. 2 drivers making, well, I say you don't want to go side by side. They absolutely were going against my advice there, as we see more and more of it as we go over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, this is a bit manic in the midpoint here. I think it was a Sky rename, might have been Abuldays, who had a little bit of a moment coming out of T3 after the cutting, going up the hill once again. I think that was the moment that we saw either way. Typically, so it's chaotic. I think it was actually a little bit cleaner through 1 and 2 in Heat 2, but the rest of the run over the top, less so. What does Dennis Schoeniger do? Does he sit there in 2nd spot? Where are his teammates? They are nowhere really to be seen. Erhan Yovsky in 12th spot, the highest one of the RHG drivers. I think realistically, Dennis Schoeniger might feel that he might need to go and grab this win here and go and grab the position on James Baldwin. I'm not necessarily sure if he's going to be able to do so, but either way, Erhan Yovsky is under a lot of pressure from Johan Half of Apex Racing.
Yeah, it's a strange one because these drivers have already had a race 1 to look at, so they know that 22 points or 21 points would be good enough to be from the first race. Again, obviously it's not exact, but it's a bit of a guide, right? 21 points would have been enough in the first one, so right now you're looking at Schoeniger being in P2, that's 2 points. You've then got your Yovsky on 12, so 14 points. So if you factor in, let's take 5 points away from 22, that's 17. I would say that they're well in and amongst it to qualify with 17 points. They're good, but it's such a new format. We don't know really what the sort of, you know, we'd have to run this maybe, I don't know, 10 times to really have a gauge as to what points would generally be enough to go through. So yeah, I think you're right. I think you push for as many positions as you possibly can in this early stages, but it's James Baldwin you've got to try and overtake, right? Probably the most well-known sim racer at this point. You know, between him and Joshua Rogers, I would say, and potentially Moritz Lerner at this stage. It's not an easy task to do. And with it being, you don't need to win, similar to what we saw from Michael Tauscher in the first race, you just don't push it too much because the negative of that situation outweighs what you could gain.
Well, he is pushing either way. I completely agree with you. Right now, sitting in 2nd position, just having 2 points to your name would be the greatest, or one of the greatest ways to start this, especially when you're the young gun inside the team with your teammates. Of course, it would be nice to go one better, but the risks don't necessarily outweigh the rewards, as you were saying. So I would kind of say for Schoeniger, maybe try and sit in 2nd position, but he's got to keep his eyes behind because those behind certainly won't wait. Smolja, Nyox, Charcot. Charcot Blyer, probably less so, considering that Charcot Blyer and Tushkovic, they're all teammates. Maybe even Niels Nyox, considering they're 4th, and his teammate Gregor Schill not too far behind. We can see the onboard look of James Baldwin as he's feeling the pressure from Dennis Schoeniger. No way to make that move just yet. Nicely covered off. Maybe a little bit too much curb though from the Veloce esports man. And might well be under a lot of pressure here. It is building on his shoulders, but let's be honest, if there's someone on the grid that can deal with it, it's probably James Baldwin.
Yeah, he could deal with this for, you know, an hour, 2 hours in the normal race. So 15 minutes is absolutely nothing. And if you're not coming into this race expecting to have this kind of pressure, you probably shouldn't be on the grid. It's as simple as that. And this is a really strange one because in the first race, there were so many teams vying out for positions. But right now, it's like a clear 4 teams, right? We've got Veloce, who have currently got P1, and they've also got P9 and P10. So they can effectively, genuinely have a roadblock in P9 and P10 to stop everyone else from coming through. And then we have indeed got ourselves R8G with Schoeninger, P2 right now. Then Yayovsky is in P12. Then we've got BS competition as well with indeed, like you said, Gregor Schill and indeed Nils Naujoks. And then who's the 4th team here?
Triton.
Yeah, Triton. So Triton have got Smoljar and Blažej, right, in P6.
Yeah.
So who's fighting outside of that?
Top Racing, Smoljar and Yegor Ognikov. They're the other ones. They're 3rd and 11th. They're the teammates. So this heat is...
It's like 5 teams are genuinely... Or like, if they stay like they are, it's a very clear 5 teams, where it just wasn't the case in the first one, which going into the quarterfinals makes a very crazy dynamic here, where there's these drivers over a course of the team are probably better than what we saw individually in race number 1. There's maybe some better individuals, but team-wise, apart from Unicorns of Love, like this heat here, the teams are stronger.
That is absolutely fascinating. Only when reading it out like that do you realise how strong a position some of these teams are in this race. It does put the pressure on everyone else, though, to go and make something, go and try something, because right now, what do you try? There's a lot of teams that aren't up there. You know, the likes of Logitech GLC Sports, the likes of Burst, the likes of Core as well, of SCR, who we're on board with here. There are a lot of teams that just aren't able to breach into that. But it's one of those things where the more of them that there are at the front, the harder it is to breach, because you need to get through with multiple drivers picking up more and more positions. So in that sense, you're absolutely right. If I was on the pit wall to Veloce, to R8G, if I was in their ear, I'd be like, just don't fight. Just do not fight. Because even if you finish 9th and 10th right now, doesn't matter. That's enough.
Yeah, but you've got P1 as well, remember? So exactly. 9th and 10th is great, but the crazy factor here is that all 3 drivers are in the top 10, and one of those drivers won't even count. That's how ridiculous Veloce have performed in this race here. And don't worry, Lewis, I only get 1 thing right per event. So I've got that out of the way now. Now nice. I can make all my mistakes for the rest of the broadcast.
Is that how it works?
Yep.
Oh well, no, fair enough. I'll start trying to get some things right. I'm not very good with it, unfortunately.
You've got to start covering my rubbish now for the next 3 days.
Wait, so is that a clear pass for tomorrow as well?
Absolutely.
Either way, SCR Racing, Henry Drury receives a 2-point penalty for avoidable contact, and unfortunately for STR, this is not looking so great, and their destination towards the last chance seems to be locked in. That unfortunately being the only thing they've locked in during this race. Just how it goes sometimes. You can see directly behind Yaltine, we've got Luke D'Amelio and Tavanari, who are the teammates. They're the STR drivers that are running in 17th and 18th. So it's not too bad, especially when something like that happens. Was that Top Racing? I think that might have been Abelard, who was sort of caught in the middle of all of that. Certainly is for Top Racing. So their position, which is still decent, by the way, with 3rd and 11th, that is not a pretty scenario to be in, and I'm glad he's remaining stationary.
Yeah, that's how important it is to have all 3 drivers, right? There's teams, of course, Yaz Heat did exceptionally well in race number 1, but it's important to have 3 drivers, because if something does go wrong for one of them, the other 2 can back them up. So that's, again, another look at what the format means here. These front 2 have just driven away as it stands. Sensational performance. If you're Schoeninger, there's a gap here, and he's very young. He's not got as much experience in his back pocket as someone maybe like Baldwin. So he might want to set a statement here. Like you said in race number 1, Tauscher might look to try and make a move to say to everyone, oh yeah, we're here to party, you know, this means something. Will Schoeninger try and do the same thing? He's made a mistake out of Hell Corner there. But again, catching up to Baldwin, great. Overtaking him, very, very difficult indeed.
Well, I mean, to speak of Dennis Schoeninger's lack of experience, I remember talking to him. There's a bit of a snap as well. He's not scared. Talked to him maybe about a year ago when he qualified 4th here in the SimGrid VCO World Cup. I think pretty sure it was 4th in an Audi R8 for WPS. Fantastic qualifying. Had a little bit of a chat with him about his sim racing experience. He was 14 then, I think. It might be 15, 16 now. I can't remember off the top of my head. Either way, very, very young talent. And at that point, had less than a year's experience in sim racing. So clearly, there's a lot of pace and potential. But clearly, as well, not just going, I need to attack straight away, because he sat behind Baldwin. Now they're building out a 1.2 second back to Smollier, and that's how I'd want it. If I was to ever attack a driver like Baldwin, I don't want someone, especially in a race like this, I don't want someone sat right on my rear end just as I go for a move to then pick up the pieces. So right now, I think Schöniger's playing the right cards, might go on attack with a couple of laps to go.
I think it takes a mistake from Baldwin if for him to really go for it. But experiencing the real world of motorsport and sim racing are two completely different things, because seat time in a real car, it's so difficult to get. And you do one race every couple of weeks if you're in Formula One, or if you're in a GT series, sometimes it's one a month or whatever. With sim racing, they can do official races on, whether it be iRacing, they can do the CP races on ACC. There's so many different competitions on rFactor 2 that they are going through the scenarios during a race to gain experience. Scenarios where they make mistakes, scenarios where they take chances and it works, maybe 4 or 5 times a day. Whereas in the real world, you may get out the scenario once a year. So experience is completely different here for Schöniger. He may be a young man, but he would have been in this position many, many times before.
Yeah, McGann certainly was in in that race earlier on in the year. Oh, we're in 2021. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, yes, you've got plenty of chances to try that, but you don't have plenty of chances to try all of this. Jane Simicic to the inside. They're trying to make up some of the positions. Tobias Pfeffer driving for the Logitech Gialtus esports car. Normally we see him in an R8D, but recently jumping over into that count. Tobias Pfeffer was the driver that had pole position here, by the way, in the SimGrid VCO World Cup. So clearly struggling as STR trying to hold off from the number 35, or rather from Jane. Oh, yeah, it was Jane Simicic directly behind. It is mad that Jane Simicic is struggling this, but he's typically an rFactor 2 driver, and that's what this competition is about. It's about seeing drivers outside of their comfort zones.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, it will be the case of the team's drivers that are not comfortable with a certain sim outperforming a couple of teams where it is their preferred sim. So seeing a couple of teams outside of the unicorns of love sim racing, Veloce Esports, for instance, Yaz Heat, those kind of teams, if there's going to be,
Oh, no.
That's a big moment.
And that's Jarl Tyne as well. That was Jarl for BS competition. Johan Hart as well for Apex. So Apex, now their highest drivers, Jamie Fluke, and more continues. Oh, and there's Tobias Pfeffer. There's Pfeffer round as well, going down at the Forest Elbow. Oh my goodness, this has really turned up to 11.
Yeah, this is all of a sudden, it's huge trouble here for Pfeffer, unfortunately. There's the number 324 you see. And to be fair, we saw at the start of this race here, the Altus team, they were all at the back. It was backs against the wall. It's not a long race. 15 minutes to make overtakes is tough enough in an endurance race around here, let alone in a 15-minute race. So it was always going to be backs against the wall, and that's just the prize of pushing a little bit too hard.
Well, I think Niels Nijaks allowed Gregor Schill to pass there, and obviously Niels Nijaks was up in 4th spot, was attacking, and then probably just thought, actually, now I'm going to back off here. Especially whilst Jarl Tyne's had that issue. Now they don't have that reserve. This is why it's so important, again, to have 3 cars, as we said. There's no reserve there sat behind, so if something were to happen, now they've reset that, they've dropped it behind, now they're in a more comfortable position, not going on the attack, as we saw Mirror Esports, the team of Norbert Michelitz, of course, WTCR champion, driver, fantastic man, and again, with his sim racing outfit of Mirror Esports, all Hungarian, unfortunately not doing so well in this race. Expect to see the likes of Gergo Bowie. I think he's potentially racing in tomorrow's race on rFactor 2, and I know he's been racing quite a bit in also iRacing, mostly in the TCR cars, weirdly enough, but potentially see them going strong tomorrow. Where, as we've said before, the top 5 teams, where in Heat 1 it was a bit more confusing, a bit more who's going to go through, and by the way, there is more news on that as Pajic completely cuts the S's. A bit more news on who's going through as well, because Williams Esports can confirm are being put into the last chance race. We'll get up to that after this one. In this race, though, it does seem a bit more clear-cut, a bit more simplistic, a bit more easy to pick apart.
Yeah, in race number 1, P10, Pajic, a mistake like that is going to cost the team potentially qualifying through. But the fact that he's got Eamon Murphy in 9th and Baldwin in 1st, it makes 0 difference. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure on drivers outside the top 10 in this one, which is such a different dynamic to what we saw in race number 1. And I think that this makes the last chance qualifier even more interesting, because I still feel like that there's probably a better team scope in this race specifically, and then in terms of individuals from race number 1. And with it being a lottery, it's last chance, right? You know, there's going to be teams going home in race number 3. That should produce some fireworks.
There's always going to be fireworks. It's just, we've seen plenty of it here, but it's more going to build up into that last chance race where you say we are only talking about 2 teams transferring from that, and there are 12 in that race. So 10 teams, we will be saying goodbye in the next race. We will see plenty of these teams out once again, and mostly the 5 that are going to be getting their way through. Jamie Fluke, as Arjuna will always say, one of the nicest men in sim racing, by the way, has a fantastic wall of all of the, well, not all of them, but loads of racing circuits. It looks fantastic. We're on the final lap of the race, and unfortunately for Apex Racing Team, this has started to fall apart, especially with the recent incident to Johan Half.
Yeah, this was never going to be their strength though, right? ACC was always going to be their weakest day, in my opinion. So expect them to come, if they could scrape through the second chance qualifier race and get points from a quarterfinal, because again, even if you finish last in the quarterfinals, you're going to score more points than anybody that went home before that. But with what we've seen already, there are potential for incidents at every turn. Can you snag a couple of extra points just by keeping your nose clean in the quarterfinals? Could you potentially sneak your way into the semi-finals if you get to the quarterfinals? Again, it's like a knockout format. We see this a lot in football, right, where the underdog can go out there and beat the Mansfields could go out there and beat the Manchester Uniteds. It's as simple as that. Can this happen on IECC? We know that Apex are going to be incredible on iRacing specifically, and very good on rFactor too. Today it's all about how much can you snag, how many points could you snag today moving forward to the next 2 days.
Well, world's fastest gamer departs the final corner to take the checkered flag first, and Veloce in a very strong position as well. Not quite as strong as Unicorns of Love, but strong enough to look for the quarterfinals. Fantastic race from him. No Goliath slaying in this one. Dennis Schuniger and Alex Smolia go to second and third. Great for their teams. R8G looking back to Erhan Iovsky, the teammate there of Dennis Schuniger. Smolia, again, another team, Top Racing, fantastic position for them. Yegor Ogrodnikov in 11th spot as well. Final positions coming across the line, but unfortunately, I think a lot of these teams kind of knew the position they were in right now, that they know that they're taking a ticket to the last chance race.
Yeah, 100%, and it's a case of what have they learned during this race? What can they take from this race that can improve their fortunes going forward? I think that this noticeably, qualifying's caught some very fast drivers out. So there's a couple of teams that might be in a lot better position than others because there's a lot more in the tank. But how many of those teams have just given absolutely everything and still not managed to get through?
Oh, he's done a Ben. He has done a Ben. It is 100% official. Ben Constantiouris is with us.
I managed to survive 4 rounds of the VCO Pro Sim series, but apparently not 30 minutes here in the Esports Racing World Cup. That was a great race, though. A lot cleaner than Heat number 1. I think what we saw there, Lewis, is I think they watched part of Heat 1 and saw, okay, that was too crazy. We need to make sure we're in the right position to try and avoid being punted off the road. Make sure they get some points on the board, or not points on the board as it were. Yeah. But they calmed down and they put on a good race, but one where after taking the lead through turn 1, lap 1, James Baldwin didn't look back.
I think it comes, obviously, James Baldwin knows his ACC quite well. He is the SRO Esports European Sprint Champion, so definitely knows what he's doing on the platform. I think, though, it is important to note that, particularly with this race, counter to Heat 2, the point that we brought up a few times was how close the teams were at the top. Veloce, they would have all been communicating. Oh, what position are you in? You're in 7th. Oh, fantastic. I don't really need to fight this too hard. Dennis Schuniger, again, oh, you're in 12th. Again, they will be working this out on the fly, not necessarily knowing, oh, who's in position this, that, and the other, and who are we fighting. It's more so we're both in good position, so we know that we're good enough to go through. I think that honestly really helped towards the top, because look at the instance that we had coming down the hill through the S's with Johan Half, with Jarltine, with the other Top Racing car Abadars, and there were plenty of issues, but they were all outside of that top group.
Yeah, you're spot on, Lewis. It's not only what we were focusing on the top 10, the drivers can see in their relative where, because there's only the top 10, if you've got 2 drivers there, you can see in your relative, oh, my mate's there, cool. But when they're in P20 and you're in P1, you can't see them in your relative. So even if they're not communicating with anybody, it just visually you can see it happening. And we saw that for 5 distinct teams. There was 5 teams that was in the top 15. They had 2 drivers there. It's almost obvious that you're going to qualify. And that's why we had the crazy action in behind. We focused on the top 10s. We didn't really see as much as what we saw from race number 1 in terms of the incidents, because the grid was so much more jumbled up. But ultimately, they were there. But the top 10 and the top 15, they did the hard work at qualifying, and they booked their tickets through to the next stage.
I can confirm as well that there are no further incidents under review in Race 2, so we'll get those results very shortly. Here's updated results from Heat 1, because we had mentioned that Williams were in a qualifying spot when we had those unofficial points totals, but now things are being confirmed. Williams, the first to have missed out. Unicorns of Lub, Team Redline, Yassi, Jean Lacey Esports, and Rocket SimSport, the 5 that will advance directly to the quarterfinals. And you're calling it the last chance race, Lewis, when we should be calling it the second chance. But you're right, it is the last chance for 2 teams to work themselves into the quarterfinals. And we've got a laundry list of strong teams just from Heat number 1 that we're ready to go once more in Bathurst.
You're absolutely right. It is a second chance, but last chance is, it's more terrifying. But no, you're absolutely right. Of course, they don't have many opportunities to get through. Those that have already had one, as we said, this is their second time to get through, their second attempt to do so. Learn from what happened in the first. Exactly as you said, Luke. If your race has gone badly, why did it go badly, and how do you fix it? Qualifying is the critical part there. We know it's hard to overtake at Bathurst. It always is going to be. So make sure that your qualifying laps, no pressure by the way, make sure they're all good.
Williams, they will feel like they have the pace to be in the top 5 because it was a penalty that has ultimately taken them out of it. So they're going to be confident. Watch out for Arnage. The reason why they're outside that top 5 is because of that spin. Lost them more than 7 positions, right? So they would have been in and amongst it at the very least. So those 2 will feel like they've got the confidence, or definitely will have the confidence and the pace to go through in the second chance, last chance, whatever you want to call it. It's really about all the other teams. Have they done a few laps during the race where they feel like, oh, okay, I can extract that pace over the course of the whole 10-minute race or 15-minute race and really push myself up in qualifying, and then when I'm in a decent position, take full advantage of it.
And Lewis, we're going to have a chat in a couple of moments' time with the Mercedes AMG Esports manager, Jan Seyfarth. But what a car this is, the Mercedes AMG GT3. This is the Evo version. ACC has got a plethora of GT3 cars, but front engine, plenty of stability. We've still been seeing lots of cars hanging out their rear end up and down the mountain.
I mean, just because it is arguably one of the easier cars to drive does not mean it's an easy car to drive. Those 2 are very distinct. It is one of the easier ones on the platform to pick up, to jump into, to get up to speed in fairly quickly. But still, to find the very, very limit, you've got to be hanging it out a little bit. You've got to be a bit more brave. You've got to turn that traction control down, that ABS down, and really make the most of the car. It's a fantastic car. Definitely one of the GT3s that I tend to lean towards on picking. But either way, I think we're going to catch up with James Baldwin, the winner of Heat number 2 in just a second. Obviously, a fantastically dominant race, to be perfectly honest. James, you're here with us. Talk us through your race, and mostly that all-important move around the outside of Hell Corner.
Yeah, it was close one. Not a lot of room at turn 1 at Bathurst, but I thought Dennis arguably is quicker. I think you saw that in the stint anyway. He was being very kind behind me. I think he had a bit more race pace, so I thought get him at the start and just make my car as wide as possible. But fair play to Dennis. So he drove a clean race, and both teams are through. So.
Oh, well done, mate. Good to see you at the sharp end as per usual. Was there at any point you worried that he was going to try and make a move on you, or did you think because of the way the format works here, he was always just going to stick it behind you?
I know him a bit, Dennis. I think he's quite a smart lad, so I knew he wasn't going to do anything stupid. But he was a lot quicker in the opening lap, so I thought he might go for a move. And if he did, in that, because it was a heat, I probably would have let him go. But now it's getting interesting because it's quarterfinal, semi-final, final. Everyone's going to get a bit more aggressive. So yeah.
Well, I don't want to take up too much time, but I do want to just ask you one more question, which is, considering how this format is and all that, is there stuff that even you someone who's been in sim racing and such for a fair while and won plenty of things, are there things that you're still learning in this kind of format that might be sort of giving you knowledge for a bit later on in the day?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely different. It's the first time I've done proper sprint racing on ACC, but it's it's more of a traditional esports format from what I hear. So I'm sure I'll take something from it. I definitely like the sprint element of the mindset. You can't really give anyone any inch because every minute counts. You've only got 15 minutes in a race to actually make a difference. So, and delivering and qualifying as well. It's always important, but it's more important than this than maybe other series. So.
Well, I'm not going to take up any more of your time then, because obviously, you've earned yourself a little bit of a rest whilst they go through the second chance race. We will see you again, though, in the quarterfinals.
Cheers, guys. See you later.
Lovely.
Really
great.
impressive drive. Really impressive drive.
We're going to trip up over each other.
We're going to do this, aren't we?
It's all good. If we keep going this, we might be able to get to the end of the broadcast by doing it. It's all good.
I don't even think it's just him that's the most impressive thing about it, though. Again, sorry to talk over both of you. How impressive were Veloce as a team? We saw, obviously, in race number one team dominate, but the fact that they had all three drivers, they could position them like chess pieces and use them. Like P3 was Pajic, and it's just like, well, if you really want to slow down, you can slow down people behind you if they're putting any sort of pressure on. So how important is that going to be moving into the latter stages of today?
And we'll take a look at these Heat 2 results. Despite the fact that they had 3 shots in the barrel, Veloce, they finish in second. Triton Racing 4th and 5th for them. A great qualifying. We saw all 3 of their cars starting in the top 8. They take Heat 2 victory in terms of the points, but following them through the Zebras BS competition, Roman Grosjean Esports, they'll be in 4th, tied with Top Racing, and then a bit of a gulf to Core Sim Racing, Burst Esports, Logitech G Altus, STR, Apex, and Mirror, the drivers that we'll see and the teams that we'll see heading through to our second chance race. And we're getting ready for that. The teams are getting joined into the server and they'll be getting ready for qualifying as well. We're going to take a short break, but earlier today, like I mentioned, Lewis had the chance to talk to Jan Seyfarth, the head of the Mercedes-AMG Esports team. They had a great chat about what it means for VCO to be partnered up with Mercedes-AMG for this inaugural Esports Racing World Cup.
And then I just visited him in UAE in my position.
So, Jan, tell us, how did the partnership between Mercedes-AMG and VCO begin? What's it about?
I mean, since I started at Mercedes-AMG in my position as project manager for the virtual motorsport, I was always in contact for a long time already with Florian from VCO, and we were talking about possibilities, how to work together, and then I just visited him in Munich, and we spoke about so many ideas, and in the end we came up with, like, okay, why not using the Mercedes-AMG GT3 for the Assetto Corsa Competizione competition in ERWC, and yeah, that's so the idea came up. We had a talk of about half an hour, and then we said, okay, let's do it.
Now, tell us a bit more about the car we're using today. You said there the Mercedes-AMG GT3 and Assetto Corsa Competizione. Tell us a bit about the car.
I mean, I know the car myself good enough as I was driving the car in real life as well. And I mean, the car is not just purely very nice and awesome looking. In Assetto Corsa Competizione, it's also good drivable and close to reality. And so that's what I really like with the car. And I mean, we are good in real life, let's say, when you call it like this. And all the DNA we have in the AMG, in the GT3, in real life, it's also transferred into Assetto Corsa Competizione, and so everybody can really feel the massive power we have, the torque out of the corners, but also the drivability. I mean, that's one of our KPIs. We always aim for drivability, and in the end, I mean, it's the same for everybody. I mean, it's an old-fashioned saying, but everybody is driving the AMG GT3 today, so it's equal for everyone. And I'm really very much looking forward to see how everybody can go on with the car, because so many drivers coming from other manufacturers, and now they're on our car, let's say, and so that's very much interesting.
Yeah, it should be absolutely fascinating. Now, Mercedes have been upping their game in the esports world quite a bit recently. Tell us a bit more about that. What's the role of esports got to play for Mercedes at the moment?
I mean, since I started, as said, in August last year, we really pushed the game very much. So we pushed in every single direction we can do with virtual motorsport and virtual racing. And so since then, nobody really, to be honest, was in that position at Mercedes-AMG for that. So now I'm pushing very much because I see very much potential in every single category. So I mean, we have the top sim racers, the top championships and events like VCO is doing. We have the iRacing specials. We have the SRO events with Assetto Corsa Competizione. There's so many high-end sim racing and virtual motorsport championships and events, but also the base. You know, all the sim racers coming from the base, even though they're having Gran Turismo or they're using Forza or Project Cars, whatever they are coming from. So we see the potential. I mean, we see that the community is growing, and they see the involvement. I mean, it's not only us, it's not only Mercedes-AMG. There are also other manufacturers like Porsche and BMW really pushing the game. Lamborghini. I just saw Ferrari is now pushing. So it's good to be involved as a manufacturer, and that's why we are also here to help the community. I mean, it's not coming here and changing the world. We want to, that's our idea, that's our goal, to support the community, let them grow themselves, but give them support as we can do as manufacturers. So that's the idea behind it. And yeah, we are pushing in every single direction, as said, on the high end of the pyramid with the sim racing, with the high-end sim racing, but also on the base, so that we just can play with the whole pyramid we have in the virtual motorsport.
Well, the future does indeed seem quite bright. Final question then for you, focusing a bit more on the modern, on the now, on the here, and on the today. What is your winning bet for today, and of course for the whole ERWC over the next couple of days?
I mean, again, an old-fashioned answer, I think, but in the end, you know, it's so hard to say. When you see all the teams participating, it's so many teams, not only sim racing teams and not only virtual motorsport teams. It's from teams from everywhere, and I really like that. So I am even for today, especially for today, I'm very much looking into it because there's so many, as said already, so many drivers and teams coming from other manufacturers, and now with the Mercedes-AMG GT3. So it's really tough to say. I wouldn't say that. For example, Unicorns of Love showing a very good performance last year in the SRO events with the Mercedes-AMG. I think they don't even are the favorites because, I mean, Team Redline is there. We have the Wolves here, and we have so many teams coming from everywhere. To be honest, I cannot say any favorite or any bet because it's not possible. Not for today, not for tomorrow, and not for the whole the whole tournament because it's so different and it's so new. You know, the whole tournament. I really love the idea. That's why I was talking to Florian, because you have the specialists in Assetto Corsa Competizione, in iRacing, in rFactor, but now they're coming together, and you cannot say, because when you know, okay, there's a specialist for that simulation, you know, okay, it could be in favorite, but here now. No idea, no clue, and that's why everybody should have a look into it.
Wow, cheers, Jan. Well, back to the action.
Great chat there with the head of Mercedes-AMG Esports, who has actually got some real-world experience and has won some races in his racing career as well. We talked to the Heat 2 winner, James Baldwin, and we've finally now been able to catch up with Heat number 1 winner. Lewis is standing by with Tobias Gronwald.
Yeah, now obviously we know Unicorns of Love, fantastically popular team, well loved in the community. Talk us through that race. It seemed like after the first couple of laps, once you started to build a gap, there wasn't too much pressure on your shoulders when you were leading there.
That's right. I mean, qualifying was very important, obviously, for the race. Pole position made the life much easier there. Yeah, the first couple of laps, obviously, Boothby was right behind me, and I did a mistake there into the hairpin because the brake marker, wasn't there anymore, and I misjudged the braking and almost went onto the grass, and then obviously Boothby was right behind me, but as soon as I got back into my rhythm and Michael started to fight with him, yeah, I was able to create a gap, and pretty much from there on it was a pretty easy race, I would say. It was just about to like manage not to hit the wall or not to do a big mistake and just drive it home.
Well, first of all, congratulations. A stellar performance, and almost qualifying in itself is like a race win. So there's a stellar performance there as well. And with Unicorns of Love Sim Racing being kind of an ACC is your main game, let's say, how important is it to get a massive result today?
I mean, it's very important because I think it's by far our best sim. But I mean, we have good support for rFactor there with NetRex. So they will help us a lot, I think, tomorrow. But then Sunday is going to be hard in iRacing because we have very little experience in iRacing and we're not the fastest there. So yeah, we just try our best today to score as many points as possible. And then, to survive tomorrow and score a lot of points, and then just do our best on Sunday and try to not look too slow, maybe. And but of course, ACC is very important for us. It's our best sim, and we want to score, let's say, the most points in that, on that day.
Now, do you think having, particularly in that race where you had Boothby, you're fairly close for some point, but obviously was pulled off a little bit, but you know how this format works, lowest points goes through, and it's all about scoring points as a team. Was it kind of releasing the pressure on your shoulders a little bit, knowing that Michael Tauscher was in third position, that the team was scoring very, very good points?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he probably gave me the win today, or in that moment, because he put Boothby under pressure, so Boothby couldn't push really and had to focus on him behind. So but yeah, I think it was very good that Michael is so fast, that we both are so fast, and we hope that we can help us in the future races as well. So I think it's all about working as a team, and in that case I think we did that really well. Michael did nothing stupid, because that was I thought, or I hoped, let's say, that he doesn't do something stupid there and trying to overtake him, because behind him was a fairly big gap and we could have only lost something there. But he managed it perfect, and I think perfect teamwork there.
Well, now we've seen both first races. We've seen every team compete so far. Let's isolate ACC's day today. Let's isolate the Friday. Who are your biggest rivals to take the crown today?
I don't know, to be honest. I think everyone is quick here. Let's say, of course, Redline, G2, BS Competition, all those guys are super quick, and I think it's all about being quick at the right time, so always delivering in quali and being fast and not doing mistakes in the race. So I think, let's say, there are many teams that can win today. So it's just about the timing and not doing mistakes and being fast at the right time.
Well, many thanks to you, Tobias. We'll see you once again and your team out in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
And Arjuna, there we go. Another heat done. Obviously, we've got the second chance race coming up, but always good to catch up with some of our drivers, some of our winners, and see how that mentality was.
Had an interesting voice there, that's for sure. We call sim racing top level talent aliens. Definitely sounded like an alien there. Qualifying is underway for the second chance race. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on VCO Esports with our second chance race. 5 teams from each of the heats have already advanced. 2 final spots are on the lines here in the quarterfinals of the inaugural Esports Racing World Cup. Hello everyone and welcome back to the first running of the Esports Racing World Cup. My name is Arjuna Kenkipati, joined alongside by Luke Crane and Lewis McLeod. We've already seen 2 action-packed races in our heat, but we're ready now for the second chance qualifier. Of course, 12 teams will compete in the quarterfinals, and those final 2 names will be etched out in a 10-minute sprint race here. Lewis, let's walk everyone through the format once more in what is a rather crazy format, 3 days of action-packed racing.
Yeah, we'll see this format once again in action tomorrow. We started with 22 teams. We've not got rid of anyone just yet. However, we have moved 12 teams to one side for the second chance race, of which only 2 teams are going to go through. We're going to eliminate 10 all from that. And again, same as it was in the heats, it is all about the lowest points that you score as a team through that. The top 2 cars of each team are those that are scoring points. Then they will all move through into the quarterfinals, where we'll go from 12 down to just 6, and then from 6 down to just 2. We will be covering the finals, and I'm sure they will be pretty frantic, but we always have to focus on the now. And the next up is the second chance, and there are going to be 10 very disappointed teams here, Arjuna.
Yep, no, I think that's an understatement, but in some cases, for example, the likes of Logitech G Altus Esports, or even maybe an Apex Racing team, 2 teams that we know and love in iRacing, but have never really made the step outwards into other platforms. We're seeing that from them today, and one thing that I did note, Luke, is the fact that for Altus, for example, Tobias Pfeffer, who we've usually seen race with other teams in the past, is now actually racing with Altus. So this is where relationships can be formed. This sort of a tournament invites teams to bring new faces into the fold.
Absolutely, and you say that, you know, Logitech G Altus are maybe not known for their ACC. They've snagged a really good driver there for this platform, and he really didn't perform in terms of qualifying in race number, in his first race number 2. And I'm sure he wouldn't be too disappointed with me saying that either. He knows what he's capable of and has to step it up. It's as simple as that. This is like a final in itself, right? We got 2 finals today. This is 10 teams are going to go home. Only 2 are going to make it through. And, you know, if your favored driver or someone you bought in specifically isn't showing up as of yet, what chance have you got getting into that top 2? So yeah, someone like Pfeffer has to show up here, has to show his best skill set for them to stand any kind of chance. But also, if you want to kind of be, if you don't get through here, if you don't get in the top 2, you want to be the 3rd team or the 4th team or the 5th, because there's points on offer here as well, right? Moving for the whole weekend. Absolutely. So it's not a case of, oh, I didn't quite make it to the top 2. Oh, let's just quit the race, or let's go for it and dive someone and potentially end our race. You've got to be calculated here and try and gain as many positions as possible as a team, because there are still points on offer.
And one thing, it's a good point you note, but the way that the points over the days are structured means that even if you don't get out of the second chance race, you're still in with a good chance. 22 points will be handed down to the winner of the day, 21 for the team that finishes second in the final, and so on and so forth. So plenty to play for, and a reminder, $50,000 is our total prize pool, $20,000 over the course of the competition in the overall points, but $10,000 per day. So each of these days, the stakes are rather high. Lewis, from your perspective, though, who was the biggest surprise in terms of performance? Qualifying, we know, is so important, but it's also such a hectic scene, right? Because you're all on track together. You're going to have to try and find space. Space is a precious commodity here in Bathurst.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure which ones were the most impressive, because it's not like an easy one. The ones that we were expecting to be towards the front, you know, the likes of, to be honest, Unicorns of Love were one that we were expecting to be up there. We know they're very, very good on this platform. Whether they will be over the next couple of days, that's a bit more of a question mark. Redline did have a bit to get up to speed on. Kevin Siggy driving, I remember with the McLaren Shadow project, he ended up not qualifying on rFactor 2, normally his preferred platform at that point, and so was running around being like, where else can I try and qualify for this? And he ended up qualifying through Assetto Corsa Competizione, the first time he ever touched the simulator, and in one day he got through, and then ended up winning the competition overall. So clearly he was up to speed with it, but I was actually a little bit surprised with how quick already Enzo Benito and Jeffrey Rietveld were to already get onto the speed, and to be perfectly honest, from Enzo Benito's point of view, outpace Kevin Siggy. Maybe it's a bit boring to say that they were a bit of a surprise, considering we still expect them to go strong, but I mean, I can't pick Rocket Sim Sport because that'd be biased, wouldn't it?
One thing to note already is, I mentioned cars all on track together in qualifying. One of the Altus Esports cars has already been given 2 penalty points, so they're on the back foot already, Luke. How do you bounce back from something like that?
Very difficult, but you've got no time to think about it. I think that might be the big positive here. It's so fast and frantic that you've just got to get rid of it out of your brain, and the race just begins. There's not too much time to dwell on this, and just go out there and get a performance and get those points as soon as you possibly can.
And these races are going to be even more frenetic, Lewis. 15 minutes in the heat, 10 minutes here in the second chance race.
Yeah, it is just about 2 teams going through right now. But then, like you said, it's all about everyone else behind, trying to find their positions. Logitech Gialta Esports, if they don't get a good 1 or a 2, on that position sheet, but them finishing third could be critical moving later on in the week. So it is all to play for.
Well, I'm going to take a step back again. I get to watch with everyone in the chats as well, this incredible action that we're going to see. Lewis and Luke will take you through this 10 minutes of craziness, but we're ready to go racing for the second chance race. Remember, 2 teams advance, we say goodbye to the rest of the 10 teams.
Well, deep breaths, ladies and gentlemen, the final of our heat races, so to speak, the second chance. And Luke, you were saying that one driver needed to make a bit of an effort here. Tobias Pfeffer has shown up. He has grabbed pole position, and I remember him having pole position around this circuit as well. Very, very strong indeed. Nikodem Wisniewski, who moved up a lot of position early doors, he's starting second. His teammate Stefanko is directly behind, alongside one of the Carbon SimSports car who did not have a great race last time out. Apex running in strong, and it does seem like the third row of the grid is getting locked out by a team every single time. Johan Harth and Marcus Jensen alongside. Jakob Brzezinski in 7th spot, looking really, really strong. But look out for that. Core Racing, Askari Rene and Carl Janssen starting in 8th and 10th. That is a team that will be strong as well as they're running up there. They might be able to grab themselves a couple of more positions and actually start challenging for those top 2. Who knows? We know one team that's going to go aggressive in this one, though, and that will be our Nage competition. Those pink and white machines qualified fairly well, but with a bit of work ahead of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big thing here for Pfeffer is, yeah, great, P1. Where's the nearest teammate? Well, we're seeing it here, right down the order, aren't we? I'm not even in the top 20, 25th. Oh, that's Team Godzilla. Sorry, it's not even that. It's 28th position. 28th and 30th position for the other 2 Logitech G Altus drivers, and that's just not going to be enough. Look at Wisniewski and Brzezinski, 2 Williams drivers, P2 and P7. That's 9 points. Pfeffer and his nearest driver, it would be 29 points, even if he went out and won the race. So he's shown up. He needs one of his teammates to make some sort of inroads really quickly. It's only 10 minutes as well. And watch out for Maciej Jewski, of course. We saw in the first race the Carbon Esports team playing a game of bowling. Hopefully we don't see the same again, but they have to have a big performance as well.
But Tobias Pfeffer can't worry about his teammates too much. He's got his sights set on finishing in first position here as the second chance race in the VCO ERWC is about to get underway. Nikodem Wisniewski alongside in the front row. Remember how James Bolton went around the outside? That one has already been covered off by Tobias Pfeffer. Great launch down into turn 1. Hell corner is ticked off. And how are we looking in the background? There is a couple of contact. It's Burst, there's Ballas as well. And the other Logitech Gialta Esports cars all taken off there. I think it might have been Bo Albert who was off the road a bit further down. So not great for them, but one of our teams that did qualify quite well and maybe even better than expected, to be perfectly honest. Johan Harth for Apex Racing Team running around in 5th position, gained a position already, and his teammate Jensen is also attacking with Williams Esports. Those 2 teams, Williams and Apex, are the 2 that are looking very, very strong, at least in the opening stage of this race, as Tobias Pfeffer clears off from the rest of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely is those 2 teams right now, Williams and Apex. And would you have expected Apex to be this far up the order in terms of ACC? I absolutely would not have done so. This is one of those teams that could just steal some points today. If you get yourself through to the quarterfinals, a couple of teams have a bit of a mishap. Big off there. It's going to be another gain of position as the lead has changed hands by the looks of things, really close up the, or really far up the order. And it looked like we had a Carbon Esports team at the front there. I'm not too sure exactly what's going down.
I think we're okay. I think it's just how much Tobias Pfeffer's cleared off from everyone already.
Oh,
He's
right.
gone. That was Askari Rene, by the way, over top. I was about to talk about how well Core had done, but unfortunately that little slide there,
that was
in the last race.
I was about to mention Core as well, but both of us there being thwarted.
Instantly gone. See, that's the pre-commentator's curse, you see?
I've never seen that before, but here we are. It's both of us in one hole here. That's an expensive crash.
Yeah, two Ballast Racing, that's their day done, and they might be settled for the final position. Either way, though, Alexander Vermont, who received a penalty, a 2-point penalty in the previous race, going side by side with Brzezinski. Brzezinski just went off a little bit there. He's dropping backwards, and now Carl Jansen's coming through, but watch out for pivot as well. They're 3 wide, coming down into the final corner, and Brzezinski's moved over on the core racing car, and he's gone straight off into the barrier at the final corner. I think that might have just been Brzezinski moving across himself. Thankfully for Williams, they've got Wisniewski and Stefanko in 2nd and 5th, so it's not high drama for them, but now it's down to just 2 bullets in the gun, so to speak. The number 32 of Ascari Reno receiving a little bit of contact there on the rear end from Jamie Fluke, who is being pushed into it by Anne Pinsett, who's being pushed into it by Luca D'Amelio. Oh, we expect it. Hell corner when everyone comes together like that.
Yeah, we just saw a Team Fordzilla car there, like a happy dog chasing its tail, but ultimately with a race car, when it chases its tail, it ends up the wrong way round. So they're now facing the wrong way, which is not ideal. And there is well, you can see everyone, how slow everyone is through turn number 2 here in this group behind. And there is the Team Fordzilla car there with its bonnet facing upwards there. That's not very... it's a power car there, so very similar looking liveries. And not a good start here at all.
No.
This is just unbelievable.
Goodness.
That's 4, 5, 6, 7. There's going to be 8 cars involved in that. That's massive.
Oh, and Arca brakes alert. Arca brakes alert. No one cares. They are flying straight into it. Yellow flags do exist in sim racing, and there's even more happening behind.
Yeah, but it's a very well-known fact that sim racers are colourblind, so that's why they do ignore yellows or tend to ignore them.
I was told when I was doing my driving lesson from it's still going. It's still going. Absolutely, this is just madness. That is pretty embarrassing, I will say. But either way, that's how hard they're going to race. I was told when I was doing my driving lessons, and my friend gave me a little bit of advice. He says when you see the yellow light, that means go faster. Now that's obviously about traffic lights. And, so don't follow that advice. Less so on the racetrack though. Definitely yellows means 100% you should slow down. And that was not the case. It's eliminated quite a few cars from this, and you can even tell just basically what we're looking at here. Nikodem Wisniewski and Stefanko, who we're looking at right now, 2nd and 5th. Johan Hath and Jensen start in 4th and 6th right now. Apex Racing team might well be moving. Now, this is a team which is, as Arjuna was saying, this is a team which is very much more of an iRacing team. The fact that they might be going through into the quarterfinals right now shows how impressive that is. That is honestly fantastic. That is a bit of a giant killer.
That's championship winning form. That's what that is. That's getting the job done when you've not necessarily got the team or maybe the car underneath you to do so. They are definitely disadvantaged on ACC. This will be one that they, iRacing is going to be the one that they target as we've got to get maximum from that one. Anything else from ACC and maybe even rFactor 2 to a certain extent is a bonus. If they can perform well here, again, get yourself to that quarterfinals. Look what we've just seen happen here in this race. Look how many teams have dropped out because of one incident. Yeah. Can you then snag another couple of positions? Maybe even sneak yourself through to the semi-finals where you gain even more points. So it's all about now just trying to, if you maybe don't feel like you've got the outright pace to, go with some of the real quick teams, how many positions can you snag? And how important will that be in terms of points at the end of Sunday? Also, something I want to mention here, as we've got an incredible battle here, is how many drivers have driven without a real care at the back there, trying to just gain as many positions as possible, but ultimately ended up out of this race. And how is that going to affect their points? Because they are earning points right now. How many teams were there effectively in let's say P7 in this race, which would effectively get them 6 points in the championship, but now they're going to be down in P10 and they're going to get maybe 2 points. Like, going towards Sunday, that is huge. And decision making, albeit you're not going to get qualified through to the quarterfinals or semi-finals or the final, but your decision making in this race specifically, especially if it's not your strongest suit in terms of our 3 disciplines, has to be better.
Yeah, like I say, I completely agree with you. Yes, sure, I get it. They're trying to gain as much as they can. They almost fairly oblivious to what's going on. They just want to go and gain what they can. Maybe it's the last chance for their team to gain something, particularly with Logitech G Esports, where they've got Tobias Pfeffer in first. That's what they're seeing right now, as we're seeing this battle between Carpenter Sports and Apex and the Williams as well. But they did, just like you say, just with no care in the world, just firing it through. And I'm sure Race Control will be looking at that and thinking, look, I get what you're playing for here, lads, but let's not do that again. There are still points and stuff you can gain, still positions you can gain in the championship. And either way to the outside of Machevsky and trying to find a way past, but Carbon Team Sport easily able to hang on for now. And Johan Half, normally taken to rallycross racing and such. This time, less so in that department, but still going very, very strong indeed.
Don't count Carbon Esports out of this. They're currently 2nd and 10th position. That's 12 points. Let's try and do a little bit of live maths, shall we? Pfeffer's going to win. It's not going to make any difference, right? You've got to take him out of the equation here. There's no Logitech G Altus cars that are going to be anywhere near in and amongst this. We've got Wisniewski, who's currently in 2nd. That's 2 points. Stefanko, who is in 5th, is 5. So that's 7 points. Again, let's not count any potential penalties or anything like that, although we've not seen any contact. So they're on 7. So they would be ahead of Carbon, who are on 12. But what about Johan Half and Jensen? As it stands, they are on 10 points. So there's only 2 points between Carbon and indeed, and Apex just made a mistake there. Jensen's made a big mistake there, and is he under pressure? Yes, he is. So this is massive. So Vermont now making that move will make it 1 point between Carbon and Apex in them qualifying for the next stage of the competition.
Do you know, I hadn't even thought about that being that close. It is very, very tight indeed. And that is potentially why Johan Half is trying to fight this a bit more. I would normally say he needs to back out of this one and not really fight it too hard, but this time he's going to get to the outside of the final corner. This will be going on to the final lap of the race with 2 minutes left on the clock, I do believe. Heavy on the brakes to the outside, but Carbon SimSport might open the steering here a little bit, but it is going to be the position for Johan Half to get himself up into 3rd, and it could get even better as Martin Stefanko's trying to get himself through around the outside of turn 1 as well. Johan Half now has the inside line once they've reached the top of Mountain Straight and got into Griffin's Bend, but it's gone from good to very, very bad as Stefanko might be picking up the position on him.
Oh, no, well, this Carbon SimSport's got 2 penalty points, but it's not their lead 2 drivers, so they're going to be good here. So because it's not their lead 2 drivers, it's not really going to make too much of a difference. But Apex not losing that spot there has actually still made it a 1 point swing. So as I think it stands, Williams are going to be good, but Apex now are going to be 1 point clear of Carbon. So if the Carbon Esports driver has to stay in P2, but right now it's Johan Half, he cannot attack really, because if he loses one position, it will go to a tie, and I'm assuming, because Carbon are ahead in this race, it would go on their best performer, right? So right now, Johan Half cannot afford to lose a position. The Williams Esports driver, big off. There's the Apex driver. Esports are in a prime spot now.
Oh, that is terrible for Matthias Jensen. Oh, that was going to be so good for Apex. It does promote Jamie Fluke up a couple of positions inside the top 10, so it is not over for Apex. And just to clarify with the points, now this is going to make it even closer. The 2 points that are applied, regardless of the driver that it is applied to, it does go to the team. So if, say, for example, the team is finishing in 3rd and 9th, which is where they are now, that totals up to 12 points. Regardless of who's done it, whether it's their 3rd driver or not, it's 2 extra points, and so they will be on 14. At the moment, Will Carbon. Johan Half with a 4th place finish, and Jamie Fluke now in 10th place.
It's 1 point, 15.
Well, no, because Fluke,
Carbon.
I think Fluke will be ahead of Jensen, because I don't know how big Jensen's off was. I think that'll give them 14, so I think they might be locked in points. Either way, final corner's been done. We're getting completely lost. Tobias Pfeffer's crossed the line and has won here. Nikodem Wisniewski and Machevsky are going to cross the line in 2nd and 3rd. This has been a crazy second chance race. I don't even know how to pick this one apart. It has been mad. And around the outside, Gianmarco Fiducci picks up the position. That was bold. Nico Hillebrand fires it straight down the inside and absolutely messes it up, throttles up to crossover at the chase. And the drama is not exclusive to the front runners.
He could do that 100 times and he takes both cars out 99 times. How has he managed to thread the needle and not hit them? I'm not sure he was actually focused on not hitting both of them, to be honest, but that's how it worked out. This is incredible here. I have zero idea as to actually who's gone through because of those 2 penalty points. That ebbed and flowed. That 10-minute race, we had race 1 where it's kind of really difficult for us to figure out exactly who's going through. Race 2, pretty easy for us to kind of figure out who's going through. Race 3, well, it's going to go get a hat. We'll pick them out.
There are still 2 incidents under review in what was a barn burner of a race. Williams, I think, are comfortable. There's at least half the equation that is sorted. The question will be Apex or Carbon. Unless there's some magic 3rd team that's going to spring a surprise, Lewis. What a race that was. If not for Jensen's mistake, Apex looking comfortable there.
And that's critical. Thankfully, though, that's the point of having the third bullet in the gun, because Jamie Fluke was quite close, just one position behind, or a couple of positions behind. So realistically, still might look good for ADAC. Either way, I will just say hats off to them on how much form that they found. Clearly, what happened in the heats not necessarily indicative of their pace, because whilst they are an iRacing team, this time they really showed their pace and potential. I think, honestly, regardless of whether they go for it or not, that is a win in my book.
And I'll go back to what I said earlier. All cars on track at the same time for qualifying. Think about how crazy that would have been for some of these drivers to try and find some real estate on the mountain. We are trying to get those results to you as soon as possible. One thing I would point out here, Luke, is the fact that Apex in the past, they've had this Apex Academy. It's developed world champions in iRacing. You've had the likes of Zach Campbell, Sebastian Job, and so many more that have come through that nurturing process. They've relaunched that program late last year. Matthias Jensen, one of the drivers that has joined up with the Academy. We saw his pace today. Think about what more he could do with that backing behind him.
They get a lot of flack to Apex because they tend to have a lot of drivers qualify for the iRacing World Championships, right? And that's not their problem, right? They qualify. It's great news for them. So they get a lot of flack for working together as a team to get the best result for maybe one driver or two or three. We've just seen exactly why they're so good or so well renowned. In a genuine team event here, they just get results when it's needed. Again, we've said many a time, this is not really the strong sim for them. They would have been targeting this of, what can we steal from this event? That may sound harsh, and maybe I'll get proven wrong there, but I think it would have been a case of, well, how many points can we steal here? Could we potentially get to the quarterfinals? As it stands, it's going to be close for them, but it just goes to show that what a team environment can achieve. That is, I think, is ridiculous that they're even in the conversation of getting through to the quarterfinals. I do want to mention one thing that is going to go throughout the 3 days. How important is Pfeffer getting a P1 in this race? And how many positions is that going to have gained them in the race in terms of the points coming to the end of the day? That, again, the two drivers, he wasn't backed up, but there was a big accident. How many positions did they gain at the back end? How important will that be?
I'm keeping an eye on these points as they get live inputted right now, because I am tense. I am waiting to see what is going to happen here. Going back to your point, though, Luke, about Pfeffer's pole, it put Altus in a good position, but straight from the start, the other two cars forced off the road. They didn't get the job done in qualifying. Let's not beat around the bush there either. But Pfeffer's pole, if not for the bad luck that the other drivers had, and then Bo Albert plunging into the chaos that we saw just after the cutting, where I think almost 10 cars plus got mixed up in that one. It's not just that they would have gained positions, but they could have been in an even more comfortable position, just like you talked with Apex, in their uncomfortable sim, putting them in a position to be in a good spot come the end of this weekend.
Yeah, well, only one driver actually got taken out into turn number one. The other driver went wide. I think Bo was actually, he got through it. And he actually gained maybe 5 positions off the start. So it's really all about what the other accident that happened, like you said, 10 cars involved. How many positions did they gain from that position? We don't know, the full grid here. We will get a look at exactly how things went down. But again, yeah, the position 1 for Pfeffer is massively important. They had to lean on him. I think it's a huge shame that he's not really been backed up here, but it just goes to show the strength and depth of talent on ACC.
You kind of did the reverse commentator's curse, right? You said that he didn't perform in qualifying. He did that this time around. Looking at the provisional point, because they're still being inputted right now, they're still getting tabulated. Lewis, we're looking at a tie between Carbon and Apex.
Yeah, I don't know where it goes from there. I don't know where, like, that thankfully is a race control decision, not ours. We get to sit here in the commentary booth and just read out what we get told. Like, in that sense, you would assume it comes to the highest place drive, but then you also can go, yeah, but Carbon had a bit of a penalty and stuff. Is that fair? How do we play this one?
And going to kind of what you were talking about, sorry, Luke, I'm going to jump in here. You were kind of, speculating that penalty points would only be applied if the driver was one of the scoring drivers. But this is the great format, right? Because you have 3 drivers, only 2 scoring points. The fact that penalty points get applied regardless means that third driver can't play some games, which maybe we would have seen if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, well, it's great, and just shows I didn't read things properly, so that's on me. But also it gives us a chance to have a talking point on it as well. You're right, it means that, as much as you can maybe have a certain say on other drivers behind you, you can't really just take people out. You can park on the apex, you can slow down like any other racing driver, but you can't just go around taking people out. And it really does show, and if Carbon Esports do not go through on this, it does really show how important it is to be clean in these races.
Well, we're waiting for these results to be finished up, so we are going to step aside and have a quick chat with Tobias Pfeffer, our winner here in the second chance race. He won't advance, but Lewis is standing by with the representative of the Logitech G Altus Esports.
Either way, Tobias, fantastic race there. The heats did not really go to plan. The race, though, that certainly was completely dominant from start to finish. Is it a bit, sad that it was left until that point? Do you think you could have done more in the heats?
You hear me? Yeah. I think, yeah. I got punted out in the first qualifying in the heat too. So, yeah, I had to get the second chance because it was a bit... I started from P32 in the race, the first race. So, yeah, the second chance was the only way to go, and I had free air and could deliver. So, yeah, I'm actually happy.
Well done. Like, that was a sensational performance. It's such a shame that you weren't backed up, so to speak, but how important do you think that P1 in terms of how many points your team earns today is going to be throughout the rest of the competition?
Well, I know that Altus has a lot of experience in iRacing, and yeah, we will see. I mean, the competition is high, and the competition is quite hard to get a good position in VP1 or P2, even on the podium or top 10. So yeah, we will see. Until now, I mean, we know we are fast, but yeah, you can't say the moment if it's important or not. But yeah, we're trying to do the best. So yeah.
Now, with obviously, we're going to see you out in action again tomorrow on rFactor 2. You've got a little bit of rFactor 2 experience in the Le Mans Virtual Series. How has it been in a team where, like you say, they're iRacing experts? How has it been trying to sort of teach them the ways with some of these other simulators and sort of guide their way through it? And is there more that you can do that you've learned from today that you can teach them a little bit tomorrow on a different platform?
Yeah, let's say, I also don't have that much experience, as it was the first time I got into rFactor and VLMS. But yeah, I will teach them a bit how to drive the simulator and all that stuff. So yeah, it's really different to the other simulators like iRacing or ACC. So yeah, I will just advise them a bit how to drive it. So yeah, we will see.
Well, you've been brought in especially for ACC, as we know, and a little bit with rFactor 2. Who in your team has surprised you the most? Obviously, they're more of an iRacing background. Who's surprised you the most in terms of transitioning across ACC and rFactor 2?
Well, we didn't practice that much yet in rFactor. So the problem is I joined the team last week, so we didn't had that much practice in ACC. So I can't really tell, but they're doing a good job and they adapting quite fast, and both of them are good. So I can't tell right now. They're actually on the same level, so they're doing quite good.
Well, thank you very much, Tobias. Another race win to add to your little collection. Unfortunately, it's not good enough to progress. We will see you out in action tomorrow.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Right, well, with that all sorted, another race winner, but it is always sad to win a race like that and then kind of be left deflated, because it's a race win, it's fantastic, but then, well, now what? Nothing.
It's the joy of winning, then the disappointment of not advancing. We do have the results. Let's go ahead and show you the points as they stand here after that second chance race. Remember, only the top 2 will advance. We say goodbye to the rest of the 10 teams. Of course, we did think Williams were comfortable. 2nd and 5th for their drivers. They will advance, but the word that we're getting is Carbon SimSport tied with Apex on points once you factor in those 2 penalty points that Carbon got, but because they finished in 3rd, the highest of their drivers, Apex highest finish was 4th, it will be Carbon SimSport moving on. Apex Racing Team Luke, well, they're watching on from the sidelines now.
Wow, that's massive. I don't think that Apex needs to take this as a negative because they're the best of the rest, right? So they're still, I think they scored 10 points. I could be wrong. I think it's 10 points they're going to score on a sim that they're just not the strongest on. That could be huge come Sunday. So yeah, watch this space. Apex will be there or thereabouts to potentially win this championship. I think that is a good result for them.
And to talk you through the other names that will miss out, our Arnage competition, Team Fordzilla, Logitech Gialtis Esports, of course, we just talked to Tobias Pfeffer, Core Sim Racing, STR Racing, Burst Esports, Butler Pal Motorsports, Ballast Esports, and Mirror Esports. So we wave goodbye for those 10 teams, but we say hello to our quarterfinals. Before we get to that, though, we're going to quickly have a chat with the man that inspired the idea of this Esports Racing World Cup. Luca Monroe is a part of the Overtake team, of course, produced so much wonderful content. It started with an email to Florian Hasper about this idea of the Esports Racing World Cup, and Lewis McLeod had the chance to chat with Luca Monroe.
So then, Luca, what is your connection to the ERWC?
Back in July 2020, I messaged VCO inquiring about the potential of a all-encompassing Sim Racing World Championship, because I sort of realised there wasn't one. I saw what they did with Cup of Nations, with the versatility, the flexibility, being quick in a multitude of different cars and tracks, and I felt like it was an incredible concept to take into a full-encompassing Sim Racing Championship. And Florian got back to me, said that the potential was there, and then fast forward to March 2021, VCO Pro Sim final round, I've tuned in and I see the advertisement for the ERWC, and I was like, well, this is it, isn't it? And I messaged Florian immediately afterwards, and he was like, yeah, you're the one who inspired me to come up with it.
Now, how, considering, seeing it there, how did that flash inspiration, how does it feel from your end to now see it as this championship, as this massive event that we've got over this entire weekend?
It's absolutely incredible. I'm just an esports racing fan. I write for Overtake GG's editorial team. I'm basically a walking encyclopedia, not to toot my own horn, in regards to all kinds of esports racing events. I'm watching all of them, and I was kind of watching a lot of events prior to the Cup of Nations and thinking, what's that one encompassing quintessential championship? And honestly, I was struggling to find one. And this Esports Racing World Cup is taking everything that's great about esports racing and actually doing it, and it's incredible. And I'm just stoked. I'm really looking forward to watching the races later.
Now, being a bit of an esports guru, what is so fascinating about esports racing to you?
So, like I was mentioning earlier, because you don't really have the factor of having to put all the cars on acquiring the cars in the first place, which is probably a lot of money, and then flying them to all these different locations. Everything's just the touch of a button. You can afford to test a driver's versatility, and that's what I think a lot of esports racing championships should do nowadays, because it's all well and good having one type of car and then one track per event, but since you can afford to change it up slightly, and there isn't really that immensely physical factor, there's no G-forces involved, what you can do is test the mental strength, and that was something that the Cup of Nations I felt really demonstrated brilliantly. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping to see out of more esports championships, and this ERWC and then subsequently the ERL provides a fascinating foundation to demonstrate this ability that all these esports drivers have.
I think the really important thing that we've all got to ask, particularly Florian wants to know, what's the next big idea?
Well, I have already kind of shared something with Florian, but I don't think he would appreciate me telling you guys. He can probably tell you after this, but it's still got the same sort of inspiration as the ERWC in a sense. But yeah, it's not my place to say, unfortunately.
And then finally, with the competition coming up over the weekend, who's your eyes on? Who is going to win this thing?
I mean, it'll be very difficult to look past Redline. I think that's always the easy answer. But in particular, I'm looking forward to seeing drivers who are doing all three platforms. And within Redline, that's Enzo Benito, who has proven to be exceptional on all platforms. But still, that doesn't mean that they're going to have an easy time of it. Like Unicorns of Love and Netrex have combined. Also, I put them in touch with each other, so a bit biased probably. But and there's so many involved. Obviously, back in my friends at BS Plus. Also, I work with Rene Butler, so his team's in it. So there's I've got a lot of personal stakes in this, but if I were a betting man, Redline.
Well, cheers, Leaky. We'll have to wait and see and find out.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlecars, to the ERWC. And this is a whole new format, which you may not have come across before. So we are going to indeed have Arjuna and Lewis take us through the quarterfinal stages. But first of all, let's have a little look at what the format is, Lewis, if you could explain it to our audience.
Yeah, thankfully we have now ticked off the heats. It now gets a bit more simple. Heats, second chances, they are behind us. We are talking about 12 teams now. We want to find out which of those teams is going to be the top 6. The way we're going to do that, we're going to run another 15-minute race. Over that time, it's once again, as we've seen in the previous ones, those top 6 teams that score the least points. P1 is 1 point, P2 is 2 points, and so on. Nice and simple, not to make things too complicated. Just your top 2 drivers in each team score points. Once we are done with the quarterfinals, we are down to just 6. Same rules apply. Lowest points goes through, and we are looking for just 2. And then it goes to the final, where it's the best of 3. That one we will cover a little bit later on. Basically, winner takes all in that. But for right now, for the quarterfinals, this is where this kind of championship, this kind of series really starts to make its money, because this is going to be completely intense, completely frantic. And I get the feeling that we might well see the big one.
I'm going to throw you both under the bus. First of all, Arjuna, because you've been taking a seat back and letting us do all the commentary on the first couple of races. But who stuck out for you? Who are you expecting to either continue their form, maybe come out of nowhere and potentially go and win this event? So who are your favourites to watch out for?
I think the favourite, singular, has to be Unicorns of Love. Just think about the way that they dominated across of their cars heat number 1. In terms of other drivers and teams that might be up there in the mix, Redline looked good on their first big foray into Assetto Corsa Competizione. Of course, can't discount Veloce Esports, where we saw James Baldwin supremely confident in heat number 2. Looking further back, though, remember, 6 teams will advance, 6 will walk away after this one. I think the battle between that edge is going to be really close, because we've seen changes of fortune. For example, Williams Esports, who are pretty consistent in their heat, really then picked up the pace and were just strong and consistent in their second chance opportunity and really took advantage of that. I think staying out of trouble, we saw the big one, Lewis. You were talking about maybe we'll see the big one.
No,
we've seen the big one.
I think we're going to see one bigger, mate.
That might take out all 30 odd cars that we'll see. I think, though, if you can stay out of trouble, someone like Williams might be able to spring a surprise and work their way into the semi-finals.
Now, from my point of view, how is it on my end? Who am I thinking go through? I agree. I think Unicorns of Love are actually the favourites. I think Tobias Grunewald and Tauscher, fantastic drivers. Leona Toki is good enough to pick up whatever's left behind as well, especially when it would come to the finals where it's just 2 teams. I genuinely think that they are the hot favourite. Whether that's the commentator's curse or not, I don't know. Who's going to challenge them, though? I kind of think BS Competition, they're going to be the ones up there really taking the fight for them. They've got a great chance to get through into the final. And then, I mean, with how that's going to work, Yaltine as well might well reverse himself into the pole on the second race. That's going to be fantastic. But honestly, picking the 6 teams, you could take any one of these 12 teams, put them in a list of 6 and go, those are the ones that's going through. And someone will go, that sounds about right, because they're all that strong. When it comes to teams, with the exception of Commander being missing from this group, which I'm very disappointed in, expecting more from you. But I think this is one of the strongest fields on teams that you will actually ever see in sim racing.
Yeah, we've got Mike in our ear, and he's had all the times during qualifying. Like, he is proper excited as well. But you're right. Absolutely anybody could go out there and win it. Let's talk about dark horses then, if there is such a thing. Again, anyone can win it. But is there anybody for you, Arjuna, that sticks out that goes, oh, do you know what? If there is a couple of incidents here, maybe they could steal themselves a couple of spots.
I think Trison, we saw them, top 8 for all 3 cars in their qualifying. We didn't mention them at all just yet. They could be up there. And I do think, I didn't really talk about BS Competition. I think BS Competition, new recruits, of course, the likes of Niels Naujoks and Gregor Schell, and even Artur Camero, who's not racing today, but they're now stepping even more outside of just iRacing, where they really started things. They've got a strong lineup here. They've got the likes of Phil Denez, who we'll see the next couple of days as well. A good day here, a good performance throughout the rest of this day sets them up nicely for what's to come.
Would they be a dark zebra, though? Not a dark horse, so...
it's half dark already, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah. For me, I think Yazheat. Like, 2 cars, just the 2. Also, I think Yazheat's one to really talk about here, because every team has 3 bullets in the gun, if we want to speak it like that. Yazheat, Veloce, do they technically have 5? Are they actually going to work together a little bit? How's that one going to work? Yazheat could well be picking up the pieces of some great results here, especially with Boothby.
That is absolutely a really good point that I didn't think of. Yeah, they effectively have 5 drivers in and amongst it, but when push comes to shove, when it comes to money and drivers making money, there's no friends, right? There's no friends out there whatsoever. For me, I think, yeah, if you look past Unicorns of Love, you've maybe not got the experience of what we have and watching sim racing. They are that good, but they're young. And is there an argument to say that they have to perform today?
It's a tough one. That's a really tough one. I mean, on the RF2 side of things with NetRex, maybe they've got a bit to go in there, but they said that today is their day.
Well, that's enough from us. It's over to you lads now. Let's head for some quarterfinal action.
Well, here we are, 15 minutes on the clock, and quarterfinal action ready to get underway. We talked about how close the times were. The top 10 separated by just about 0.2 of a second. It was that close. The gap between the top 3, less than half a tenth. It's anyone's game, but pole position has gone to new BS competition driver Niels Naujoks, and James Baldwin, who I was just singing the praises off, Lewis, he's all the way down in 11th.
Yeah, this is a little bit tight. You can see it's BS competition up there with Naujoks, Gronewold, Tauscher, Unicorns Love, obviously looking very strong. Again, we're looking for the top 6 teams here. Which one's those going to be? I was wondering where Redline are to point those out to you. You've got Enzo Benito there in 10th. You've got Jeffrey Rietveld in 12th and Kevin Siggy, who is the black and red card, just there in 14th. They're going to be a very, very strong team in here. Got another BS competition back down here with Gregor Schill. Is this great for BS competition? No, not really. There's a little bit of work for Gregor Schill and the likes to do. This, honestly, will be one of the toughest races. Anyone qualified back 16th back, they can still get through into the semi-finals. They really can. But they know that, and they are going to be going 110% full attack. And that's why I think that we might see some crazy action, shall we say.
One thing that I'm just scrolling through the qualifying results here, Lewis, and trying to understand, I don't think, other than Unicorns of Love, there's any team that has 2 drivers inside of the top 10 or so.
I do not believe so. Maybe Top Racing, they've got a couple up there, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, here we go. 6 teams advance, 6 wave goodbye here on day 1 of the inaugural Esports Racing World Cup. Niels Naujoks to the green flag with the zebra in hand. Unicorns of Love and Tobias Gronewold alongside. Unicorns of Love in a great position as Naujoks picks up the throttle. We're racing for 15 minutes out Mount Panorama through turn 1. Unicorns of Love holding strong there. A couple of cars running wide, 3 abreast.
No.
Already a bit of chaos. Williams Esports, 2 of their cars getting mixed up there. You said there was going to be a big one, Lewis. Right off the bat, there it is.
Yeah, I think it might have actually been the Veloce. Either way, Niels Naujoks up into the race lead, jumping into BS competition. Fantastic. Normally we see him associated with BMW Team G2 Esports, but now seeing him in the zebra up into the race lead, gets past Tobias Gronewold, Tauscher in tow behind. And look at this from Top Racing. Smolyar to the inside, going into the cutting.
2 wide further back, but single file through the top 10. They're showing her for R8G. Unicorns of Love, if they hold this position, they would qualify as the top drivers. Tauscher hits the wall, but no harm, no foul, at least for now. They'll start to plunge down the mountain. Look at Eamon Murphy in that Veloce Esports car. Bit of separation forming between 8th and 9th positions.
Yeah, of course, when we're speaking of some top teams here, you've got Eamon Murphy and James Baldwin, who we jump back to for Veloce running up there. You've got the Rocket Sim Sports car. Rocket Sim Sports is round. I think that might have been Dan Handover just ahead of his teammate and sat there still blocking the top as they go down through Skyline. It's Ferris Stanley. That is a shame.
There's the 3rd Veloce car, so they need for Baldwin and Murphy to deliver, but through Forest Elbow they'll come onto this long straight that leads you down into that flat out kink. Requires so much commitment. You can see the red line cars all running from 10th through 15th. They're in a pretty comfortable position, but in towards the penultimate corners for the very first time. No major moves forthcoming. Looks as though, at least for now, Unicorns of Love, Veloce Esports and Team Redline all having cars up there in the top 15.
Yeah, I'm going to try and go through it. Yeah, there is the Team Redline cars. You've also got Alex Smoljar and Avalanche. They're both part of Top Racing, so there's a team that is going quite strong. To be fair, Veloce going quite strong, as you've said. Yaz Heat, Malinovsky, 14th position right now. Needs to do a little bit more work, but things are still looking quite good for Yaz Heat as well. The 6 is still very much not clear, with one specific exception, and that is Unicorns of Love. Everyone else has a bit of a question mark over as we ride on board with Dennis Juniger for R8G. Where's his closest teammate? That's the big question, because way down the grid, I'm going to assume Erhan Yovsky's not had a great one. He's in 30th position at the moment, is Erhan Yovsky. Isaac Price is in 24th, and so I think this is a bit of a copy and paste to what happened with Tobias Pfeffer, where despite Dennis Juniger putting in a fantastic race, unfortunately the team just isn't there, and their chances of progressing is not high.
That's what's so great about this format. One driver from the team may deliver. Where is the rest of the team to back up that strong performance? Now separation forming between the top 6 or so as they stretch their legs and pull away. Now Yox as they head into Skyline, already about 8/10 clear as Jeffrey Rietveld comes under fire from James Baldwin. Remember, Rietveld's the third of the red line cars in line. He doesn't need to defend this position for all his might, but given that Veloce and Redline are in the mix in terms of the points and where they are on track, might be smart for the 69 to try and hold up the driver that's got GT3 experience as he looked down to the inside of the elbow.
Yeah, that was a bold dive from James Baldwin. Absolutely knew where the brakes were. Also is going to open the door for Malinovsky to potentially come through as well. But keep your eye on the Triton car of Dominic Blyer. His teammates a bit further up the road in the form of Charcot in 6th position. Side by side continues. Jeffrey Rietveld looks to be dropping this position, but is it going to be 1? Is it going to be 2? He's on the inside through the fastest corner in Australian motorsport. He is going to drop the position to James Baldwin as we go side by side with Dennis Juniger attacking for 3rd position. James Baldwin picks up the spot, wasn't able to get his Yaz Heat's sister teammate through as well.
Oh, that R8G car got a wonderful run through the final corner, almost ran into the rear of the Unicorns of Love car, and there's more chaos. A zebra will scamper on through. One of the rocket cars gets spun around, but through the final corner, Jeffrey Rietveld trying to hold up the chasing pack has caused a bit of chaos there. Not by himself, definitely looked like he was assisted.
Goodbye to Yaz Heat. Unfortunately, Malinovsky now down 25th, 26th, 27th spot. That is not going to be good enough for them, considering they only have 2 cars. So George Boothby, another one in this top 10 battle, sort of just fighting essentially for himself and their championship positions. Again, remember that 7th through 12th is a championship position. This effectively will take it as their finish of the round. So it is very important.
What happened to Tauscher? What happened to Tauscher?
Oh,
and more contact.
BS competition as well. Jarl Ty in that one.
What happened to Tauscher? Left-hand side of the screen, Lewis. He scored down in 8th position for Unicorns of Love. Still in a good spot, but not as good as they were about 2 minutes ago.
This is a struggle to keep up with how much things are changing. We ride back up with the battle. Carbon SimSport, one of the teams just to have basically got their way through in the previous race, just beating out Apex, and Williams are into the barrier. That one, Martin Stefan, no, sorry, not Martin Stefanka, that'd be Jakub Brzezinski into the barrier hard. Oh, and there's more chaos and carnage. This is going off.
Yep, I mean, we thought it would get increasingly physical. Luke Crane put it as it's already white hot, but it's going to get even more fiery. So what we're seeing here is down the mountain. Here comes Erhan Yovsky trying to work his way forward to play support to his teammates. To the inside, a look from the Yaz Heat car. This one's nice and clean, but you can see the damage on the front end of some of these cars. That Williams car is a roadblock right now.
Yeah, that was Malinovsky, and that dive, he knows he needs to do it. That's the thing, and to be fair, so does Erhan Yovsky. A little bit of bump drafting that is being dished out to Nikodem Vishnevsky. Now goes back over to Erhan Yovsky, who passes one of the drivers between. Oh, and there goes Nikodem Vishnevsky anyway. Lena Toki sent him off into the barrier. Between Nikodem Vishnevsky and Erhan Yovsky, they're the 2 most successful drivers in the rFactor 2 GT Pro series when it comes to race wins. Unfortunately, battling way down the order, showing the strength of competition here as Malinovsky gets to the inside of the Macedonian, picks up the position, and now Lena Toki is onto the scene.
Smart from the R8G driver to lay up and try and force his way back up through the field. There's confirmation. Tauscher all the way down in 8th, still comfortable for Unicorns of Love, but whether it was a mistake off into the graph by himself that then snowballed into about 5 positions lost. Confirmation as well that the Williams car has retired. question I still have is Naoyox has leaped away from the field. Surely something happened potentially between the teammates, Lewis, because Tauscher was looking comfortable.
Might have just been a bit of a moment over the top and just ahead of his teammate, but either way, the moments happen. There's nothing they can do about it. It's just about kind of consolidating, trying to gain the position as Dominic Blyer, who was right at the order and now having issues himself. You can see how much damage is on the front end of his Mercedes AMG as he drops behind Malinovsky and now holds up Erhan Yayovsky back on board with Tauscher, now focused on Eamon Murphy. But he knew this in the previous race, or in Heat 1, when he was going to fight George Boothby, who's a few cars ahead of him. Do you need to fight it? Ask yourself the question, do you need to fight? Tobias Gronewold second, Tauscher 8th. That, with everything going on at the moment, will be good enough to be in the top 6 teams. They don't need to fight harder than this. I think he knows that, and I think he's going to play the long game here. It's all about questions of Enzo Benito directly behind, though.
I feel bad for our producer, Mike Gao, who's trying to follow everything that's going out on track, because plenty of battles. The question really is, which are the battles that matter? Here comes the Jean Alesi Esports car on Gregor Schill. Naoyox leads the way. Schill needs to hold on to these positions because it might be close potentially if Schill falls down with Yaltain all the way in 20th position. Plenty to play for with 6 minutes 50 seconds left on the clock. I'm already losing my breath, Lewis. We're past the halfway marker in this race. Triton Racing also in a good position. I don't even know which 6 teams we're looking at as probably advancing on through.
Yeah, honestly, there are big question marks here. BS competition, fair enough, and of course, Unicorns of Love. I think that at the moment with 9th and 10th on the track, Redline are looking very good as well. Top Racing, honestly, are in a great spot. 4th position for Smolja. Abelads has lost a position, by the way, to Kevin Siggy, so has lost a top 10. But then you're looking at James Baldwin trying to go on the attack for Veloce. I'm listing off so many teams that I don't know when we get into 6. There are so many that are in potentially good or potentially bad scenarios. No one's in a really perfect scenario and in a guaranteed spot. And that is why these quarterfinals is going to be just as bad in the semis, only with less cars. It's chaotic.
Word from the Unicorns of Love camp is that Schowinger maybe forced Tauscher wide, and that's how he snowballed down a couple of positions. Abeladze losing a bit of track then as they come down in through Skyline, back on board with the number 92 car as they'll come down into the elbow. Crucial corner to keep that momentum all the way down into those penultimate couple of corners. If that was a man that was punted off the road, he's a lot calmer than I would be in this situation. As here comes an update from Race Control. Yassi, a warning for the contact that we saw there. It's not going to matter too much. Malinowski still in 23rd spot. Yeah, but obviously that warning, kind of applied to the team. Whether that means that if their other teammates get a warning, then they get a penalty, don't fully know on that one. But either way, it's a shame for Malinovsky, for obviously his teammates, George Boothby, who's right at the order. It is a really big shame for Malinovsky. We go back to George Boothby on the rear end of Smolja, looking to try and pick up that spot. You can see how close they were over the previous sectors, but just 2 tenths between them. It remains very close. I'll tell you somewhere else where it's getting quite close, between one driver who might be in a fairly comfortable spot when it comes to this, and one driver who's definitely not, at least at this point, proceeding through into the semi-finals. It is Tobias Gronewold and Dennis Schoeniger going up the hill towards turn 2 at Griffin's Bend, battling for 2nd position. So we're getting a couple of battles up inside this top 10, and there it is. Dennis Schoeniger not really applying pressure right now. To correct me here, Lewis, but Unicorns of Love, BS Competition, Redline, Top, Veloce. I think those are the 5 that are likely somewhat comfortable. Well, somewhat comfortable. Let's put it that way, because everyone else is supremely uncomfortable. I think now the question is, who is that 6th? 5 looking okay. 6th one is mighty questionable.
I think so. We've got Dennis Schoeniger here. Now, let's talk about the next highest RHG driver. I said before it was like down in 28th, millionth place, all the way down the back. It is 18th with Isaac Price, 21st with Erhan Yayovsky. Things could be better, and this is where maybe let's do a little bit of a reverse Uno on the position that Dennis Schoeniger is in, that maybe he needs that extra point, especially if Isaac Price can pick up a couple. We know Isaac Price can be a bit aggressive. Now on the rear end of Stefanko, this could be make or break for the young German.
And there is 5 seconds between Stefanko and Brzezinski up the road. So if Price is going to make any headway, he's running out of time. Maybe the best on track that he can get is 17th position. Let's do the math quickly. Naoyox in first. His teammate Gregor Schill is in 13th. 14 points for them. Unicorns of Love, 2nd and 8th, so they're 10 points there. Redline looking at about 19 points. Top Racing might even finish up there in the top 2. They're well below 15, and Veloce would be around 18 points. So there's the bubble there. RAG's not totally out of this.
I'm proud of you, mate. That was some live on-air maths, and I always say
never trust a commentator's maths,
exactly.
and that was pretty good, right?
Yeah, that was decent. I'll give you that one. Obviously, not too far behind this as well is Malinovsky in 21st spot. He was going side by side with some of the Carbon Simsports car. That was Lukacek. He was trying to get around the outside of in that 21st position. Don't necessarily rule them out because, of course, they do have George Boothby up inside the top 5, top 10. So potentially Yazhi aren't necessarily out. Top Racing, we know, are going through, or at least at the moment, as we've said before, running in really good positions with Smolia and Avalanche dropping a position to Baldwin. Triton's actually another good one. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Charcot, and who's their next one?
Probably Blyer, unless he's fallen even further down.
Dominic Blyer was inside the top 15, but he had issues not too long ago. That's the problem.
It would then be Mateus in that 39 car. He's in... he's in the 373 today. He's in 19, so he's in the bubble. He's on the bubble.
No, that's the Carbon Simsport driver. Not that's.
I'm getting myself confused.
You
Sorry.
are getting yourself mixed up. Yeah, no, Mateusz Tuskovic is not up there at the moment. So for Carbon, again, they were looking good earlier on, but not so much anymore. What's happened to Tobias Gronewold? He's dropped down into 4th position. Smolia has caught and passed. So there must have been an issue for Gronewold as well for Unicorns of Love, because remember, he was in 2nd position and then was going into battle with Schoeniger. Schoeniger's up into 2nd position, and Tobias Gronewold, another Unicorns of Love car, has lost position. Still in a good spot.
Still 12 points there. They should be good if they can hold on. Remember, Naoyox has run away. 5 seconds clear. One of the most respected names in sim racing, not just because of his longevity, but the way he races as well. Here, though, comes the move from Enzo Benito on the inside of Tauscher. We saw Benito win the 12 Hours of Sebring in iRacing last year alongside Max Verstappen. Don't know how he got that car slowed down in time to turn into the corner, but the Unicorns of Love dropping back to the edge of the top 10. For Schoeniger, that 2nd place is crucial. Isaac Price not able to get close enough on Stefanko to try and make the move happen just yet. For RAG, those are valuable points. Final lap of this quarterfinal.
Yeah, Enzo Benito's claim to fame. It's not only winning this race, but it's winning it with 0 instant points, sharing it with the greatest in full time. That's ours. There is Carbon Simsport, either way, backwards, and that was both cars off the road, the 373 and the 297. So they may have got their way into this, but they're not going anywhere further.
Big changes down the order as well. I see Malinovsky's now up into 19th position. Word from race control. 1 penalty point for Schoeniger. Was that with the contact potentially with Gronewold that forced him down the order? So for RAG, maybe now their hopes are done. Final lap of this race, Lewis. We think we know 4 teams that are somewhat comfortable. The rest of the situation, though, totally up in the air.
Yeah, I'm going to wait. I'm going to hold my breath and wait for the points to appear because this is absolutely crazy. Dennis Schoeniger, we didn't see the incident, but either way, picking up the penalty point regardless. And how much could that change for them? Say, it's 2nd position and 18th with Isaac Price down there. Honestly, again, you could pull teams from a hat at this point and I still wouldn't be shocked. That is how crazy it is. There's only one driver who's just clear of everyone, not really doing anything else. That's Niels Naoyox. He's just leading by nearly 5 seconds. He might well be old. That's a bit harsh. But clearly, still has got it.
Niels Naoyox knows what Live for Speed is. For some of our newer viewers, they may not even understand what Live for Speed represented in sim racing as it developed. But new team for Niels Naoyox after winning BMW Sim Live in the BMW Time Attack in a GT4 car. He switched over to BS Competition. He'll win the quarterfinals here in the first running of the Esports Racing World Cup. His teammate Gregor Schill is down in 13th. That should be enough for BS Competition to advance to the semi-finals. Schoeniger across the line in 2nd. He's got a penalty point to be added to his total though. For RAG, they'll be right there in the mix, but are they close enough? Smoliar completes the podium for Top Racing. They're looking comfortable as well. We'll wait for the rest of the cars to come, and we'll wait for our wonderful team of admins, Lewis, to do the hard work and get these quarterfinal results tabulated as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there's only really a few that you can pick on in there. BS Competition, I think, are in a good spot. Top Racing, honestly, very good. Unicorns of Love as well. A couple of others in there, yeah, but realistically, there is no confirmed 100% who's going through. It's why we need to hear from Race Control. But you don't get races that crazy that often. That was nail-biting from start to finish, and kind of leaves me in a bit of fear for the semi-final coming up, because as much as we only have 6 teams in that, that's still 18 cars.
How much did you enjoy watching that one, Luke?
That was ridiculous. That was one of the most ridiculous races I have ever seen. And I'm out of breath here. I was trying to do maths at one point, and I decided to give up. And then I tried to help you guys out, and I think you guys realised that, no, he's given up. I have no idea. I think we've got it down to the 6 that you've mentioned. I think Triton might be on the bubble here. Again, we will get the official confirmation. Before I hand it over to you, Arjuna, indeed, in taking over the show, a bit of analysis of that race, if you can give us any. That was incredible.
It was the type of race where knowing where the rest of your teammates are was crucial. I feel bad for Unicorns of Love, because not once but twice they had cars drop down the order and they're just looking comfortable. They knew they didn't have to fight that one back. Apparently, contact not once but twice with the same car. It's a disappointment for them. For Schellinger, great pace, not delivered from the rest of his teammates though. Might be saying goodbye to Roman Grosjean Esports.
It's a terrible shame. I mean, if there's one team that I'm sort of sat there looking at thinking, oh, come on, it was so close. It's almost the underdog story, even though it sounds bizarre saying them as underdogs, but it is Yas Heat. They only have 2 cars here, and they so nearly made it work. Malinovsky, obviously they adjudicated that as being on his own shoulders with the warning that was dished out, but that is still a shame, because honestly, they were firing on all cylinders. They were in a great position. But I'm pretty sure, I don't know about you, Luke, but I'm pretty sure that everyone on that grid was in a good position to qualify, at least at some point.
Yeah, this is one of those races where, and I say this a lot, and people will probably get sick and tired of me saying it at this point, but when you get to the end of this broadcast, have you left everything out there on the track? Have you given your absolute all to get the maximum result? And maybe we could say there's a couple of teams who didn't in the qualifying stages, but in that quarterfinal, everything was thrown out there. It was ridiculous, and we've got an incredible result there as well. And I believe that there's 6 amazing teams going through, but by that race there could easily be 9, maybe 10, maybe even the whole group, to be honest. It would have been a worthy final. But as we move on, only 6 of them can go through.
And word from Race Control is no further investigations necessary, so we'll get the tabulations of the results up shortly. One thing I'll just point out there, Luke, is for Williams Esports, it didn't start off well. They recovered in the second chance race, and it went bad again here in this quarterfinals for them.
Yeah, it was weird. They've always, even when it was going badly in the qualifiers, they were always in a position to qualify. It was never really in doubt. And today, they looked so strong at the start of the race. It was like, yeah, we're going to sail through to our semi-finals. We're going to earn some massive points. And they are probably one of the teams where you look at and go, overall, they're going to be good every day. They're going to be in and amongst it at the very least every day. So a semi-final is probably a minimum expectation. And then it just capitulated, right? You know, it's strange to see them in this much trouble, but you can't dwell on it too much, and you've got to see what you can learn from these situations, because if you don't learn from it, is there any point in being here? It's as simple as that. These are some of the more household names there are, so it's not too much for them to learn at this stage, but they have to take stock and go, well, what did we do wrong here? Because they haven't got long to be thinking about it, because day 2, well, it's tomorrow.
And let's quickly talk about day 2 while we wait for these results, Lewis. Switching over from Assetto Corsa Competizione to rFactor 2, but we go from a GT car to an open wheel car, and a car that you have plenty of experience with.
It's the idea of this competition. It's not just the differences. Like I say, it's different classes. It's, potentially one day, throwing in things like rallycross and stuff like that. But, for now, like I say, we're switching it up. We're running in the Formula Pro car. Now, think of this as sort of the next generation of Formula 1 car, i.e. with the way the downforce works, a bit more ground effect, the downforce it is. But it's with a V10 engine as well. So it's fantastic. It's completely different. And it's just, to be honest, a bit eye-watering.
Believe we do have time to now have a quick chat with the man that ran away with that quarterfinals race. We are joined now by Niels Naujoks, looking comfortable at home, not just in your new colors, Niels, but here in this Mercedes AMG. How was that race for you? You didn't get involved in a lot of the chaos there.
Yeah, I think to the contrary of the first race, really. This was better. We spent the break fiddling with the setup because we believed the others just had the edge a tiny bit. So we got a clue. Can't say too much. Changed a few things, and I think we at least squeezed another 10th out of the car, which was just about enough for pole position. And first lap, I just pushed as hard as I could. Took a lot of risk to break the draft. And yeah, I think they were just being caught up in battles on their own then, and I could do my own race.
Now, you're definitely used to racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione, but normally in a slightly different German marque. That one's typically BMW, and obviously moving team to BS competition, still probably going to be racing in the BMW a fair amount. What is it like driving in the Mercedes, driving in something slightly different when you're so used to how the BMW drives?
Yeah, I think especially in terms of setup, the cars in ACC have so much depth that it takes a lot of time to figure them out individually. They all work a bit different. They all have different range on each slider, and they all respond differently to each slider. So we have to figure this out from scratch, basically, after not driving this for almost a year or more. I don't know. And then, yeah, just the car behavior in general is very different. I mean, we come from the M6 now on the M4, and then the Mercedes just a whole nother thing. You have to work around the huge engine in the front. It just wants to go straight all the time. So you got to work around the understeer somehow. Seems like we managed that in the end.
Niels, I want to ask you now about the fact that this is a competition across of platforms. We saw you dabble with iRacing with the VCO Pro Sim series, and for those who don't know, you're also now working behind the scenes with VCO, so it's not like you're not going to be exposed to the other platforms. But this is the last we're going to see of you. Today here in Assetto Corsa Competizione, you'll be handing the reins over to your teammates for rFactor as well as iRacing.
I think for me, it's good to specialize. I've been so deep into this game, there's really no point to go on to the other games. There are people who are more versatile on the team, who have more experience on both sims. So looking forward to cheer for them tomorrow, and hopefully we'll grab a lot of points in total at the end.
Now, I will just ask, because obviously a few teams are jumping in with a couple of drivers where they're not, obviously you're all part of the same team, but you're not used to working with each other across different simulators, maybe even, obviously in your case, jumping into a different team. But in your scenario, obviously being teammates with Gregor Schill for ages, obviously Arthur Camera as well, who's not here racing in this. Has that been a bit of an easier transition into this, that you're still kind of comfortable with your teammates, obviously getting used to racing with Jarl as well? Has that been easier, or do you think that's kind of left you almost at a disadvantage?
I don't know what my camera just did, but I'm still here. Don't think that's a disadvantage. No, we have our working procedure. We prepared like baseline setups for all the tracks that were in the pool, and as soon as the vote came out, we focused on these other two more specifically. Gregor was investing time throughout the week when he had it. I was doing it when I had some spare time. Arthur's focusing on AOR actually this week, so he's not part of that. And then we brought Jarl up to speed. I think he's still getting there. Every race and qualifying we do, he's picking up more speed. And I mean, I've worked with Jarl before when he was in G2 previously, so I already knew he's kind of a setup wizard, and certainly didn't hurt having his ideas just in the process now.
Well, thanks for joining us, Niels. Looking forward to seeing you in action in the semi-finals, and that's not far away. You've got to go get ready for qualifying. We'll see you in a couple of moments.
Yes.
Well, that's going to wrap up our chats here in the quarterfinals. We still got plenty of racing to go. And one thing that VCO pioneered at the end of the VCO Pro Sim series was a partnership with Tokens GG. The winners of the VCO Pro Sim series didn't just receive physical trophies, but digital NFT representations of their winning prizes as well. It's a partnership that's evolved even further in the last week or so, with VCO deepening that partnership with Tokens GG to provide additional digital collectibles. Lewis caught up with the CEO of Tokens, Georgi Pepelanikov, to have a chat. Let's hear more about the future of an esports digital museum.
So, Georgi, tell us, what is Tokens? What is a digital esports museum?
Well, first of all, hey Lewis, and super happy to be here. I can't wait to see what happens later today. But to answer your question, the Esports Museum is about bringing together the best moments from gaming and esports under one roof, and then making them available to be bought, to be collected, and to be traded by the Tokens GG users as digital collectibles. we're committed to building an immersive platform that truly bridges the gap between creators and fans. Tokens is about giving people the chance to own a piece of, gaming and esports history.
Now, why VCO? That's the important question, at least from our point of view. There's plenty of esports competitions out there from the racing side of things elsewhere. Why VCO?
Well, VCO because we see a great opportunity to create something really special here together. The NFT technology is not about putting price tags on JPEGs. We think that it's about allowing people to possess a meaningful collectible from the digital world. We know with esports racing, this is a digital world with digital native users and drivers that those collectibles can also hold additional purpose, whether this is supporting your idols, your favorite driver, your favorite creator, or it's things like having an exclusive perk that's only available to you as the owner. I can say a lot more, but I'm also mindful of what we have been planning to release later, so I'm gonna leave you with that. Imagine that you have this exclusive digital collectible that allows you to have entry to a special event, or it even enables an interaction with your favorite driver. And we're looking at all these opportunities together with VCO, and from our first conversations, we are already talking about some really amazing possibilities there.
Now, here's something which I think is a bit more prevalent towards some of our viewers and such, because we do know that NFTs and cryptocurrencies have come under a fair amount of criticism in the recent past due to mining, etc. What do you tell these that have the criticisms?
Well, first of all, some of the criticism can be valid. At Tokens, we are committed to be mindful and respectful of our planet and its resources, and that's why we chose to use a blockchain that is kind to the environment. And as I've been saying to you, Lewis, and others, not all blockchains are made equal. The blockchain of choice for Tokens GG is a blockchain called Flow. Flow is a new generation blockchain that's almost infinitely times more energy efficient than some of the traditional blockchains like Bitcoin and Ethereum. And on top of that, our team has made an internal commitment that we're constantly trying to improve our own technology solution stack so that we can reduce our footprint.
Now, speaking of the future, what comes next in the framework of cooperation between yourselves and VCO?
Well, quite a lot, to be honest. To sum it up, we are now starting with exclusive digital collectibles that are loaded with awesome superpowers. And we are embarking on this journey that together with VCO, we want to bring such collectibles to the VCO community. And we believe that they're going to be something that is going to be super exciting and fun for people to engage with. Our team is currently hard at work for the first VCO drop. And I can tell you that honestly, internally, we're super pumped, super excited about what's coming.
Well, thank you, Georgi. We'll get back to it.
Well, hello. We were just chatting about the final results from the quarterfinal, thrown straight back into the mix. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside Luke Crane and Lewis McLeod for this inaugural Esports Racing World Cup. Great chat there with the CEO of Tokens GG as VCO forges a new partnership to build an esports digital museum with sim racing representation. Confirmation then of the quarter-final point. Again, a reminder, 12 teams took part in a 15-minute sprint, 6 teams working their way forward to the semis, 6 teams waving goodbye. We'll start with the teams that we're waving goodbye to. Yes Heat, Triton Esports, Triton Racing, Williams Esports, Jean Alesi Esports Academy, Rocket SimSport, and Carbon SimSport all done for this first day of competition. While Unicorns of Love win the quarterfinals, they'll advance along with BS Competition, Top Racing of Veloce Esports, Team Redline, and R8G Esports. And the big shock for me there, Luke, is despite the fact that for R8G, one driver did great, did have a couple of penalty points, but was doing great, and the other 2 were really in the hornet's nest. They managed to advance by 2 points over Yas Heat.
This is the difference, it really is tough in the first stage. We saw this from the Logitech G Altus team, where if one driver does well in the qualifying stage or the second chance, you need someone to back you up. But where we got less drivers, obviously, if you finish really low down the order, it's still a smaller number in terms of where you're finishing on the grid. So that means that the real amazing performance outweighs that. So that's why you'll see now individual performances becoming a little bit more important, even more so in the final when it is about individual performance, right? But yeah, it's the further and further we go each day, it will become about the that one driver really putting on a show.
And Lewis, in your mind, what was the big surprise there? I mean, Yas Heat, for example, at one point were looking good, and then Malinowski had a bit of a tussle there, and they'll drop out of contention for today. And a reminder, they only had two shots in the barrel. The third driver, unfortunately, missing today's action through illness.
Top Racing, I think that's the easy one to tick off there. They did fantastic. Now, this is a strong team. They've raced under a few different teams over the last sort of 12 months, whether it's the Ladersport Rosenef team, etc. As a team, they have worked together in various quantities. Of course, Yiga Rogorognikov is a fantastic driver and is well respected on the platform. Didn't really feature too much there, but as a team, they are strong and well versed with ACC, so it kind of makes sense that they're going well here. I just wasn't quite expecting that strong. Alex Smoliar was playing with the big boys right at the front. It was intriguing to see where they're going to go. Are they going to spring a surprise and get through into the final? Because for me, right now, I'm going to say the favourites. Normally we come into this and think Redline. I'm going to say the favourites right now are BS Competition and Unicorns of Love to get through into that final. But the favourites don't exactly guarantee themselves a transfer spot. That's not how it works.
Not given how crazy the racing has been. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments here. When we come back, semi-final action. 6 teams enter to make it through to the final. We will be there in a moment's time. Do believe, actually, we're not going to take a break. We're changing things up here. We'll get to qualifying in a couple of moments' time.
I'm taking my shirt off then. Cool. That was really lucky.
Lewis was going to go and change his tie once more.
Yeah, no, I've got a red one lying around nearby, so
spinny one that flies water at us.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'd look like I work for a certain airline company if I changed the tie to red, though. So I'd best avoid that one, at least for now.
The pride of Britain. That's what Lewis would look like.
Exactly. It's terrible. I'm sorry.
One thing that I would just like to point out as we work our way forward to the semi-finals is the fact that today's choice of track was a track vote by our VCO community. Get involved on social media. Over the next 2 days, you'll get the choice of 2 tracks. Paul Ricard or Mount Panorama was the choice for this first day of action. So it was a landslide, not even close. Paul Ricard, fantastic racing action, but not popular when it comes to the visual aspects of the French track. Mount Panorama with about 83% of the vote. VCO Esports across Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Get involved over the next 2 days. Once again, cars on track for qualifying, 10 minutes on the clock. But the track is shared, Luke. This time around, though, because we're down now to just 6 teams, 18 drivers, it's going to be a little bit more possible to find some space, and that's what Smoliar is doing. Plenty of space between him and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about just maximising your time. I'm expecting to see the difference between 1st and 18th be shorter than it has been for the entirety here. I want to mention one point. In a championship, normally, you have a round maybe every week or every other week. And if you have a poor round 1, in round 2 you're trying to make up for what misfortune you had or mistakes you made in round number 1. With this competition, as much as if you finish outside of the qualifying spots, that's your final position, that's the points you earn. They're all on an even playing field right now. None of them have scored points yet. So they are guaranteed to score the top 6 amount of points, but everybody's still on 0. So this is a blank canvas once again. They're not trying to make up for any positions. This is literally, all on the same level playing field. So psychologically, some people are going to deal with that better than others.
We'll now wait and see. You can see on that track map on the right-hand side of the screen just how congested some of those cars are. You get a bit of a tow, especially down this long run, almost a kilometer in length out of the elbow in towards the chase, but not always going to be what you want through the mountain, where even though these GT3 cars not as reliant on the aerodynamic performance, it is going to be important. This is like a scene out of Formula 1, Lewis.
Yeah, they're really backing it up. Alex Smoliar, I'm sure he'll be used to this in his F3 race, and of course one of those drivers that takes part in FIA F3, in fact a 2-time race winner in the championship, has been a part of this little squad for a fair while though, so he's used to it now. It happens. It's always going to happen because, yes, slipstream does help a little bit on the mountain straight and on the Conrod, but the most important thing at Bathurst is clean air. You need clean air. Look at how separated everyone is now on that map. You'd kind of think over 6.2 kilometers or however long the circuit is that there'd be plenty of space for it, but somehow we all trip up over each other.
We find ways to do that. Through Hell Corner, you saw it was cambered in. Brake a little bit late, carry the speed through the corner. Watch out for the grass, though, on the outside. That will check your momentum all the way through into Mountain Straight. Slight uphill braking zone in towards Griffin's Bend. Very easy to brake a little bit too late. Force yourself into the runoff on the outside and into the wall, but Smalley out nice and cleanly through. Into the cutting, lift a little bit on the entry, double left-hand apex all the way down into the wall here to build the momentum up the hill and in towards what is one of the most fun, rewarding sections across of global motorsports. Throw it into the first right-hander and carry that momentum. Smolliar tags the wall on the inside, but no harm, no foul. Can you avoid the walls all the way over the top of McPhillamy Park as you dive your way down into Skyline? Look at this, gravel on the outside will slow you down. That's not what you want. Start the plunge down the hill. Look at that view as left, right you go. And this dipper section, so difficult to actually get that car turned in, always looking to understeer on you. Bravery is vital into the elbow here, because this run, 1 kilometer in length out of this corner into the chase. If you lose time at the start, you'll lose time at the end of this straight. A brief opportunity to catch your breath, relax, and maybe just take a sip of water, given that, remember, 15-minute races. These are helter-skelter. Also might have to defend. We've seen already incidents. Think of that Williams car through the chase that made a mistake and went into the wall. Brake just before the 100 meters here as you come up the hill in through the chase. Clatter the curb on the left. Try and avoid as much of that curb on the right-hand side, because that will slow you down as you run yourself into the final of the 23 corners here at Mount Panorama. Braking at the 50. Curb on the inside will unsettle the car, so avoid that as well. That's a lap at Mount Panorama. And the person who put it on pole position in our quarterfinals is currently provisional pole here, Luke. A 1:59.845. Nauyot is at the top.
Yeah, the quickest we've seen today is a 59.6. So I'm expecting to see maybe a little bit more from these drivers. But look how close it is. Top 5, 1.5 tenths of a second between them all here. But it is Nils Nauyot, though, has taken it upon himself to go out there and set a statement. And it's all about really hitting form at the right time. You know, it's all good being quick at the start of the day, but when it comes to the semi-finals and the final, that's really when you want to hit your stride.
Yeah.
Oh, and
so
BS Competition having a bit of a moment. Jarl Tyner was the one that had a yellow flag out at the top. But still, with plenty of time left in the session, they can get out and do another lap. So we're all good, I think.
Margins at the top, so close once more. It's about 1.5 tenths from first through fifth, and I do think we'll see those lap times continue to tumble down. Here's Tobias Gronwald, of course. He was tumbled off the track. He was tumbled off the track in qualifying. We're getting word that Nauyot is 2 tenths up this time around. He'll come through Murray's once more to put in another lap time, 59.670. Lewis. Incredible.
Yeah, there it is. Unbelievable time. And there was a mistake there as well, the Forest Elbow. As much as that is a ridiculous time, but that he did so much, nearly tag the wall, and he didn't look like, it would have cost him time on the exit for sure, but he was on the absolute limit. And now we've got a 59.4 for Grunewald as well. Tauscher now up to second position. Schoeniger takes up P3. Baldwin now into P4 as well. The times are tumbling here, and well, potentially, are we going to get down towards a 59.2?
Lewis, if you had to pick someone for pole position with 3 minutes left on the top clock, who do you think it would be, as Benito puts in a 59.840? So many fast drivers. A couple of them have gone back onto pit road.
Yeah, Grunewald for me, 100%. Grunewald's such a talented young driver, especially in this car, has plenty of experience in it, and just leaving pit lane now to give it one more go. That 59.4 is insanely, and you're absolutely right. A 1-2 is Tauscher in second. This is looking very, very good for Unicorns of Love.
Sorry to cut you off there, man. Like I just caught that in the corner of my eye. That's a 1-2. How important that is right now they could both go, yeah, we'll take P1, P2. And then there are the 5 teams battling for 1 position into the final. So, they say you need both drivers to, back each other up. That is the optimum. P1, P2, if no one gets in and amongst them there, it legitimately, unless there's a mistake made by them, it becomes a race for 1 spot.
Yeah, third teammate, Ataki, is all the way down in 18th. So once more, if the Unicorns of Love are going to get maximum points out of day number 1, it falls on the shoulders of Gronwald and Tauscher, as Gronvold's going to begin that plunge down the hill to build up some temperature and pressure into the tires. Has it all to do, one more flying lap for all of these teams and drivers. Top 10 separated by just over half a second, which at a lap like this, Lewis, it's almost an age.
Yeah, it is quite a big gap, considering how we had so many within 0.2 of a second in the previous quarterfinal. So realistically speaking, this is maybe a little bit open. There's plenty of space to get into as we ride back with Isaac Price. So Leon Atoki did improve up to 14th spot. Isaac Price down in 18th. Obviously his teammates, Dennis Schoeniger up in 3rd, and his session is done. Is Dennis Schoeniger for R8G. Erhan Yovsky only 12th spot. I think it's really important to sort of go through the teams that we have. We've got Unicorns of Love 1 and 2. Dennis Schoeniger for R8G. James Baldwin for Veloce. Niels Nyox, one of the BS competition cars. Then it's all team Redline. Then Eamon Murphy for Veloce. So Veloce are in a really good spot. Same with BS competition, all fighting over that, potentially, that final transfer spot.
Yeah, Smoliar as well.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, Smoliar, P7, needs some backup here. Again, you know, if it is P1, P2 lockout, if you're Grunewald, Tauscher, you use him, right? Tauscher has to do what Grunewald said earlier on. He said Tauscher didn't attack and ultimately guaranteed himself a P3. He was playing the team game, because if he tried to make a move for P2, could have lost so much time and they would have lost more than they could have gained. Right now, if Grunewald can get off the line incredibly well, Tauscher can then be used to back up the rest of the pack just to guarantee that P1. If you get P1 and potentially a top 5 of your second driver, you're almost guaranteed to go through. So, yeah, it's not all lost here. So you've got to play the clever game, and they've earned that right as it stands.
Niels Nyox, though, in that BS competition car, needs some assistance. Gregor Schills in 9th, Yaltayan all the way down in 17th. Atoki has improved. It's now R8G's Isaac Price that lies in 18th and last in these qualifying as time will expire. The lap you're on is going to count, Lewis.
Yeah, keep your eyes on people like Igor Ogorognikov. You're saying that Smoliar needs some assistance up towards the top. There is Ogorognikov starting his final lap. Obviously a talented driver. Normally see him in things like an Aston Martin, whereas I'm not sure how much he's in this Merc. Is definitely struggling in this car. Was doing all right in the heats a bit earlier on as Baldwin's hit the wall out of the dipper. You can see that how it's pulled off. I've seen a Merc over there before, to be honest, in the 12 hour. But yeah, there are some teams where they're split apart over the entire grid. Not many have two in the same space.
Looks as though Nyox will be one of the first across the line. There is one car in front of him that is coming down to the chase. Nyox is up a 10th. This lap would provisionally put him potentially into second and break the stranglehold of the Unicorns of Love here and stop them from controlling the start of the semi-finals. Remember, 6 teams to advance to the finals. We'll wave goodbye to the rest of the cars. One car through the final corner. We're still watching Nyox, though, comfortably through the chase. One final corner. Pole position in the quarterfinal. He's found a couple of tenths in through the chase. Through Murray's corner, what will the time be? It's second, and has he matched the lap time of Tobias Gronwald?
Oh my God.
It's done. It's done and dusted. Gregor Schill is not going to improve. So Niels Nyox effectively had to put that lap time in because he is not being backed up as it stands. But how important is it that the Unicorns of Love Sim Racing team have been split here? Because they would have had an obvious plan there. Get out into the lead, maybe use one of our drivers to back up the rest of the pack, but they cannot do that now.
Lewis, I've got a question for you. I'm much more familiar with iRacing, and so when we see +000, that indicates to me, in iRacing, there was a difference down to the 4 decimal places. In Assetto Corsa Competizione, how does it work? Have they actually matched lap times here?
I don't actually know. I think it is to the 4th decimal, but it might well just be who set the time first. How it used to work, you know, in Formula 1, that classic qualifying at 97 at Jerez. It was the first person that set the time that got the pole. And I think that's the same kind of thing here. I'm not 100% sure, though. Either way, to see the top 2 separate by that much, let's be honest, a 59.4 is an incredible lap time. To see 2 of them and to be exactly the same, you can't write it.
And Luke, that's 2 tenths faster than anything we've seen so far today, right?
Yeah, and it's a case of hitting your stride at the right time, isn't it? You know, if you are at your absolute fastest in race number 1, ultimately you're going to get caught napping in the 6th race of the day or the 7th race of the day. So hitting your stride at the right time is absolutely what you need to be doing. Nils Naujoks has just gone out there and said, right, Unicorns of Love Sim Racing, I'm coming for you. And I feel like with Gregor Schill only being P9, he has to perform like this. He has to go out there and get a victory. And also, you know, as much as there is a final, he has to race like it's the last time we're going to see him this weekend, because it might well be.
And, well, this is it then, lads. The semi-finals are coming up. We are going to separate 2 teams from the 6 to go through into our final. This one, I'm going to take a little step aside and have a break and have a bit of food, actually, to be honest. This one is going to go to Arjuna and Luke. Good luck, and to be honest, enjoy.
And what a qualifying session it was. Front row, identical times. This is when it all counts. 6 teams will be whittled down to the final 2. And based on what we've seen so far today, Luke, this is actually going to be a race where we actually have a sense of who's going to advance.
Yeah, but again, if it's P1 and P3 for Tauscher and Grunewald, it does become a shootout for 1 position. Like, that is as brutal as this competition can get. Ultimately, in the first phase, you've got 5 teams going through. Then you indeed only have 2 teams going through from the second chance qualifier. But then in the quarterfinals, it's 6 teams. So there's a big buffer for these teams. Right now, it is all or nothing. You've got to go out there and throw down. And you're not going to be thinking about being the best of the rest when it comes to, like, the quarterfinals, where you want to just try and get as many points for the weekend. Right now, you've got this far. You have to be looking at that final.
And it's going to be a little calmer out on track. Remember, only 18 cars, but we've seen plenty of big pile-ups. Unicorns of Love, clearly the favorites, but who else do you think is in with a really good shot here, Luke?
Well, we've already seen a move being made round the outside by James Bolden earlier on. It seems like there is an opportunity, if you get the start right, to make a move from P2. So you cannot look past Nils Naujoks. Also a race winner from today as well. Schoeniger as well, someone who is definitely going to be in and amongst it, right? James Baldwin, P5, when maybe looking at him being really out of position, it's going to be golden.
Semi-finals for the Esports Racing World Cup is underway. Nils Naujoks defends to the inside as into turn 1. They come, 18 cars all safely through Hell Corner, building that momentum into the mountain straight just as I put the commentator's curse down. 1 car into the grass, just about wrangles control of the Mercedes AMG GT3 in towards Griffin's Bend. Naujoks has got the run. He's looking to the outside.
He is. Can he get on the brakes late enough here, though? And again, is it worth taking that risk? It definitely isn't. Almost a bit of contact then between him and Schoeniger as we head then up towards turn number 2. Big choke point through here. You've got to be brave through the first part, and then it's hard on the brakes through the second part. Someone makes a mistake through here. Everybody makes a mistake behind you. As you can see, it's very much single file. Not as many chances being taken right now as there has done previously, especially in our 10-minute race. As much as this sounds crazy, it is 15 minutes, which will feel a lot longer than what they had previously with the 10-minute races. So again, you're going to see people be a little bit more reserved as they all head up towards Skyline. Pretty clean race so far.
Kevin Siggy around the outside of Gregor Schill through the cutting. He's up now into 9th position. It tries to make the life of BS competition that much more difficult. Enzo Benito in 7th, Siggy now up to 9th. Of course, Unicorns of Love still in relative control. Tauscher has been bundled down into 5th position. Schoenger's up through the field. Baldwin's made that pass happen as well. On board with the Zebra, running ourselves down this very long Conrad straight, aptly named because Conrad in an engine did blow many moons ago. But Naujoks, who ran away with the quarterfinals, now has to balance risk versus reward, knowing that his teammate Gregor Schill is on the edge of the top 10 here, Luke. Surely he's got to go for the move as the time ticks away.
Yeah, well, you think so. It's not quite came into fruition here, but I'll tell you one thing right now. Nils Naujoks and Gregor Schill are absolutely tied now with James Baldwin and Eamon Murphy. They're both on 12 points. So as it stands, it only goes on countback, doesn't it? Nils being in 2nd position, they would effectively, I think, be in 2nd spot. But what about everyone else? Enzo Benito, Kevin Siggy, what are they in terms of points? 16 points. So right now, I think it is between BS Competition and indeed Veloce Esports, and it is absolutely tied. It could not be any closer.
Eamon Murphy tucked up behind the red line number 71 as there comes a move potentially for the lead. Looks like Naoyok's got a great run in through Hell Corner once more, but again he's got to tuck back into line, doesn't want to risk that position that he's in. There's still 12 minutes 25 seconds left on the clock. All 18 cars at least pointed in the right direction. They're all in a train as well, as up the hill they'll come once more. This is not just going to be about where you finish, it's about when you make the move, Luke. Making sure that you don't give opportunities for the cars behind to try and get positions back.
Yeah, 100%. You've got to pick your opportunities, and effectively someone like Niels Naoyoks, let's look at him. Schoeninger is right behind him. So if he does try and make an overtake and it doesn't work, he's going to lose a spot. So it's about risk and reward. And BS competition, you know, Niels comes from a background racing for G2 as well. They are going to be very well prepared. He knows exactly what position their team is right now. He'll know that it's tied, so he'll know that if his position right now, because he's the lead driver out of all four of them, that his team would go through. But to guarantee an extra point, he has to go out there and make an overtake, because he will not like the pressure of Schoeninger in behind. Ultimately, it's not in his hands. If Schoeninger is close enough and decides to make a dive, then he would lose that position as he does. Naoyok comes through to chase, and he's looking to go around the outside.
Last of the late breakers, but Gronwald is going to squeeze Naoyok all the way to the outside line. Might open the door for Schoeninger to get to the inside, into the final corner. Naoyok goes defensive, knows he's got to be ultra conservative at this point in the race. Now look at this, 7 cars or so stacked up all behind the leader. And given that Gronwald has been the pace setter at points during this first day of the Esports Racing World Cup, he just does not look as though he's going to be able to run away. Naoyok this time doesn't get the run though out of Hell Corner. Here comes that R8G car.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm not sure he's going to be too or close enough to make an opportunity, but can you position your car in a spot where Niels makes a mistake? Of course, we all like to joke about Niels' age, the wily old fox, but you know, you get experience for a reason. He's been there or thereabouts for a very long time, so you have to get up very early in the morning to indeed put one over the BS competition driver. Still holding on to that P2 as it stands. We've got James Baldwin just in behind in P4 again. Him and Murphy, 12 points between the two of them. Niels Naoyok and Gregor Schill, 12 points between the two of them. We believe that is going to be the battle for P2 as it stands, as Grunewald and indeed Tauscher are on 6 points. They're very comfortably going to go through here, so they don't need to push, they don't need to do anything silly. But we've seen people make mistakes around here, and well, if you've got cars in behind you as closely as we're seeing right now, you could be forced into a mistake as well.
For R8G, Yoyoski is falling off the back of Jeffrey Rietveld. That's 11th and 12th positions, 1.6 seconds the gap through the last timing line, as through the elbow they come. On board we looked with Tauscher. Here's a look back in the pack though at the top racing car, who's sandwiched in between the BS competition machine behind, and then the third of your Veloce Esports cars just in front of him. Plenty of racing going on here. In terms of the situation, 9 minutes left to go, so should be 5 laps this time by. If I'm some of these cars in front, I'm starting to get a little bit nervous. Here comes Top looking to the outside. They're not going to be able to get this done.
Yeah, it's not quite going to be able to make the move there on Marco Pajic, and oh no, there's contact there. I just think yeah, the Top Racing had to get off the power, and unfortunately just was not read there at all. Unfortunately, from the driver in behind, it's not going to make too much of an issue in terms of the top two, but if that is deemed to be the BS competition's fault, a penalty points will be added to the top 2 drivers, remember, and if they're tied now with Veloce, that would mean that Veloce would then go through. So again, I'm not too sure, the stewards will look at that, nothing to do with me, but if they're deemed at fault, this could be massive in terms of who makes the final.
Remember, counter to what you may think, less points is better here, so penalty points add to your total. But Niels Naoyok in second. Will he have gotten word of that incident back in the Packers? Up through the cutting they come once more. There's that visual separation between Kevin Siggy and Eamon Murphy. Murphy not pushing the issue right now. Remember, Baldwin and Murphy, they're 12 points when you combine those two drivers, compared to the likes of Redline, who are looking at 16, and Naoyok and Shell is also 12 there. So a single penalty point would really swing things in the direction of Veloce Esports here.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's almost, at this stage, it's almost worth your third car just pulling over, just not getting involved in anything. If you're outside the top 10 and you can't really influence anything in terms of, you know, the the top two of a team in front of you aren't behind you, it's almost like, well, look, if the only thing I can do really here is damage to our team's cause. So again, we'll be waiting to hear exactly what's happening from the stewards in regards to that incident there. But yeah, the third driver may be doing more harm than good, and Gregor Schill is not really pushing towards Kevin Siggy at all either here. So P10, I'll tell you what, there is actually a move for the lead again. Nils Naujok's trying to go around the outside.
I think he's tucked back into line, at least for the time being. Oh, did he get it?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, new race leader, that 1 point might be crucial. Nils Naujok then leads down into the final corner. Tobias Gronwald will settle for second, but look at the train of cars that's just building up. It's a Hornet's nest right there. The second Unicorns of Love machine, Tauscher in the 92, putting the pressure onto James Baldwin. Positions equal points, and for Naujok, can he do what he did in the quarterfinals? Can he run away from the rest of the field?
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, he needs Schoeniger to close up to Grunewald and just let him then run away. And now, even with one incident point or one penalty point added on, it would still be a tie. And ultimately, because of the position that Nils Naujok has got himself into, they would go through. So BS Competition would go and join Unicorns of Love Sim Racing. As you can see, Unicorns of Love are what, P2 and P5. That's why we're not really talking about them. They are just so comfortably through as it stands. But again, everybody else, you know, there's sometimes 5-6 drivers between the other two drivers on a team, and it just goes to show how strong this field of cars are.
Look at Smoliar through the uphill section to the outside. He looked at Tauscher. If these two come together, Unicorns of Love in their comfortable seat, well, it'll be definitely just a little bit more uncomfortable. Smoliar wringing the neck of that Mercedes AMG as they'll plunge down the hill through Skylines. A confirmation of how things stand. 7 points for Unicorns of Love, 11 for BS Competition, 12 for Veloce, 15 for RAG, 16 for Redline, and top with 21. So top racing as now Enzo Benito muscles his way through down the inside. Here's the word from Race Control. 2 points to Jarl Tyne and BS Competition. Veloce Esports back in the driver's seat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's by 1 point here as well, and I think they're trying to get themselves, well, actually they're trying to gain themselves a spot here and follow Enzo Benito through, and can Murphy potentially make a move on Smoliar. And don't make a mistake here, Murphy. If you go off circuit, you're going to cost your whole team at this stage. But I'll tell you what, that is a textbook maneuver. He's moved up now a position. Oh, Unicorns of Love Sim Racing. The cars come out of absolutely nowhere here, and all of a sudden, Unicorns of Love are looking in a bit of trouble.
That was, I believe, the RAG car Schoeniger that got mixed up potentially with Gronwald. Oh my word, things changed just like that. 5 minutes left on the clock, and now BS Competition, at one point we thought their hopes might be done. How is that changing? Gregor Schill has had an issue as well. He's down out of the order, out of the top 10. So BS Competition, they're not looking comfortable. Veloce's now the one in the driver's seat. Unicorn really feeling the pressure.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I'm trying to think out where's Gregor Schill ended up here. Here's the replay.
That's just unlucky. 2 going into 1, never going to work out. And I tell you what, Schoeniger is just not making friends with the Unicorns of Love. That's now the 3rd different incident that has involved a Unicorns of Love car going off as a result of contact with Schoeniger in that number 8 car. But Schoeniger has dropped to the end of the field. He's the last car still running. Here's a word from Race Control. Enzo Benito's had a warning of his own. Benito and Siggy, 11 points to them. Tauscher and Gronwald, 12 points between the two of them. Things change just like that, and from BS Competition and Unicorns of Love being in the driver's seat, now it's Veloce and Redline going through as it stands.
Yeah, BS Competition now are on 13 points. Plus they've got the 2 points, haven't they? They've got the 2 points for the incident, so they're on 15 points. Right now, Veloce are leading. They're on 7 points. And then I believe Unicorns of Love are on 12. So Unicorns of Love are still in, and they're qualifying as it stands. And because of the penalty and Gregor Schill dropping down the order, it's now 18, it's 20 points. So BS Competition, as much as they've got the race winner here in Nils Naujok, and that would be a massive, massive plus going into the final, by the way, because it's all about who wins the races. They're not going to make it.
I think you've discounted Redline, though. Luke, because Benito and Siggy, 11 points there to 12 for Unicorns of Love.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. No, great maths there. Great spot. Again, this format promotes all sorts, doesn't it? We come out of absolutely nowhere. A team will just make an appearance, but Team Redline making a final sounds pretty familiar.
Oh, that's for sure. And we were just talking in the build-up to this at how Redline may not be the favourites today, but they may be the favourites across the competition. This is putting them in a great spot to lock in some points heading into the two simulators, the two platforms where they have plenty of experience. Remember, $50,000 our total prize pool, $10,000 per day across of the different teams, $20,000 across of the competition itself. 2 minutes left on the clock, should be 1 lap to go after this. Now Yox has waved goodbye to the rest of the field. So if Yaltime can close the almost 3-second buffer up to Marco Page, in the third of the Veloce cars, BS competition, well, they're still not in the mix because of the penalty points, but it will be a second victory for Niels Naox, and that would go towards the most valuable driver. That's something that you, our fans, can get involved with, just like with the track vote. There's a way for you to participate in this Esports Racing World Cup. The driver that gets the most podiums across all 3 days will win a prize pool that is up for donation. You can help reward the driver that is the most consistent over the day. Of course, Niels Naox not going to be in contention since he's not racing in the next 2 days, but at least you'll be able to say you helped reward these drivers for the performances, the entertainment that they're putting forward. Enzo Benito watching in his rear view mirrors, because here comes Veloce Esports. Eamon Murphy doesn't need to make this move happen though. He's got to defend. Here comes Smoliar.
Yeah, and they absolutely should let him go. Right now, Veloce are in prime position to go through as the best seed into the final. Again, it doesn't make any difference, but just don't take any risks here. Now, the importance of having 3 cars performing are showing. Reitveld right now is right ahead of Grunewald, and if Grunewald gets past Reitveld, it will be a tied points between Redline and indeed Unicorns of Love Sim Racing. And by position, because Mitchy Tausch is in P3, that would mean that Unicorns of Love would go through. So they've got a third driver. Team Redline have a third driver that indeed is stopping Unicorns of Love beating his own team. So we've also seen the adverse effect it can have with points being given in terms of BS competition, but now we're seeing how important it is for your third driver to perform. He is right ahead there of the Unicorns of Love driver, and this is going to go down to the absolute wire on his final lap.
Diggy makes a small mistake in through Griffin's bend. That will drop him back. Oh my word! That's a huge shake-up. Jeffrey Reitveld, the third car in the red line contingent, 2 penalty points. Unicorns of Love now back in to the finals mix.
I think that the race director's trying to wind me up here. As soon as I say he's performing well, ultimately he's going to be the reason why his team do not qualify here. So again, Enzo Benito and Kevin Siggy together are earning 11 points. In terms of Unicorns of Love, it's 3 points and 9 points, so it is 12 points. So right now, Team Redline go through by 1 point, but factor in the 2 penalty points, they lose out by 1. It is that close.
Inside the grill of Alexander Smoliar. What a view as they come through the Forest Elbow for the final time today. For some of these drivers, we'll wave goodbye. That includes Alexander Smoliar. It also includes the race leader who is coming in toward the chase, and Niels Naox will take a second victory here in the Esports Racing World Cup. But BS competition unable to get those other 2 drivers up the order. Is going to be day done for the Zebra, as well as so many strong contenders. It will be Veloce and Unicorns of Love if no major drama goes on. Niels Naox flashes the lights. He celebrates victory in the semi-finals of the first running of the Esports Racing World Cup. But the lights flash from Tauscher. He knows that Unicorns of Love will advance to the final in dramatic fashion, where they'll be racing the likes of James Baldwin and Veloce Esports.
Incredible stuff there, and I thought that Mitchy Tauscher may have a little nibble there at James Baldwin, more for psychological reasons going into the final, but they crossed the line 0.3 of a second apart. Is that a sign of things to come in terms of our final? Well, we are about to find out, but I tell you what, during that race, I think 5 different teams were going through as the top 2. And, well, we found our 2 teams, and at the start, it wasn't those 2. It was the Unicorns of Love, to be fair, but at one stage, they were also out of it as well. Yeah, that was fun.
I went full loop there. I was starting to do all the maths, and I was like, no, it's all changed. No, yeah, I've got it. No, I've given up. How crazy was that?
Did we put the commentator's curse down on BS competition, Lewis?
I think so. I think we did. We frequently do, so it's fine. But I don't believe in the commentator's curse.
What do you believe
on Team Redline?
I can't say I only believe in bad driving, because it feels really bad, because Niels Naox was absolutely fantastic in that race. But It is how it is. This is what we were saying about, the favourites going into this, about the two teams progressing into the final. Luke, about the potential chance that the favourites don't always come out on top, that maybe there's a bit too much pressure on their shoulders. Whether that was the case here or whether it was just that the field was so stacked, I don't know. You could say that most of the grid's worthy there, surely.
We're seeing both edges of the sword, right? So for the whole part of this competition, it's been about you and your teammates and performing as a team. And now we get to the final where if Gregor Schill performed in that race and Niels got through, they would be favourites to win the whole thing, because Niels' pace, maybe it wasn't the quickest in terms of the qualifying race, but he hit form at the right time in terms of his quarterfinals pace and his semi-final pace. And would we say that anyone's able to beat him across the race? I don't think that we would be able to, say that with conviction. They're not making the final. So now it becomes all about one driver from each team. So they've used their whole team to get to this stage, and now it's about just someone having an incredible couple of races.
And we're still trying to get final confirmation from race control if there's anything still in the ether in terms of penalty points. But as it stands right now, Veloce Esports 7 points, Unicorns of Love 12 points, Redline 13, BS Competition 15. It will be a head-to-head matchup between Veloce Esports and Unicorns of Love. Assuming that's how it stands, Luke, given what we've just seen, the consistency of James Baldwin versus the unluckiness of the entire Unicorns of Love outfit, I don't even know which way this is going to go, because now there's just 6 cars on the track. There's no chaos that can save you here. It's about being quick and making moves in the right place. As confirmation, it will be Veloce versus Unicorns of Love.
Love that you've just said there's going to be no chaos because there's 6 drivers.
Yeah,
okay,
come on, mate.
There we go. 6 car pile up.
Commentators first.
It's going to be like Talladega Nights, and we're gonna have Jean Gerard and Ricky Bobby running to the line at the end. Look, this is wide open, and it was wide open from the minute go, right? There was a few teams that we've been talking about, like today's not their day. How well can they do in terms of just scramble some points together, and then you've got 2 really strong days coming with your favourite sims. This is now all about the 2 teams that have just performed the best over the course. You ride your luck, of course. You have some teams will feel like they should have been there and have misfortune. Again, I still feel like there are 4 teams outside of the 2 that have actually qualified that could have gone and won this, and that just goes to show the strength of the competitions as a whole. And you know what? If you're a viewer right now, this weekend's going to be so exciting, because I feel like the teams are going to be even closer across the other 2 sims than they are on ACC, and this has just been absolutely mind-blowing.
And let's talk about the format for the finals now, Lewis. 2 teams, they'll have qualifying for race 1. These races are going to be 10 minutes per race, so a slight reduction from the last 2 that we've seen. But if we get to a race 2, well, we will get to a race 2, it's a best of 3. Reverse the grid from race 1. If we get to race number 3, then it's wide open. But there's a chance, if one team sweeps those first 2 races, that will be day 1 in this Esports Racing World Cup done.
Yeah, thankfully we can take points like this, and they can get out of there. We don't need them anymore. Points are done for the day. We are, championship points, but we'll ignore that for now. We'll ignore that for now. It's all about winning. Which driver wins? When we've got the 2 teams, it only requires one of their drivers to win. If Niels Niox, they can't because he's not in the final. That's really harsh, that is. It's fine. Whoever wins. That's it for their team. Unicorns of Love, if Tauscher wins, Unicorns of Love win. It's as simple as that. It does not need to be sort of dug into of how they're going to do it, but it's the reverse grid that makes things really, really interesting here. Is that obviously whoever finishes 6th there will switch around. The rest of the cars might then perform a little bit of a roadblock, allow them to run away, because that's the only car that matters. Could be fascinating.
I can tell you that there's a lot of chatter going on right now. Redline, very frustrated, Luke, with that penalty that's kept them out of these finals.
Well, if you're not angry about receiving a penalty, should you be here? Absolutely not. That's as simple as that. It is what it is. The stewards make decisions. They make decisions. It kind of in this format, it's definitely going to affect how the races are run as well. I haven't exactly seen which incident that was done. I don't think we caught that on camera anyway, so we can't really make a judgment on that from sitting here, but ultimately you've got to trust in the steward's judgment.
Well, we're going to take a short break here, but we're coming back for the finals. Veloce Esports versus Unicorns of Love. Potentially 3 more races to decide our winner on day 1 of the inaugural Esports Racing World Cup. What a day it's been so far. A new vision for esports and sim racing put forward by the VCO team, and it has delivered some incredible action. My name is Arjuna Kankipati alongside Luke Crane and Lewis McClade. We've got maybe 3 more races to go, but Luke, it comes down now to Veloce Esports and Unicorns of Love here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. 6 cars out on track at Mount Panorama. This is going to be incredible.
Yeah, when I saw the format and I spoke with Florian about this, I was a bit like, you're nuts, and this is going to be amazing. And now we've gone through the process, I feel like Florian's absolutely nuts, and this has been amazing. It does come down to 2 teams. Winner takes all, effectively. You've got 2 bites at the cherry with the reverse grid in the second race. Get a good start, though. Win race number 1, more than likely you're going to take the championship.
Lewis, I mean, how does this even go? I mean, Unicorns of Love, they've been on the pace right from the start. They've been the ones to put forward the pace at times, but they've had bad luck. They've been bundled around by their competitors. They're just hoping that they get the rub of the cherry this time around.
Well, I'll be glad that they're not teamed up in the finals with RHG. I know they'll be pretty happy with that after some of the incidents throughout the day. Yeah, fair enough. That one in the semi-final was terrifying and was nearly cost them the spot. I mean, it was an honest mistake from Dennis Schiniger, at least on my point of view, but that's how it happens. For this, though, it's a tactical game. It's more tactical than you think, with it being just 6 cars and with it being just one that wins, and that's how it's important. You don't want to make a 1-2-3 here in the first race. It sounds great. It sounds like you've dominated. But you want to be first, and then, if you've got a big enough gap, drop the 2 cars to the rear. That's what makes this so interesting, is it's not a simple, clear-cut win-win-win. It's a bit more dynamic than that, and how the teams are going to play. It's fascinating.
And remember, we are here at Mount Panorama because you, the VCO community, elected that we should go racing here. Join us on social media over this next weekend. rFactor tomorrow, iRacing on Sunday. We'll have 2 choices, and you can put forward your voice. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, stay connected with us. Also remember, there is the Most Valuable Driver Award, which will be handed out at the conclusion of all 3 days. The driver that gets the most podiums is crowned the most valuable driver, and they also get a prize pool, which you, the community, can help donate to on fundraiser.com. And Luke, that's something that I think is really special. The fact that we're going to acknowledge that in a team competition, the drivers that have done the best, but also give a bit of incentive for the fans to donate. If they donate above a certain number of amount of money, they get a very exclusive ERWC VCO pin. You can see I've got my ProSim pin right here.
Yeah, I don't even have one of those, so that's yeah, maybe I'm gonna have to donate to one of the drivers as well. Yeah, look, ultimately there's 2 phases to this competition. It's all about the team, and then you get to this stage and it's all about one driver. You can utilize your team, but there are individuals out there. Niels Naujoks, you'd say, would be favourite to go and win this final if he was in the final. He isn't, but his performance today has been amazing. Pfeffer, another driver, Logitech G Altus, incredible. It took a while for him to get going because he got spun out in qualifying for the qualifying stages. Then he went and won the second chance race. Like that, he's an incredible driver and deserves to be acknowledged in that respect as well. So yeah, I think it's really important that drivers know that not only are you battling for your team, but you've got your own honours to go out there and get.
Well, we're ready to go trackside for qualifying here. I'm going to take a step aside. I'm going to enjoy just watching all of this chaos. Lewis and Luke have the pleasure of trying to do the math to figure out who's going to win. It's finals time here for Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Well, qualifying then is already underway. Final 4 minutes of qualifying around Mount Panorama as we get ourselves ready for the final in the very first ERWC. This has been fantastic from start to finish. Now, I don't know about you, Luke, I'd be eyeing up potentially a pole position from the Unicorns of Love, knowing how strong they've been on pace, but at the moment, it's James Baldwin up there.
Yeah, and he's someone you cannot back against. He has won too many competitions. He is consistently been up at the top echelons of esports for many years now on any sim that you put him on, and actually even in a real car as well. This guy is a ridiculously talented driver. I would never bet against him. That's how confident I am in his ability. But there's 3 more tenths of a second to be found out there, isn't there? We've already seen a 59.4. It was this driver right here on your screen, so you're expecting him to go a little bit faster. right now. Pole position
no.
isn't... Oh, well, that's going to kill the momentum there. And it's a case now of, yeah, get into the pits. I was going to say, finish this lap and get across the line to start your final attempt, but it's probably best to get a fresh car, in all fairness, and that's the beauty of sim racing. But P1 isn't the be-all and end-all for race number 1, but you've got to make sure you've got a team car on that front row, just to split, you know, a team taking advantage of being 1 and 2.
Yeah, James Baldwin will know that more so than most after going around the outside to take victory on the first lap, as we see Leon Otoki. The way this is working at the moment, I mean, this could be classified as pretty much perfect when it comes to head-to-head duels between teams, because right now we've got 1 Unicorns of Love and 1 Veloce on row 1, 1 of each on row 2, and 1 of each on row 3 as well. So this could be an eye-watering affair with just 2 minutes and 10 seconds left of this qualifying session. I think Leon Otoki is on a lap, just makes a little bit of a mistake there running through the chase, carried a little bit too much speed went a little bit wide, front end just not gripping up, not pulling it up towards the apex. Going through the final corner now, what does Unicorns of Love driver Leon Otoki do? I think it is a slight improvement, but it's still going to hang him on in 5th spot. Look at that gap between the top 2. We'd say that was a very close gap, but after how things were in the semi-finals, I'm not so sure anymore.
Finding it very odd here that Pajic and Otoki have been the 2 drivers that haven't really been on the pace of their front 2 consistently all day. Why they haven't decided to kill their qualifying and just have them be out in front sufficiently enough to gain a toe down the Conrad straight? Maybe it's against the rules or something. I don't know, but surely you're using those to your advantage. We see it in all forms of motorsport all the time. Sometimes you kill someone, especially in a race where the worst you're going to finish is P6. So I think there's a trick being missed there. And when he gets to open wheel tomorrow, I think we're absolutely going to see that being happening.
Yeah, it depends on the circuit, of course. I think Niels Niox was complaining about it in the previous race about other teams slipstreaming and such. So it definitely is a thing which is being seen. I mean, Leon Otoki did get a little bit of slipstream.
But you feel they use him. You feel on performance today,
you'd switch it around 100%. Yeah, because you'd want to, give. I mean, let's be honest, slipstream around here is definitely 17 thousandths of a second that would assist Groenewold to get ahead of Baldwin. Not that he really needs it right now. We know he can do a 4. Eamon Murphy goes up into 3rd position, just ahead of Tauscher, which does then mean it's Veloce, UOL, and Veloce, and then a UOL all the way down the grid.
You stole my thunder there. I was about to say exactly the same. So, yeah, if you're on a lap now, you get to finish your lap. Can Pajic potentially upset the apple cart, so to speak, here, and maybe get himself up in towards that top 4. But yeah, James Baldwin doing what James Baldwin does. Again, we're not quite seeing the outright pace of what we saw earlier. Maybe that's because the track isn't going to be as rubbered in, I guess. It's a separate server. Less cars going around the circuit, so that's going to make a little bit of a difference. Maybe the track temperature is slightly different. I don't know. But yeah, 0.3 of a second. Maybe nerves are a factor here as well, knowing that there are only 6 drivers out there, knowing that the slowest driver is only going to be 4 or 5 cars behind you. So you're maximising your time, trying to get as many cars up there as possible. Yeah, the pressure can build.
Well, what is Pajic going to do up towards the line? Finally, our 6th and final as Leon Otoki has crossed the line, has improved, has gone to 5th position. Instantly stolen back, though, by Pajic. And Baldwin has also finished his lap. So that is 2 of the Veloce drivers done in the form of Baldwin and Pajic. Leon Otoki, the Unicorns of Love driver, finished with a session. Does mean we still have 2 Unicorns of Love and a single Veloce driver left to go. The T33 that is ahead on the Conrad straight, that is Eamon Murphy, 0.3 of a second off of pole. Groenewold is close, though, to improving. He's close to snatching this pole position, and you kind of feel he might have to do it.
Yeah, and Tauscher is a bit of a specialist in terms of putting a lap time in when it doesn't seem like it's possible. So, yeah, I'm not sure where he is on circuit right now, but, yeah, definitely do not count him out for sure, as Groenewold is actually 1/10 of a second up here. How big is this going to be? Around the final corner we will go. James Baldwin with a 59.725 is currently the quickest time. He will not be able to respond across the line, and there it is, a 59.6. And the Unicorn of Love sim racing team are currently on pole position. But Tauscher, can he pull some magic out of the hat here and potentially get a 1-2?
Yeah, that's kind of what he's eyeing up right now. Whether they kind of need it, they might want to leave Tauscher. Knowing his pace, they might want to leave him just a little bit lower on the grid. More, obviously, you don't want to leave your main guy out front, but it's more thinking of split 2. We'll see what happens with Tauscher, though, coming down towards that final corner. Just one more to tick off. If he improves by a few hundredths of a second, it will put him up into 3rd position, and certainly does so. So Tauscher goes up into 3rd right at the final moments of that, but pole position for Tobias Gronewold. Fantastic.
Yeah, and that's the position you want, isn't it? You want to start there at the front. Ultimately, like you said, you point out really poignantly that could you get a second driver? If you win the first race, can you get a second driver effectively in 6th position? So you kind of want to win the race and lose the race all in one. This format is ridiculous, and I'm so excited to see how this plays out.
How would you play it, Arjuna? You've done your fair amount of racing.
Not at this level, that's for sure.
Right.
I think ultimately what you have to do now is be in communication with one another. I think that's something that's really going to be key. Unicorns of Love, I was taking a look during qualifying. They have about 8 different people in their voice chat right now. So it's not just the 3 drivers from today, not just the 2 drivers that we'll see over the rest of this Esports Racing World Cup. It's about making sure that you've got that support from behind to put yourself in the right position at the right time. Luke was mentioning some interesting things that you could do with the positioning of your drivers at the end of this race. Make sure you have grid position for race 2. We're going to see some interesting stuff right now.
We'll catch up with Arjuna after the first of the showdowns in this final and how fantastic it is. We'll go from back to front of the grid then, as Lena Toki will have to start from the rear. Sounds like it's not too far down the order, just 6th place, but this is a proper duel. Pajic alongside, then Murphy, then Tauscher, and our front row, which I must say it feels right that it is Baldwin and Gronewold, 2 drivers who have been right at the tippy top all day. Shame it's not Niels Niox, but this is a one-on-one duel. We can't throw in an extra 3rd just for good measure. It is all about this. You said it earlier, it's a 1v1 on Rust.
Absolutely. I'm a bit surprised no one asked me how I would do in this situation. I would be the perfect driver to get pole position for race number 2. I'll be right at the back for race number 1. No problem whatsoever. Just got to pray that someone else wins. This is it, isn't it? It's almost like the passing of the torch, isn't it? But Baldwin's been around for ages. And then Gronewold's come out of nowhere recently. And he's the young bull to the old calf. Who's going to come out on top? But Baldwin's a young man as well. It makes me sick. He's been around for so long, but he's still so young. But it does come down to this. And thankfully for us, Lewis, we actually have 2 very different liveries here. So it should be very easy to follow.
I was thinking this. If it was the Top Racing Car or Rocket SimSport, I'd be very confused though going up against
Williams versus Apex.
Yeah, thankfully, we don't have to deal with that, as it is pink versus white. It is Unicorns of Love versus Veloce here at the mountain. 10 minutes will be put on the clock here in the very first VCO ERWC. It is day 1. It is here on Assetto Corsa Competizione, and it is the first of the 2 final shootouts, potentially 3, depending on how we need to go. Tobias Gronewold and James Baldwin on that front row. James Baldwin, when he started from 2nd last time, he went around the outside to grab the lead. Is it going to happen this time by? The answer to that question is a very solid no, and it is going to be Gronewold leading from Baldwin, leading from Tauscher, from Murphy, from Pajic, and a Toki at the back.
This could not be any more perfect for Unicorns of Love Sim Racing with a 10-minute race here. If they can get a 1-2 and then leave their final driver in P6, it's great. Oh, it's big contact. Huge contact up towards turn 2. And that is Mitchie Tauscher and Baldwin having a coming together there. It's still leading for Gronewold, but Tauscher now down into P6. And, well, as much as that seems really bad right now, if Gronewold goes out and wins this race, that actually might be a massive blessing in disguise.
Yeah, because it does mean that Tauscher has retired, so he will start from pole position in the next final race. We'll have to wait and see on that one. I don't even know what the precedent is from race control to dish out a penalty in this scenario, and whether they felt that James Baldwin squeezed potentially. Either way, Baldwin is on the attack straight away, and rightfully so. Of course he is. He's not going to settle for 2nd position. None of this playing the long game lark. He is settling for 1 position and 1 position only, and that is the lead of this race and the checkered flag in 1st position. Look at the army of white directly behind Tobias Gronewold. Baldwin, Murphy and Pajic all sat there in tow, all ready to pounce when the first opportunity arises. And is it going to be down into the chase?
Tell you what, it looked like Baldwin was going to get super close there out of the Forest Elbow, but what a run Grunewald has had on the exit there as we come down through the chase here. Baldwin is close, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. No, he's going to decide against making a potential move, but he's forced a little bit of an error there. Runs very deep, does Grunewald on the exit and down in towards the final corner. I think we might have our opportunity. Slight overlap here, but it is the outside line for Baldwin.
Yeah, defensive down into the final corner of Murray's, but look at the switchback potentially coming from James Baldwin. You got to get on the defence. Does Tobias Grunewald on that run on the start finish straight down towards tail corner, back out to the outside, committing on the brakes. Is he going to be able to do it? No, but Tobias Grunewald is feeling the pressure on the rise up the mountain straight towards Griffin's Bend. A bit of bump drafting. Maybe now's not the time for James Baldwin to make that move. He's got assistance from behind in the form of Eamon Murphy, a driver who assisted him when it came to fighting for the championship in the SRO Esports European Sprint Series, and certainly could do so in assisting today. Finds the late apex at Griffin's, but we know the cutting is not really the time to make the move, and counter to how it is in qualifying, as I think Eamon Murphy made a bit of a mistake there. Bit of a snap as well from Tobias Grunewald, and there goes James Baldwin to the inside. I was going to say this might be the time when they can have a bit of a breather, as over the top you can't really attack. I think James Baldwin was nearly throwing that one straight out the window.
If there's ever a place to make a mistake and recover, that is the place. Again, you can kind of get away with it because it's not very favourable for a driver coming from second up to first being side by side, because you're always going to have the outside line for the next part of the corner. We see a little bit of action here in towards what would be, well, this is actually the start of the race, isn't it? This is Tauscher in P3. We're going to see the contact between him and Baldwin.
Yeah, let's see about this one. I personally think, at least from my point of view, that maybe Baldwin squeezed a little bit too much. There's Tauscher who pokes out. Let's just see from this angle. Is it Tauscher that moves across? Oh, I don't know. I think Baldwin might have squeezed that, which is interesting when you think about it, because in the first round of the SimGrid VCO World Cup, it was James Baldwin who was squeezed off in very, very similar fashion in his McLaren Shadow Project car at that corner in that way. So I don't know how Race Control are going to view that one.
Well, I don't think that Tauscher is going to be overly too bothered if Grunewald goes out and wins this race, as we've got another look at it here from a very sassy Cam. So again, I feel like this is the same incident. Yeah, it has to be, doesn't it? Tauscher then tries to make the move around the outside, and again just squeezed. Oh yeah, James basically said to Tauscher, you need to pull out of this, otherwise you're going to end up on the grass. I'm turning in late. And ultimately that's how it went down. But again, I think it's a blessing in disguise for Tauscher. I don't think it's going to end up being the worst thing in the world. He will start pole position, and as it stands, he's also going to have a Toki starting in second, so he's got a buffer to play with as well. All they need to do right now, and I say all they've got to do, is Grunewald leading this race. It's a team game, right? He's having to do this all on his own, and he's having to deal with probably, arguably, the most successful sim racer, bar maybe Joshua Rogers, in the history of sim racing behind him. This is going to be a coming-of-age race here for Grunewald, and he has got the Unicorns of Love sim racing hopes all on his back. And I tell you what, he is breaking James Baldwin here. This is a huge mistake through Sector 1. Across Skyline, he's got a lovely little margin now to work with.
Well, here we go from Race Control. 2 points penalty to James Baldwin. That is a big, big swing when it comes to this race right now. 2 points. It was decided that it was on his shoulders. It was his squeeze that made that one happen. And just to clarify, we are actually still working on the point structure. So I was wrong. Never mind. We'll gloss over that one. We're still learning in this process. But what that means is that if you count it, first, fifth, sixth, well, first and fifth, because it's only the top 2 cars, the Unicorns of Love have 6 points. But now with second and third plus 2, that's 7, which does mean the first of these shootout finals will go the way of Unicorns of Love, unless Veloce win.
Yeah, but do you know what has to happen here? Baldwin has to catch up to Grunewald here. He has to overtake, and he has to back them in. He has to back him into the pack here, so that Payich or Murphy wins. So Murphy or Payich have to win this race, because if Baldwin finishes first, it's 3 points because of the 2 penalties. So right now, yeah, hold on. Yeah, no. Does the 2 penalty points go on to whoever wins now? Actually,
So the 2 penalty points, because it's still so they're still working it as a team. So it's still about the top 2 from each team is what we're getting in our ear. That it's
Right.
so Gronewold and Lena Toki, that is first and fifth. So we're up to 6 points for that team. Lowest points wins. Second and third for Veloce, plus the 2 means that it's 7 points in total for Veloce. So they are 1 point behind. So they need to win right now to take
Right.
forward. But I think that Gronewold, you're absolutely right. You're right for the second time on this broadcast, mate. Well done. Gronewold's breaking the pack.
Yeah, this is something we haven't really seen today. The only time we've seen it is when the group behind have battled like hugely for a couple of laps. This is not the case. It's just Baldwin's not being able to keep up here with Gronewold. He's absolutely smashing it right now. And again, I said a coming-of-age race. We know he's quick. We know his pedigree, of course. But this is, on the biggest stage right now. This is a huge, huge opportunity. And like I said earlier, you win race number 1, you're in a very good spot to go out there and win the whole thing. So, yeah, get a good start in this final, and job is a good one. But this is going to be really, really tight.
Well, either way, regardless, at the moment, it will be a Unicorns of Love front row lockout in the next race. And I will say, Lena Toki's pace in this race is certainly looking better, and obviously not tripping up over the rest of the field, which is one of the major factors when you're racing over a large grid. Even 18 cars, when it's 36 cars, it's a bit madness. But this time, Lena Toki, he's kind of keeping up with Murphy, keeping up with Page. And I'd say that if that was reversed, should actually be able to defend from them and sort of keep them at bay based on his pace right now, especially if he's receiving a bit of slipstream from Tauscher, who will be starting from pole position in the next race. Back to our race leader, 2 minutes left on the clock, and as we know, based on how many lap times they're doing, this is it, on to the final lap, and that white car in the mirror of Tobias Gronewold is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, this is the strange thing for me. I'm kind of thinking, he's got to defend for the next hour, but he doesn't. It's one more lap. It's get the job done now and move on. So the whole Tauscher finishing in P6, as much as that's great for qualifying in the next race, doesn't score. Well, he scores 6 points. I was about to say he doesn't score great points, but he scores the best points. But in terms of this, it's the worst points because you get the most, indeed the smallest amount to indeed be the champions. So yeah, Tauscher is going to get penalised for that DNF via the 6 points. Bolden, of course, is going to have those 2 points added because of the incident, which again, Gronewold, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how bad people are doing behind him or how many points he's got. You cannot understate how good of a performance this is right now. It's a 10-minute race, of course. In a longer endurance race, you'd expect him to deal with this pressure for a lot longer, but to be dealing with this when you're having absolutely everything thrown at you, because I can tell you right now, there is no lap here where James has gone, I'm going to just take my foot off the gas a little bit here and just chill out behind Gronewold and wait for my moment to make an overtake. He has thrown everything at him. This is an incredible performance from the Unicorns of Love Sim Racing team.
And it is not done yet. Remember that this is the first of the final race. We can have up to 3. Think of them as duels. This first one at the moment is going the way of Unicorns of Love. We'll see which way the second one goes, because that is going to be very, very important. Are we going to wrap this up after just 2 races, or is it going to take 3? We will only have to find... Well, we've got to wait to find out. We just don't know right now. Tobias Gronewold leading, though. James Baldwin in second, approaching the chase on the final lap of this race. And right now, Gronewold is just doing enough. If it was a couple more laps, I'd say Unicorns of Love would be under an awful lot of pressure right now. But as it stands, corners ticking off, 1 more to go. Tobias Gronewold, who's done fantastic all day. The first of our final races looks to be going the way of the pink and black, but look at how close James Baldwin's got. It's not enough. And the top 2, the front row of the grid, remain very, very close indeed. That was thrilling, but you kind of think that Veloce have got a bit more to ask, Arjuna. Nice one. Ben is here, back in the house, 2 times on the broadcast, sir. 2 times.
I'm just channeling Ben's energy, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, you may have got confused with the point system, Lewis.
I certainly did.
But the fact that Unicorns of Love still win this race by virtue of the penalty points, or take the point from the race, I should say, and now they're going to lock out the front row. We know that Otoki hasn't necessarily got the pace of his counterparts, but he's going to be able to play the roadblock and potentially try and help Gronewold to work through those Veloce cars in front of him.
Yeah, let's return to, back to the format, and let's just explain it fully as to how this all works. We've got 3 cars from each team. Remember, it is the top 2 cars, same as what we've had in the previous, in the semi-finals, quarterfinals, and the heats. It is the top 2 cars of each team that score points, and it is the lowest number of points which is the victor in this scenario. And obviously the points are just based on the position. You finish first like Tobias Gronewold did, and that is the single point. You finish 5th like Leonard Toki, and that is 5, meaning they have 6 points. Veloce finished 2nd and 3rd, which gives them 5 points, but they also got that 2-point penalty courtesy of James Baldwin squeezing off Tauscher, which then puts them under an awful lot of pressure in that side. Gave them 7 points, meant that they lost this. So essentially it is 1-0 to Unicorns of Love, and I know that 1-0 can be quite painful, so it's fine, don't worry.
From your perspective now, Luke, how does Veloce try and play this one? They have to be careful. I think the one thing that I was really noticing in that first race was if Baldwin was going to get the pass done, he still had to do it in a clean way to avoid getting more penalty points.
Yeah, 100%, and that's the first time I've really seen Baldwin under some severe pressure and not be able to overcome it. I think, again, I just want to praise how good of a drive that is from Gronewold. Again, it's a 10-minute race, a sprint race, we know, but to be under that enormous amount of pressure, especially after what happened in the previous race, what's his last memory of this championship going into today? Getting taken out. It's as simple as that. Like, you're going to be trying to make up for that when it even wasn't even your fault, so your mind's not going to quite be there, but he's just got rid of it. He just threw it in the bin and instantly performed like that. Again, that's what I want to talk about here. That was an incredible drive.
And like you said, against someone like James Baldwin, who's got accolades both in esports, some of the biggest accolades in esports, but also he saw his pace in British GT when he was paired up in that Rockets. Was it Rocket Sport? Is that probably the right way to call it, Lewis? Rocket Sport GT3 car.
We just called it the Rocket car. I don't know. I was not in association. That was alongside Michael O'Brien, yes.
Yeah, it was a fun little championship for him, of course, after winning the world's fastest gamer. So we'll flip things around like we said, and for Michi Tauscher, he's got to put that disappointment to the back of his mind now, Lewis, after what happened there. Not even getting past turn number 2.
Yeah, this is not an easy scenario. I mean, to be fair, for Unicorns of Love, it's really not that bad. Like we said, me and Luke both said in that broadcast in the race that Tauscher now gets to start from pole position. He now gets to start from the best point, and it's a front row alongside his teammate, who obviously Leonard Toki is not going to fight into turn 1. Going to allow Tauscher the space. Might well just sit and try and hold everyone up, like you said, to try and also get Gronewold through. This is actually a really good scenario for Unicorns of Love. But then the question really is, Arjuna, who's got the sweatiest hands right now? Because these are the moments, these are the races where your heart's racing. You can barely hold the wheel because you're just thinking so much. Your hands are sweating. You're out of breath constantly. You just sat there, but still, that's what this does. Who has their heart racing more? Veloce, who have the pressure on their shoulders to win, or Unicorns of Love, who are advantaged their way?
Look at the qualifying times. There are hundredths of a second between all of these drivers, right? Especially the top 4, let's say. Can a Toki give Tauscher 1 second? Can he get in 1 second over 10 minutes? Can you gain, it would be a case of 0.2 a lap, then make an overtake? Can he get in that 1 second?
And it's a totally different race, given that we're at Bathurst, compared to what we would have seen at Paul Ricard, where you can basically pass into every corner at Paul Ricard. At Bathurst, it's almost a no-go from turn 3 to about turn 19 through the mountain to make something happen there. Isn't that right, Luke? I mean, you can try something, but all you're going to do is cause chaos or even lose a bunch of time, which you can't afford. For Baldwin, if he doesn't get past a Toki in turn 2 or turn 3, then he's got to try and make sure that he minimizes the time that he loses over the mountain, so he might be able to wrangle in the leader.
This is all or nothing. There's only 1 point difference between winning and coming second today. So they've both got huge points in the bag for the weekend, right? Maybe Veloce need a bit of chaos over the mountain to succeed here. Who knows?
Well, we are getting ready then for race number 2. Reminder, it's a reverse grid race from the results of race number 1. So if Veloce come out on top, they may need to play the strategy game with their 3rd car here to make sure they've got top honors and the best starting position for the final race of the day. While we wait, Lewis, let's once more preview what we've got in store for us the next couple of days. In fact, no, we're ready to go racing. So once more, Luke and Lewis are ready to rumble here in Mount Panorama. Get excited. Will it be decided here? Will Unicorns of Love take the first victory in the Esports Racing World Cup? Or can Veloce extend this one more race?
Well, the Uno reverse card has been applied. Tauscher will start this race from pole position ahead of his teammate Leonard Tocchi, and then it is a sea of Veloces, Eamon Murphy, Marco Pajic, James Baldwin. That final row is interesting in every single imagination. James Baldwin, Tobias Grunewald, how do they play this? I mean, Veloce at this point, we've not even spoken about this, Luke. What if they trip up over each other, which is so easy to do in a race like this?
Yeah, there's no second take, right? It's 10 minutes. I think you're going to see one of these three drivers take a real chance with the start procedure in the game and get as close to the front of the imaginary box as possible and risk a drive-through. To try and get close to the front two. So there's that to be contended with. Also, you've definitely been waiting all day to use the Uno reverse card line, which 100%. I fully respect. And tomorrow, when the finals come up, I feel like I'm going to say that over the top of it every time, because it seems like there's something missing with that. But yeah, excited for this.
Now, very quickly, as we're going to start rolling, who's your money on, Veloce or Unicorns of Love?
I can't believe you've just done that to me.
Yeah, throw anyone under the bus, mate.
They won race number 1 and they've locked out the front row here in race number 2. I think that the Tauscher James Baldwin incident has been a massive blessing in disguise for the Unicorns of Love Sim Racing. And if these two at the front don't get it done, I think Grunewald has been a standout driver of the day and he will produce some magic from the back.
Well, this is it, a one-on-one between two of the great teams on Assetto Corsa Competizione, Veloce versus Unicorns of Love. Is this going to be the final race we see today, or are we going to need that third one a bit later on? Leonard Tocchi obviously not fighting Tauscher, but he is going to fight as they're already 4 wide, just trying to hold Eamon Murphy. They're already coming together. Tobias Grunewald's coming straight for the middle of this. Tauscher has got the whole shot, and look at Tobias Grunewald from 6th position, attacking from 2nd. That was fantastically played by Leonard Tocchi, and this is all about Tobias Grunewald as it becomes a Unicorns of Love 1-2.
Oh, I said there's going to be some magic from the back here. Oh, he got his magic wand out. He waved it hugely. Mitchy Tauscher, could Tocchi give him a second? He's got about 1.5 seconds here. Unicorns of Love Sim Racing have played this absolutely beautifully. James Baldwin, though, has also made it up into that top 3 here. He knows he has to get ahead of Grunewald, and well, Grunewald went out there and won race number 1. Now he's got to be rear gunner, hasn't he? Just stay in P2. Don't give them a chance to go up and win this race. You take the crown for ACC for the day, and you lead going into day 2 tomorrow.
Now, all the Veloce cars have work to do here, already going on the attack. Of course, James Baldwin looking to the inside. This will be a thrilling fight, regardless of the position, regardless of what's at stake between Tobias Grunewald and James Baldwin. Was fantastic in the previous one. Bit of a mistake there from Tobias Grunewald as well, running down through the dipper. We see riding on board with him coming out of Forest Elbow. Now, just to clarify this, just to simplify it, if Tobias Grunewald finishes back behind Marco Pajic, if he finishes in 5th, then this will go the way of Veloce, dependent on penalties and all of that such. So this could work out as long as Veloce get everyone ahead. But are they going to be able to do it? Into the chase. James Baldwin looking to the inside, running through the fastest corner in Australian motorsport, but it is the advantage to Tobias Grunewald, who's got the inside line into that braking zone. We ride on board with Eamon Murphy as he's just going to back off of his teammate just a little bit, allow James Baldwin to go fully on the attack.
Yeah, Grunewald there. It was a perfect scenario for him as he goes across defensive. He's going to run deep here, but Baldwin is also boxed in, almost contact between the two Veloce drivers. You said that they might trip up over each other. They nearly did. But again, every single time Baldwin tries to make an overtake and doesn't get it done is great news for Tauscher, because it means the 2 behind him are slow. It's now 3 seconds the advantage, 7 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. I don't care who you are, Mitchy Tauscher's not losing that 3 seconds unless he makes a catastrophic error. This is a brilliant drive, and again, Grunewald P6 on the grid. He's been my standout driver. Him and Niels now up to my 2 standout drivers. But the fact that Grunewald's got to this stage, he's dealt with so much pressure, but also dealt a huge blow from going to P6 to P2 ahead of Baldwin again. Oh boy, he has absolutely smashed it today. What a driver and what a drive.
I'm going to say though, MVP of that race start was 100% Leonard Tocchi.
Yeah.
What a sensational start. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not sensational in the sense that he took off 3.5 car lengths into the distance. Like, he wasn't going off into the sunset. It was how he assisted his team into the 1-2 that they presently run in. He was critical to that, to holding up the Veloces. Games were played, but in the best possible way. Hearts are 100% racing here on the mountain, and Tobias Grunewald's probably faster than everyone else is right now.
Yeah, look at the mistakes out of the dipper. I'm going to go as far to say that those mistakes might not be mistakes. This is the best place to really run a little bit wider, be a bit slow on the exit, having to get off the gas, if you like, because no one can pass you. You're not really in control of the car 100%. You're kind of turning and praying that the car sticks to the road. So yeah, Grunewald doing a sensational job here again. He leaves that door open. It's not as close as he is Baldwin. Baldwin was closer last time he was side by side. Grunewald then does go very deep under braking, and I tell you what, can Baldwin find himself an opportunity? Oh, Grunewald's off. Oh, and again, if he falls in behind all three Veloce drivers, we could go to a third race. Big mistake. Baldwin's forced a mistake here, and look how cool, calm, and composed he is. And now it's a Veloce 2-3. Still Tauscher in the lead.
Oh my goodness me. This is absolutely crazy. Do the maths. 1 + 4, 5. 2 + 3, 5. They are locked on points in their current positions. It does mean, though, it would go the way of Unicorns of Love, courtesy of having the victory at the moment in their hands, unless something else happened. James Baldwin played his cards beautifully there. He was just trying to force the mistake. Unfortunately, the mistake wasn't big enough. The question mark is, though, is there a lot of damage on Grunewald's car? We saw with Nikodem Wisniewski in the first heat of the day that damage really does slow you down. He made so much progress up towards nearly inside the top 10, and then dropped down, just didn't have the pace. I wonder if that might happen with Grunewald, or if Eamon Murphy might play his hand in this scenario and try and drop him into the clutches of Marco Pajic. This race, this ERWC finale here is not done, and Race Control dish out 1 penalty point to Eamon Murphy.
For avoidable contact there, so I'm assuming that's from the race start. Because there was a couple of cars that ran off the side of the road there, which is obviously not ideal. But that now puts it back into the Unicorns of Love SimRacing hands, hugely. So right now, Eamon Murphy, you said, can he back him into Pajic? He absolutely has to. There's no choice about it. He has to back him up. They have to sacrifice the fact that if it doesn't work out, they lose this race. But if they don't, they will lose anyway. So Murphy now has to just back Grunewald into Pajic. Pajic then gets ahead, and you've got to hope that Baldwin goes down and catches Tauscher. The gap, though, 3.8 seconds. It's still growing here. Tauscher doing a sensational job. We said at the time when it was a DNF in race number 1 that, again, starting pole position's not going to be the end of the world for the Unicorns of Love SimRacing team, and ultimately it's proving to be a factor here. Eamon Murphy, though, has to back Grunewald into Pajic, and I think that plan is in motion here already.
Yeah, I think that penalty point comes from escorting Leon Atoki off at T1 when in that kind of cluster, making it 3-4 wide. Now, this is important because remember, only the top 2 cars from every team score points. Now, that 1 point makes the Veloce total up to 6. 2 + 3 for their positions, plus the 1 for the penalty point equals 6. Now, what that means is that Unicorns of Love actually cannot lose this right now. Sorry to burst your bubble. There is the move, so straight down the inside and argued to have pushed him off. And that was pretty, I mean, he did, let's be honest, he did throttle that one up a little bit. Did Eamon Murphy, and pushed Leon Atoki off the road. So that was counted as a single incident point. I understand the whole let them race type aspect, but I do also agree with that. Unfortunately, though, that does settle the issue, because even if Tobias Grunewald gets passed by Pajic, that means that Unicorns of Love lose a point, but they still win the race, and so then they're still locked on points with Veloce, because Pajic doesn't add points to the Veloce total.
Right, well, there you go. The hard work's been done, really effectively.
Off we go home then. We're done.
Yeah, that's it, we're done. Let's pack our bags.
Of course not. It's pride.
We're at Bathurst. Bathurst tends to have different plans for drivers, so yeah, the opportunity of a mistake is absolutely still there. Murphy's still got to do that job, right? He's still got to try and back the Unicorn of Love SimRacing car towards Pajic. Just at least get Pajic ahead of that car. You can see him trying to break the toe here as Murphy. And again, how slow will he be going through the chase? How slow will he be going in towards that final chicane and then in towards the final corner as well? Because if he doesn't, ultimately, you know, nothing is going to happen. It's as simple as that, right? Like, if you stay like this, it's Unicorns of Love. It's the white flag effect of the you guys win. You know, we're not going to try and do anything about it here, but it's the kind of the Lewis Hamilton situation with Nico Rosberg in 2016, where he tried to back Rosberg into the pack and potentially be overtaken. Obviously, that didn't work out, but you've got to at least try.
Yeah, right now, like you say, they're just fighting for whatever they can, because still, you know, it's not technically done. What if Tauscher, what if something goes wrong on his end? You still want to be gaining as many positions as much as you can, and also just for pride anyway. Payet will be trying to get past Tobias Grunewald. I think Eamon Murphy is trying to assist the matter, because you can see the gap that's built between Eamon Murphy and James Baldwin out to nearly 2 seconds, and just dropping Grunewald back into the clutches of Eamon Murphy's teammate. Right now, though, for Tauscher, let's go back to that. 4.5 seconds, 4 seconds now his lead. Absolutely crazy, considering that is essentially now one-on-one with Baldwin.
Yeah, but he can take 4 seconds off the second 2 seconds of this lap now and still win. He's good. He's done the hard work. It's a very short format. It's a very unique format, but you've done the hard work. Now do not go and make a mistake. And this is the difference between Tauscher, you know, 12 months ago and the Tauscher now. He is, again, I don't want to do the commentary curse, but he is the full package these days. He is able to perform consistently over the course of race after race, or indeed in longer formats over the course of a whole race, where we used to see so many mistakes from him. Yeah, we are seeing a different beast entirely now. A little bit more belief, I guess, now racing with one of the biggest franchises in esports, especially within sim racing, and maybe that belief has changed his approach, changed the way he does things, and maybe walks a foot taller with his ego, with his mind. But ultimately, he is doing exactly what he needs to do. Again, 4 tenths taken out by Baldwin. Not going to be worried about it whatsoever. Pajic is not going to catch up here and gain that position. Unicorns of Love Sim Racing have been incredible from start to finish here, Lewis. And it looks like they're going to finish off the day super, super strong.
Yeah, timers ticking down, lights are flashing on Tauscher's point of view, and rightfully so. What a fantastic day, but he spun out of the final corner! Oh my goodness me! Tauscher has dropped it! He was celebrating, and it now goes to Veloce! Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Oh my goodness me! I have not seen that in a very long time. Tauscher at the final corner. I don't believe what I have just seen. Arjuna, help me spell it out. What just happened?
Chaos. Mount Panorama delivers. I mean, Luke, you were saying there's always going to be a twist in the term. Celebrating too early, and from the lead, 0 to 0, right like that, it's going to one more race. Incredible format.
Wow.
I edged my bets. I was like, Bathurst could bite, but also Tauscher is the finished product. So, yeah, one of them was going to happen, right? And there we go. I just cannot believe it. But for all of us watching at home, we get another race. That's the main thing.
I cannot believe it.
This is him celebrating.
It's nothing.
Is that... Well, I wonder if he took the traction control off there to try and stylishly put the point on the victory.
Oh, it's a good point.
It was. So I have seen this now. This is a bit of a throwback to a race in Touring Pro Series at Troy Rivere, actually, of all places. And there was, fancy. Toby Davis was leading by a country mile, 12 seconds, in fact. And he decided it was a good idea to start showboating and just dropped it straight in the wall, straight away. And it's proof that the race is not over until it's over. Grunewald's young. He will be kicking himself. Now, that is a massive blow to the emotions and such.
Not Grunewald, sorry. I'm going to
blame him. He's been brilliant.
Sorry.
Grunewald,
sorry.
You're going to get Twitter DM now. Furious.
Yeah, this is it. The thing is with that, for Tauscher, but to be fair, for the entire team, that's a real kick in the teeth. Now you've got to do it all again. They had it settled. They had it sorted.
Is it reverse grid again and they're qualifying? I'm not sure now.
No. It'll be reverse grid again. So guess who lines up 1 through 3?
Yeah, exactly. UOL. Right, okay.
Yeah, it's not done.
On purpose.
I still can't get. I've not seen. That's baffling to me. I feel so bad for Tauscher, to be honest, because those things. Yes, I get it. You might think, but it's his mistake. But still, come on. Like, he's a young driver. He's just trying to show off. And after winning a fantastic race like that, it is easy for it to get in your head. You're thinking about, what am I going to say in the interview? What am I going to do with all this money? What am I going to do with all this? Suddenly, you're backwards, and you've got the entire grid looking at you, laughing, coming out of the corner, thinking, who's this idiot?
And
I can hear Florian's just opened the second case of beers, so he's ready.
Just a reminder as well, we're fighting over $50,000 across the 3 days. We pay out $10,000 per day. The difference between first and second is $2,500 versus $1,300. So it's not an insignificant change there in terms of winning this. And one thing that I'll ask you, Luke, is sim racing is very much a young man's game at times, right? The amount of effort that you can put into practice, you can't do... Let me finish here, Luke. The amount of time that you can dedicate to practice is so much more than in the real world. And the reality is, us older people, we have commitments. We have things we've got to do. Whereas younger people can put that time in. You compare the wise old head that is someone like Niels Naujoks versus that mistake that we've just seen. But the reality is, these are the future. This is the future. Young drivers who are going to just get better and better. He won't make this mistake again. If it was an accidental mistake, there is the counter possibility. It was just hitting the wrong button at the wrong time.
William, if they win this, there might potentially be the offering that he might do it again. If they lose this, he will remember that forever. Like that, if they go and lose this, it was in the bag, right? How many meters away were they? 25? Not even that.
If that, yeah.
Like, this is a case of, and we saw earlier on with Grunewald that his last memory before the final was getting taken out, right? And he got rid of that, and he then dominated in the race. Tauscher's now got to go and show his strength of character and do exactly the same. But the thing that Grunewald had in his favor was that it wasn't his fault. Tauscher has got to remove his own mistake from his mind, and there's zero time to think about it. It's just literally, you're in the next race. If you don't get rid of it, you're going to be racing on tilt, and you could be in trouble.
So it will be race 3. What drama! I mean, we thought that this was going to be an exciting format, but this is just even more exciting. We're getting word as well. We thought it might be a reverse grid race once more, but no, there's going to be a 10-minute qualifying session. All bets are off now, Lewis. I mean, we thought that it would be 1 through 3 for Unicorns of Love, but now the pressure is on to deliver in qualifying once more.
Do remember, though, that, you know, yes, this is a new format. We are still learning the format. They're not making it up as they go along. You know, they have had this planned out. We're just learning it as we go. This is a new format for us. It's a new format for the esports world, and it is been absolutely fantastic from start to finish. We're just figuring this out bit by bit, and of course on the first day it had to go to a third race. Of course it did.
Well, we're going to step aside for a couple of moments. Don't go anywhere. What a dramatic day it's been so far. Day 1 of the Esports Racing World Cup continues after this. You could not script this. A new vision for VCO with the Esports Racing World Cup, and in dramatic fashion, coming to the checkered flag, Race 3 is on the agenda for the finals. I've enjoyed watching this. We've got 10 minutes of qualifying underway once more. My name is Arjuna Kenkipati, watching alongside with Luke Crane and Lewis McLeod. Lewis, have you ever?
No, I have not. It's like the idea that, that this format is crazy as it is. We know that. It's absolutely mad and fantastic. I've enjoyed this all the way through. I think quite a lot of our competitors, a lot of the people watching have. It's been brilliant. And the fact that it ends in a way like this is honestly almost unscriptable. I cannot recall anything like this. I thought we were done. We were all ready to pack up. We were ready to go home. We were ready to get ready for tomorrow. I was ready to go to bed and wake up in the morning and do another broadcast. But that, we are in for a barnstorming final.
It's like the documentary on NASCAR they did back in the early 2000s, the original cars. Like, you can't have it any more closer than that. Lightning McQueen, got a puncture that time round. Like, yeah, ridiculous.
I mean, Arjuna, you've not commented. I think you've commentated for a fair while, not quite as long as me, or Luke. Luke's commentated for longer than me. Have you ever seen anything crazy like that?
I've seen crazy stuff. Never like that. Never by yourself. 4 and a bit seconds clear. Whether it's a mistake, whether it was showboating, it's just, you couldn't. Drive to Survive could not script something like that. We'll put it that way. It's unbelievable.
Let's talk of the psychology of this, though. That they are in qualifying, they are about to start setting some laps onto the board, so we'll keep our eye on them as they are doing so. James Baldwin is the car ahead of Eamon Murphy here, about to set a lap time. Tobias Gronewold puts in a 2-minute flat 0-1. James Baldwin instantly with a time fast and a pole time in the previous session, if I remember correctly, of 59.637. Fantastic opening salvo from James Baldwin. Tauscher up in a second. Not a great first lap from Gronewold. But let's speak of the psychologists, because it is really important. Sport is, motorsport as well. It's heavily psychologically driven. Now, this kind of hit, Luke, for Tauscher. Now, obviously, it depends on his character. It could be a wake-up call. It could be something which puts him into gear and makes it go faster. Could be something that holds him back, though. Yeah,
100%. First of all, I would like to apologise to Niels Nauyok for all the old jokes I've said over the years, because these two have abused me today. In terms of my age and how long I've been around doing sim racing. But yeah, to answer your question there, when I first started in the world of sim racing, there were sort of 10, 20 drivers that were at every single competition. It wasn't a case of you needed to be psychologically amazing. You were just fast with a steering wheel or with a control pad, whatever you're using back then. Now it's everything. It's not just psychology, it's not just talent, it's sometimes nutrition. A lot of these drivers, you look at them on their cameras there, they're not your typical gamer looking people, are they? They're skinny, they look in good shape. Eamon Murphy aside, he's still a beautiful human. But yeah, these drivers are preparing in more than one different way. It is a viable sport. As you said, you use the term there, sport. People will argue that motorsport isn't a sport. They are wrong. This is the top of the top. There are 10 other teams, should I say that? 20 other teams that have not made it this far today, that all have a case at the start of the day to say we could make that final, right? The preparation is absolutely vital. Can he get rid of that mistake now? Psychologically, he's already done it in qualifying. He's onto the front row of the grid. Is it quick enough? Absolutely not. Can he find an extra time? Yes. Can he do it? We'll find out.
I wonder how many teams are watching this, Arjuna, thinking, that have been eliminated already today, thinking, if I get through into the final next round, or in rFactor 2, in the iRacing one, let's take this seriously. Let's not do the showboat. Let's just cross the line and then deal with it later. I don't think you'll see that mistake again.
No, I definitely don't think. Well, you never want to say never. That's the reality of racing, whether it be virtual, whether it be real. It's unexpected. I mean, just things happen. One thing I'm going to just question here, because I'm going to, in 3 minutes, step away and enjoy watching you two shout about some crazy, crazy action once more. If you're a talkie, how do you approach this race? Clearly, you might not have the out-and-out pace to be a factor. You're likely going to be starting from the back. You also can't afford to get any penalty points. You're in a really difficult position.
I'm going to throw it out there that he'd done his job already. Like, in his mind, he will fully understand that he was not at the races today in terms of being in the top 2 and getting his team through. But when his team needed him, he was absolutely there, and he gave Tauscher that lead. So in his mind, with 2 corners to go, he's done his job for the team. He feels amazing about what performance he's produced because he was a vital part of the team winning this event. We're in race number 3. They didn't win the event. Like,
Yeah.
Will he be able to get over that psychologically? What can he do? Like you said, he could potentially, if he's to make something happen, it might be contact, and you get penalty points. You can't afford it. Has he got the outright pace to challenge the front 4? Historically, in this event, him and Payich just don't. So, yeah, I feel sorry for him. I really do, because he really did produce something magical to give Tauscher that 3-second advantage it was in the end. But ultimately, it does come down to this. So I think the big kicker here, though, is look who's P1 and P2. Veloce have been gifted an opportunity here, and by Lord, they're taking it with both hands.
Are they now, though? Look at Tobias Groenewold, 59.532 across the line. What does Tauscher do? Gets himself into 3rd. So the battle is back on, boys, but they are finishing. These laps they are doing now are their final laps of the session. Not going to have enough time to escape and do another one. They would be able to finish these ones. Tyres should be able to do a couple of laps at speed, but you're taking the very, very most out of them. I find myself, Luke, agreeing with you more and more. Filet and Atoki,
you didn't get out at the start of the day, did you? Hey?
No, I didn't. Yeah. I wasn't expecting it. No, because obviously our luck on broadcast together, considering we've only done one before, has been not great. So
we've never seen a race. That's how good it was.
We saw 10 minutes, I think.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
I think we saw 10 minutes of a race at apparently the greatest racetrack in the world, but really is the second one, Arjuna.
Whoa! Shots fired.
Oh, this is the greatest racetrack on the planet.
Second. No, this is the second. North Life is the best.
You guys aren't talking about Sugo, so you're both wrong.
Wow. I have
just
not
want to
raced on
jump
Sugo in years.
I just want to say something. We saw the onboard look with Tauscher. He looked frustrated, a little bit dejected, but didn't look like he was beating himself up. That is going to be crucial, because if he beats himself up, it's just going to rein in his performance, and with still plenty up for grabs, it's not done. He's got to remember that. He's got to keep positive, and I mentioned before the number of people that are in that Unicorns of Love chat trying to pick up his spirits. They've got to make sure he's optimistic, as, look at this, a little bit of tow going on between the 2 of them.
This is massive.
This is perfect. This is perfect, isn't it? Look at this. The driver in front will just absolutely get out of the way here. Groenewold's done the time he needs to do, but surely he just pulls completely out of the way of Tauscher. Yet perfectly executed here. Down in towards the chase then. We've got one chicane to go in a final corner, and he is apparently a 10th of a second up, which is, again, don't worry about pole position, is good enough to get past Baldwin. Can it be a Unicorn of Love P1 across the final corner, around the final corner, should I say? Don't drop it, Tauscher. Do not drop it, Tauscher. Bit too much curb there. It's going to be touch and go. Has he got P2? It's not enough. It's an invalidation, actually, this time, or he's not gone fast enough.
He did go faster.
Groenewold is still going to take P1, but what more can this guy do for the team? Groenewold has just given tow to a teammate. He's dominated the races today. What more can you expect from him? He went from P6 to P2 in race number 2 as well. Like, it's almost like he's trying to drag this team across the line. They've all done so well to get to this stage, but all of a sudden here, it just seems like they're maybe running out of wind.
Bit of an improvement here from Marco Payich as well, as he's trying to climb up the leaderboard a little bit. He is about 4/10 up at the moment. Wouldn't be enough to improve his position, but you never know, could find a bit more time in the final sector. Tauscher really did drop it in those final couple of corners. I can understand that, maybe pressure getting onto his shoulders, Arjuna.
I wouldn't want to see that corner again if I was him, to be honest.
I did mention it before as well, right? That little bit of curb, it pushes you wide, it compromises the speed, and from a potential front row lockout, it's now all going to be about what can Tauscher do with the pressure on. He wants to make up for the mistake. Payich will be across the line, he'll improve, but not going to change the order there. What a day, and we still got 2 more of these days to go, Lewis.
I mean, this is really setting us up for a weekend of thrilling action. I mean, what a way to start this on a Friday. It's been, again, as we've said time and time again, not to hammer it home too much to you. You've been watching, I'm sure you're fully aware. It's been fantastic. The RF2 site, when we go there tomorrow, that's my neck of the woods. We're going to see some stuff. I'm sure it's going to be crazy. Quite hard to race those Formula Pro cars. And then when we get to the final in the V8 Supercars, it's going to be crazy. But this is setting us up. This is setting the precedent of what we're expecting to see. Can it get more crazy than this? Normally I'd say no, but with how things have been, probably.
This is like the hardest game out of all 3, I would say, to race wheel to wheel, like so, bumper to bumper, because it's a GT endurance car, and again, not really built to be an overtaken after overtaken battle. Whereas tomorrow we've got the open wheel, and with the V8 supercar as well. Okay, that speaks for itself, right? That's a crazy series in real life. So yeah, if today is anything to go by, wow, we're not going to have a voice left. We're all going to be absolutely knackered by the end of the day, and definitely deserve a couple of beers. But hopefully everyone at home's really enjoyed this. I didn't know what to expect, to be honest. It's my first time working with you guys. I've had an absolute blast. I thought this has been brilliant. The amount of messages on Twitter I've received, as well as you guys as well. Like, yeah, this has been received really, really well. So exciting, this format. And fair play to VCO and taking a chance with it.
Well, I think we're getting ready to race. I'm going to throw you guys under the bus very quickly here. I'm going to say I think Unicorns of Love can bounce back from that disappointment. They'll win. Let's start with you, Luke. Which way are you thinking this will swing?
Look, I'm gonna say it's between two teams, Veloce and Unicorns of Sim Racing. I don't know.
Lewis, you get the chance to not sit on the fence.
I've got to go with my heart, and my heart is with Unicorns of Love. I think they've got the pace. There are a lot of questions on their door, though. It is not just about pace. It is about the mental position, more so, in my opinion, than anything else. They know they've got the pace to win. But my heart says Unicorns of Love. My brain, though, honestly, is telling me Veloce. I've got to go with my heart, though.
Well, get your popcorn out, sit back, and in about 10 minutes' time, we'll know who wins day one here in the Esports Racing World Cup. Lewis and Luke are going to take you through the final bit of action here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Let's go back to Mount Panorama.
I don't think my heart can take any more of this, Luke. We're about ready to wrap this up. What a crazy day it's been. And it is so fitting that it comes down to this one final race, a penalty shootout, if you will.
Yeah, if there are probably people out there going, this was fixed. It wasn't. This is ridiculous. I know. We're all in disbelief ourselves that it has actually come down to this. What an advert for the competition it is. And I'll tell you one thing, predictions aside, whoever wins this will absolutely deserve it. The crazy thing is, there's only 1 point difference between P1 and P2 in terms of the championship. There's a little bit of a difference in terms of the money. So there is absolutely everything on the line. But how important will that 1 point be come Sunday evening? Who's going to be our champion here on ACC for day one? We're about to find out.
Well, Veloce, they've got a few eggs across the season that they can play. They know that they're going to be competitive regardless of the simulator that we go on. Unicorns of Love have said this is their target. This is what they were focused on. And boy, they were close. They could not have got closer. And the first day of the VCO Esports Racing World Cup comes down to the third and final race. The shootout is about to finish. Tobias Gronewold and James Baldwin on the front row, and Gronewold leads them down towards turn one, towards Hell Corner, and let's see how they get through, nearly trying to hang it around the outside with James Baldwin, as he did in one of the heat races a bit earlier on in the day. This time it wasn't quite enough. Already squeezing, already pushing, already trying to force his way through his Tauscher, not letting the previous race go to his head, as he is fully on the attack already.
Murphy there trying to box Tauscher in as well to stop him from being able to make a move on Baldwin. Runs a little bit deep though through turn two, and it is indeed going to be Tauscher that is in P3, and it's well, 3 wide in the background there, as Atoki may have just had contact with Pajic. We'll have to see exactly how that's gone down. I think they all got through okay. Yeah, they're okay, they're fine, and that's the last thing you want to do is your third driver is cause an incident where indeed the penalty comes into fruition. And as it stands then, Gronewold leads the way, and then we've got Baldwin, Tauscher and Murphy. So the front three are away, and Tauscher, what's the best way of righting the wrongs here, Lewis? It's getting into P2 right now, isn't it, and becoming a rear gunner?
Yeah, absolutely. Just remember, do not get a penalty point incident, accrue penalty points, and penalty points regardless of where you are, regardless of whether your car is the one scoring or not. The penalty points still get added to the team, so you can't just send your third driver on a massive battering ram mission down the inside of the chase. It does not work like that. The top 2 cars of each team score points, and at this point, Tobias Gronewold and Tauscher scoring 4 points between them with a first and a third. Baldwin and Murphy 6 points with a second and a fourth. Let's see how this goes down into the chase. James Baldwin's close, but this would take one hell of a dive down the inside, which he is obviously going to look for. He's obviously going to commit to it. He's straight down the inside. He's going to open the door, and Tauscher's going to come through. That was opened by Baldwin making the mistake. The rejoin, watch it, it, lads, as coming up into second position. Eamon Murphy's going to make that one stick. I think Race Control might just take a look, although I tend to just leave it as it is. It was Unicorns of Love 1-3, Veloce 2-4, and it still remains that, just the other way round.
Tauscher, chance of redemption. Baldwin had to try something ultimately there. It did not pull off. Grunewald is going to just think himself lucky, really, that he didn't end up in a wall. There was a huge amount of runoff there, so he's okay. Baldwin's going to be furious. I think he's going to be expecting a penalty as well. Historically, what we've seen throughout the day, that will be a penalty. But Tauscher just has to go out and win. Did he think he was going to get this opportunity by qualifying P3 on the grid as soon as he's got it? No. Has he got to take this with both hands? Absolutely. He has cost his team winning this today with that mistake in around the final corner in race at number 2. And right now he's got an instant chance of redemption.
Do I want it to be a penalty? No, absolutely not. I want to see these lot racing this one down to the checkered flag. Should it be a penalty based on the things that we've seen today? I mean, I know obviously people will jump on race control, as we had even in the last race. You know, they'll jump on race control and be like, that's potentially not a penalty, let them race. But the rules are the rules. The penalties are there to enforce clean driving. And was that a clean move? Yes or no? Simple answer. Absolutely. Not really. So, in that sense, yeah, it is a shame. But either way, that is race control's decision. We'll have to wait and see if they might even leave it until the end so we get a little bit of drama. In fact, actually, no, there we go. 1 penalty point dished out to James Baldwin. So that is already sorted, unless Tauscher spins at the final corner.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, James Baldwin's going to just try and get up a position here, right? He's going to try and get up into P3, and that means that they're both tied. It goes on the best 2 drivers, of course. That means they'll both be tied, but Grunewald is not letting that happen, is he? He will run deep here, but he's just got to try and stop Baldwin's advancements, and he's now got the outside line to deal with. Fair play to Grunewald. He could have been very aggressive there and hung him out to dry, but he didn't, so I think Baldwin will actually get the run in towards that final corner. He's now going to run deep as well, which should give Grunewald a chance to come back at him. It actually isn't. So right now, then, it is tied, but factor in that penalty point, that means that indeed it will be, what, 1 point extra added onto Baldwin. They need Payich to go big now. They need Payich to go huge.
Let's just take a look. I said it had to be one hell of a dive, and it was going to be from James Baldwin, but you can see from this angle, let's see if he was going to make the apex. It's late. It's so late. And he squeezed him straight off the track. He was never making the corner there.
Yeah, he didn't make the squeak, didn't he? Even using the car in front, he still didn't make the corner.
And so how you can't argue it. It's done.
No, exactly that.
It's a shame. It is sad. But that is the case. It's not done yet, by the way, because it's not as if Tauscher's got a 4-second lead like he did the previous race, because if Eamon Murphy still goes and takes that lead, then the points are still up. So it's not done yet. We are not saying this is over, but James Baldwin has not helped the team there.
Yeah, well, they're tied, but then add the penalty point, it's 1 point. If Payich can get past Grunewald, so again, it's going to be this time round Baldwin to have to back him into Payich. The point swing would be 1 each, so 2 points. That means that then Veloce would win by 1 point, even with that penalty point. Oh, but hold on, no, it's just top 2 drivers actually, so no, that still wouldn't be enough, would it? Oh, I don't know what's going on here.
Okay, let's spell this out. Let's spell this out. Tauscher 1 point at the moment. Tobias Grunewald 4. Like you say, that added together equals 5. If Grunewald gets passed by Payich, that means then it's 1 + 5, which equals 6. Which is then joint on points with Veloce, because Veloce have second plus third, so that's 5, plus 1 for the penalty point is 6. So they would be on 6 and 6 if Payich gets by, which does mean, regardless of anything, Eamon Murphy, if they want to win, Murphy needs to overtake Tauscher, because then it will go on to count back as to the race victor, which would be Eamon Murphy, and then they will win. That's the only way they can do it. So it's 4 minutes for Eamon Murphy to go and take that victory. And trust me, if Tauscher's hands weren't sweaty at some point this evening, they certainly are now.
Yeah, any nerves that he had or previously are going to be magnified. Look at that, it's a mistake again out of hell corner. If Murphy gets an opportunity, he is absolutely going to take it on. He is one of those drivers that will take chances. And ultimately, in this format, he absolutely has to. You've already seen a mistake there. It's 2 laps, just under 2 laps now for Tauscher again. It's a chance of redemption. He's made a mistake where his team are not going to go out and win this from race number 2, and he's been instantly given a chance to go out there and grab the win himself again. It doesn't happen like that normally in sports or any sim racing. Normally, you've got to wait months, years for a chance of redemption. Yeah, he's been handed one in the palm of his hand. Eamon Murphy, though, He is the wily old fox in this one. He has to play on that and know that every single braking zone here, Tauscher's leg's going to feel like it's shaking. Every single input on the wheel for Tauscher is going to feel like it's too much, and indeed could potentially give him oversteer or understeer. He has to pile on that pressure. Ooh, it's going to go down to the wire.
It really is. Murphy is closing. Murphy is closing. I honestly, we had a little bit of a chat about this. Obviously, with the position that Tauscher is in, with the spin at the final corner, he's under a lot of pressure mentally, even from himself. He is putting himself under pressure right now because it will be horrible. If you're the one that costs the team, it honestly sucks. There is no other word for it. And now, Eamon Murphy, he is the one that needs to rescue this victory for Veloce. Tauscher is the one that needs to rescue the victory for Unicorns of Love. And it's the same way. We've seen it all the way through the day. The two teams, they've been led by Grunewald for Unicorns of Love, by Baldwin for Veloce. And at the moment, there is very little they can do. It is all about Murphy and Tauscher. If Grunewald gets past Baldwin, then it's done, it's sorted. But outside of Veloce winning, there is nothing either of those two can really do right now. It is about the top two. It's about essentially the second driver of each team.
Exactly that, yeah. The second driver from the day. Ultimately, the front drivers in this final race. Again, Tauscher with that opportunity. It just doesn't happen like this. You do not make an error like you do and then get away with it and get a chance of rectifying it within 20 minutes of it happening. That is so rare at the top level of sports or indeed esports. But here we are. Tauscher has that opportunity, and Marco Pajic with a lovely run here up towards turn 2, and he's going to get straight across. Oh, Grunewald again. Grunewald just doesn't want to be put in a position here where he potentially causes an incident. So Pajic here could use that of case of, I'm going to be a little bit aggressive here and maybe force a mistake which costs the driver in front, or which being Grunewald, to maybe eke me out onto the grass or something, and then they maybe get a penalty point. So that's going to be a factor here as well.
Baldwin's playing a game here. Baldwin is trying to slow her down. Exactly what you're saying. He's trying to force Grunewald to make a mistake to get a penalty point. James Baldwin is slowing this pack up slightly. Think back to 2014 at the Bathurst 1000, Chaz Mostert versus Jamie Whincup. Jamie Whincup, running out of fuel, did the same thing, was trying to slow him down, not to get a penalty, mind, but just over the top of the mountain, was trying to slow the car down. That is exactly what James Baldwin is doing right now. He's trying to slow down the pack. He's trying to get them to pick up a penalty which they could ill afford right now. 30 seconds on the clock. We are on the final lap, that final run all the way down to the chase. These are the only things that Baldwin can do right now to try and ensure his team victory. Here comes Tobias Grunewald, just trying to skip that one to put a no thank you mark on that book. Is it going to be ticked off though? We'll go side by side. There's the look from Pajic to the inside. He is committing to it. Out of the final corner though, we've got to see both of these. There is contact, and that is going to be looked at. Oh my goodness, I can't believe what I'm seeing. We're going to see Tauscher across the line. It is a Redemption Day story. Eamon Murphy behind, but this is not done yet. What did we just see? Baldwin, Atoki, Grunewald and Pajic. My goodness me. I don't know how to pick that one apart. I'm actually going to go very quickly to Luke here. What did you make of that?
I think it all becomes about who initiated contact.
Yeah.
And as much as it was Grunewald moving to the left and on the limit of the car, I think Pajic may have been the one that initiated the contact there. Again, I would have to see it again, but from what I saw, it just didn't look like Grunewald was ever losing the car or anything like that. He hit the apex, he'd done everything he needed to do, he ran out a little bit wide, but ultimately we are going to see this once again here, so I will just talk over it as we indeed head down there. So Pajic makes a really nice move here.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know there. To me, that's a racing incident. I don't think that gets penalised, if you like. I don't think there's a lot wrong there. I think, if anything, it's maybe a bit too much power on the curb. Pajic has squeezed him onto the curb to force the error. It could go either way for me. But I don't think there's an intent on that. But was there any ill intent with Baldwin as well?
No.
Probably not.
I think it's
Lewis's mind is going crazy.
I think for me, I don't like saying it. I think it's a penalty.
Well, so
I'm sorry.
Interject. I'll interject here, because what I'll say, I'm not race control, and I'm glad I'm not race control.
We have got the judges on, so it makes sense.
Yes, no, but Pajic misses the apex. He forces the Unicorns of Love car onto the curb, and I don't think from there Grunewald is in full control. Watch here once more. Look at the dive from the white Mercedes. Oh, okay, maybe I have to correct my statement.
There's space given, though. That's the thing, is that he gives a car width to that curb. That is the problem. Race control will be going over this time and time again. Like, don't they will get a decision. For me, I think that in that scenario, Payich is given enough room.
Let me put this forward then to you, Luke. Based on what we saw with James Baldwin, Unicorns of Love have been very clean today, right? There's no extra penalty that's going to come down because they've been involved in multiple incidents. If it's 1 penalty point, Unicorn of Love still wins this one.
Yeah. That'd be fine. But they're 2 entirely different incidents, right? Because Baldwin's was entry into the corner, and the second one was exit of the corner. So, Baldwin was definitely not as in control of the car as what Grunewald was. And again, we need to see it from the cockpit cam here of Grunewald effectively.
Well, I think we want to see it from a Taki potentially, because he would have been in the perfect spot to see, exactly what would have happened. And we'll get the replays. We're getting the points as well. Race Control is talking behind the scenes. What a crazy, crazy day. Lewis, I mean, your hands were on your head watching that replay, watching that incident through. I mean, could you imagine when this format was conceived that it'd be like this? It's incredible.
It's a big prize, that's the thing, and it's the big competition. Even ignore the money, ignore the finance which is, by the way, a fantastic prize. Let's not get over that, but ignore that. Think of it just as the competition itself. It's the same with quite a lot of high-level competitions. When you are playing against the best of the best, the reputation is worth its own weight, and that is the thing here: is to be able to be the first person to win, the round in this new wave of esports that we're having here in VCO. It does hold its weight. I mean, this is just madness. So we can see once again, there is, in my opinion, once again, I'm going to say it, there was space. Payich gave room. It was just about, but I'd say that was within the rules.
Now the question will be I think the first time I watched it back, I thought that Payich missed the apex. I definitely correct myself. Doesn't miss the apex, but does leave as little room as possible, that's racing. Robin is racing at times as well. I'm, again, glad I'm not in Race Control. And Luke, let's give props to Race Control as well, right? They've had to be so quick to respond to a lot of these things, because we can't just be sitting around and waiting through the day because it influences how the rest of the lineup goes. They've been right on top of the action, even though competitors don't always agree with them. That's just the way that things go.
And I've seen it drip down from Formula One. The rubbish we see on television, where you hear the teams talking to the race director and the way they deal with stuff like that. It means sim racing competitions get more, like we're seeing it in the chat right now. We saw it earlier on with a penalty being given to a team. They get more criticism and whatnot. Look, it's a thankless task being a steward. It really is. And sometimes you've got to make harsh decisions. It is what it is. That's as simple. If we don't have these measures, it becomes a free-for-all. It does become a 1v1 on Rust. It is as simple as that. Sometimes you just got to respect decisions that are being made. You may not like it. Like, if you receive a penalty and you're enjoying it, that's weird. Like, I don't know what else you want me to say. But I just feel sorry for stewards, because the rubbish we see on television at this point is now just cool. Makes stewards in every competition, whether it be, DTM Trophy, what I work on, or whether it be this event here in terms of sim racing, they get called into question a lot more by people who are not, quite frankly, in that circle to be making those decisions.
Go ahead, Lewis. I think you've got something else to add.
No, I honestly, I don't. I mean, look, the way I see it is that if you're going to add a penalty, which is what I would do, as we've said, now though, the penalty shouldn't be decided based on the outcome. It should be about the incident itself. And for me, anyway, it's a 1 point penalty. It's the same as some of the other stuff that we've seen today for this. It's been a 1 point penalty for this. I know we've seen some 2s. For this, I'd say at least a 1 point. I don't have the rule book in front of me. 1 point penalty, though, still means that Unicorns of Love win.
That's what you can ask for, though, Lewis. You're right. Consistency. That's all people want, right?
It's a penalty that's saying you made a mistake, but I mean you still won. So each of their own.
I remember we started with 22 teams, worked our way bit by bit to whittle it down to these final 2 that have stood above the rest over this day 1 on Assetto Corsa Competizione. We're still waiting for Race Control to give us the word, but again, these teams, they may not be in the front tomorrow. That's the great thing about this format. For example, James Baldwin will be racing tomorrow, but he won't be racing in iRacing. The rosters are going to change, the strengths of the drivers are going to change, and their comfort with the car, Luke, is going to change as well. One thing that I don't think we've talked about enough today is the fact that tomorrow and the day after, fixed setup competitions. But we heard that from Niels Nyox, midway through the action today, they changed the setup on their car. They were able to adjust the car to go quicker in a way they won't be able to do tomorrow and the day after. Sorry, I was going to get your opinion. We've got confirmation from Race Control. Racing incident. No driver could be found predominantly at fault, so we can officially say, Luke, Unicorns of Love have won on day one in this Esports Racing World Cup.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with that decision. In my honest opinion, I think it was a completely different incident to what we saw earlier on. And I'm sick of talking about incidents because I want to mention one driver in particular. Well, there's two. Michi Tauscher had a chance of redemption today, and he grabbed it within minutes of absolute catastrophe. That showed some massive cojones. But Groenewold, what a driver, what a talent. He has been an absolute star of the show today. And the MVD, you can't look past him really for me. I thought he's been absolutely brilliant. And he's, at times, again, they've performed really well as a team, but he has dragged that team up into the position of winning the championship.
And Lewis redemption for Tauscher after that mistake in race 2. Clean defeat from the jaws of victory, but he bounced back, put that behind him, and did look like he was enjoying that final race as well.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a hard race to enjoy, to be perfectly honest, because there's a lot going through your mind. There's so much at stake, and you don't want to make that mistake again. That's why you saw when he crossed the line, did he celebrate? Did he do anything weird out of the final corner? Nope, he came out of the final corner, drove in a dead straight line to the checkered flag, and it was done. Fantastic. Celebrate in your own time. It was rough. It happened. They've moved on. Instant redemption. There is no better feeling than that instant feeling, because sometimes you're only as good as your last race. And if that was it, if that had cost them the entire victory here today, that would be playing on his mind, not only tomorrow, not only the day after, but for ages. The fact that it can instantly come back 10 minutes later and do it, fantastic. There are a few other drivers of the day, though, that we do need to mention. The likes of Niels Nyox, the victors, of course, Tobias Pfeffer as well. Plenty of other drivers. Maybe we would have seen Apex Racing Team going a bit further after the last chance, second chance race. So much is undecided. I cannot wait for tomorrow.
I can't wait till we break out the Formula Pro car at a track that you will help us decide. But now that the winners have been decided, we're going to take the chance to talk to the Unicorns of Love. And I think we should start with potentially the driver of the day, Tobias Groenewold. Lewis is standing by with one of your winners.
Yeah, Tobias Groenewold back with us. Wow, Let's go over it. I mean, I want to talk about that final incident. What do you make of that through the chase with Pajic?
I don't know what to say, to be honest. And I must say I'm a bit disappointed in Veloce, honestly, because, I mean, I think it was clear that we had the better pace and we were quicker. I mean, I grabbed pole in the last, let's say, race, and Baldwin got like slipstream on his lap, so I think it was clear that we were faster. And then I think we tried to drive as clean as possible, and I think we did that. I think we didn't have like a single incident until like the last race, because I mean, they were slowing down like 5 or 6 seconds per lap, and in that last lap I just I didn't know what to do, honestly, because he was so slow, and then we sadly made contact. But in the end, I'm very happy, obviously, that we won, and it was such a tough final. It was pretty much a roller coaster, because we never knew what will happen in the next lap or in the next race. And I mean, we almost won it, like in race 2, but Michi's wheel decided to like turn off the traction control, so he spun in the last lap. So that was obviously heartbreaking, because we thought, man, we were 5 meters away from the win, and if we lose it now, I don't know. I mean, that would be horrible. But luckily we got it in the end, and obviously I'm very happy by everyone, by Michi, by Leon, and also the whole team behind us, because I think that's what we achieved together, and I'm just happy.
And talk to us about this format, will you? Because it's crazy. I mean, you guys had plenty of contact, but you had to fight your way back. How rewarding is it now to have been crowned victors here on day one?
I mean, it's a completely different format to what we're used to normally. I mean, last year we did SRO, and the World Cup, which are obviously endurance races, and you have to think a lot about strategy and stuff. But this race is pretty much, or this format is pretty much just flat out for 10 minutes of qualifying and like 15 or 10 minutes then of racing. So it's a complete different mindset. So they're much more sense. I mean, of course, I in some way I understand what Veloce did there, because I mean it was their only chance, and maybe we would have done the same. So in the end, I think the format is just it has a complete different, let's say, atmosphere, and it's just so nerve-wracking in comparison to endurance racing.
Well, cheers to Tobias Gronewold. We are going to catch up with the teammates as well, because we do have Michael Tauscher as well to catch up with. Now, we could speak of the negative of race 2, but let's not. Let's speak of the positive here. Let's speak of that final race, the instant redemption. How does that feel?
I don't know, really. Like, it feels amazing. I didn't think we were able to win this championship or this cup. Yeah, we basically started practicing today when we knew that Bathurst was gonna be the track we're racing on, and then we just sweated a bit and tried to maximize everything. Then, you know, up and downs. That race 2 in the final, when I turned off my TC, it was just heartbreaking. Like, we were so close to win the championship, and then everything seemed to break down, and then I don't know, we got it.
Well, first of all, I can tell the relief in your voice, that's for sure, because it was a bit of a shocker at the end of the race. Let's talk about the final in general. How did you feel about the fight between you and Veloce, and how your tactics and their tactics came together?
You know, that first final race was kind of strange, you know. Turn 2, I don't know what happened there, really. Like, I don't know why Boardman squeezed me like that, but it's okay. I mean, it's racing, it can happen. But yeah, basically our plan was just to stay clean and not do any mistakes and push forward, and yeah, I think that was the way to go, and in the end we made it. So yeah, I think we did everything right, and yeah, I also want to congratulate everyone, especially Veloce and the other teams that made it so far. Yeah.
Wow, what a fantastic team. We're going to catch up as well with Leonard Tocchi. Thank you very much to Michael Tauscher. Leonard Tocchi, who's with us. Every team, I think this is one thing that we could go with, Luke. Every driver in this team brought a positive to the table. Here is Tocchi. And I think the biggest positive that you brought to that table was that race start in race 2. How fantastically did you play that for the team? Where did that come from, and how? How does such a thing happen?
I think, well, I think it was one of the only positive things I brought today, because I wasn't that fast today. I just broke under the pressure, and the race start, I don't know, I just turned my head off and tried everything I could to defend the guys, and it probably worked out. I really don't remember much of the races. I just went into my zone, and I need to rewatch them.
Well, first of all, if that's breaking under pressure, you've got nothing to worry about. You have got a huge future ahead of you, and these experiences that you have will only ever make you better. So yeah, don't be too disheartened, because you're breaking under pressure. You've just been on the winning team of probably the most stacked grid I've ever seen. So well done to you. What was going through your head when you did genuinely, like Lewis said, you produced the move that won you the title today in race 2? You won the title. What was your thought process when Tauscher dropped it out of the final corner?
First of all, Michael complained about something. He said, "Oh no," and I was like, "Okay, did he ran over the line before the time ran out?" And then I went over the hill, and his car was watching at me. And at this point, I was like, "Okay, well, bad luck. Let's do it in the last race." And then
it is what it is. It was bad luck, and yeah, we couldn't change it.
Well, again, fantastic congratulations to you and the squad. Give them our best as well from the driver's point of view. I don't know if we'll be able to catch up with Jürgen, with René Sievert, by the way, their team boss. I don't think we've got their cameras. But either way, back to Arjuna. What a stunning round of racing.
Incredible. I had to make sure I wasn't muted again, because that would be third
Nice
time's
one.
the charm, right? Yeah. Let's talk as well about the prize money and how that's looking right now. Remember, 10,000 per day, 2,500 to the winner, 1,300 to the second place team, all building up to $20,000 to be split across of the overall championship. It will be $5,000 going, $10,000, excuse me, going to the winner, 5,000 for second. Here's a look at how it shakes up. I mean, if you swept the entire thing, Luke, you're looking at $17,500. Not bad for a weekend's fun.
Money's amazing, it really is, but the finals we just had there, those three races, you kind of forget who was in this competition to start off with. And all I'm looking at there is thinking, oh my, tomorrow's going to be amazing. So yeah, the money's amazing, don't get me wrong, like that's what we're all in this for. If you can make a living from sim racing, it's a lot easier now in 2022, but it does help. But we've got these 22 teams to watch again tomorrow and Sunday. That's what I'm excited for.
And Lewis, before we wrap things up, again, let's talk about this Most Valuable Driver Award, which is difficult because we're not going to see every driver across of all 3 days. There are a couple that are going to be trying their hand at 3 different platforms and 3 different cars, but the most podiums over the weekend is going to win the Most Valuable Driver Award. They'll win a prize fund that our viewers can donate to on fundraiser.com. I think it's $10 or more gets them an exclusive ERWC pin. James Baldwin put on a show today with a number of podiums. He's leading those MVD rankings right now.
Now, this is an interesting thing of like whether we're going to see many of these drivers. Again, obviously, we will see James Baldwin, but there are a few that maybe we won't. Spice Grenoble, for example. There are a few that we don't see over the different simulators. There are some that might just absolutely dominate on the road sim. It's very, very interesting because of the drivers that we've got that are across all 3, I don't think any of them have got a podium so far. So it's still this sort of fluid thing, and it's why it's very, very interesting to see it over the entire competition, not just the one sim, because it'd be easy to crown it per sim. It's just like, well, who's just been the best? We're looking for the best in sim racing, not just the one-off. So for me, I think it's a great little thing to have on the side to be like, who is performing the best sim to sim? And let's see where this competition leads to.
Well, it's been an exhilarating 5 hours or so here, and we've barely taken a breath, and we've enjoyed it so much. But it is time to say goodbye here on day 1 of the Esports Racing World Cup. A vision of VCO since VCO's inception in 2020, and it really has delivered, and then some as well. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place here on the VCO Esports channels at 7 p.m. CET. You do not want to miss the action as we go racing on rFactor 2 with the Formula Pro car. You can stay involved on social media, choose what track we're racing at tomorrow by interacting with us across of Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. But until then, on behalf of everyone behind the scenes, our race control team, powered by the SimGrid and P1 Gaming, for Florian Hasper and the entire VCO team, for our producer, Mike Yao, my name's Arjuna Kenkipati. Delighted to have been joined by Luke Crane, and Lewis McClade. We'll see you tomorrow on rFactor 2.